Amid the mist, a moss-covered stone door emerged cold, eerie blue light spilling out around it, casting the scene in danger. Suddenly a loud crash. Chunks of stone exploded outward as a warrior burst through the smoke, landing hard, knees hitting the ground as he caught himself. Just barely regaining his balance, he sprang back to his feet and swung his sword down at Gilroshan, who was desperately fleeing ahead. The blade missed. Panicked, Gilroshan ran faster, a scream echoing silently in his chest. How the hell is this even happening? His mind raced back to the moment he'd first stepped into this godforsaken place. Since then ran into a dragon. Fell off a cliff. Got attacked by a goddamn monster squid. Rode a dragon. Got manhandled by a beast that looked like some hellspawn cross between a bull and a man. And it screamed in his face while lifting him up like a ragdoll. Through it all, Gilroshan could only stare, emotionally blank, internally whining. Just a second ago, I was a regular unemployed guy turning 30. And now people are wondering how a nobody like me ended up like this. Suddenly, someone jumped in to deal with the monster and Gilroshan began free-falling through the air again. His vision blurred. But he could faintly see two people rushing toward him in panic. "Your Highness, please get a hold of yourself. Gilroshan, are you alright?" He heard them, but he couldn't stop the thoughts. Hell. I want to know the answer too. Now he stood before a mysterious card, curiosity pulling him closer. The image showed a man and etched beneath it, glowing faintly archmage of transcendence. Gilroshan furrowed his brows. A flicker of resolve lit up in his eyes. Yeah, I'd like to know what this damned fate really is. Cut to a dark, messy room. Empty soda cans littered the desk. The glow of a computer monitor was the only source of light. Gilroshan was locked in, eyes sunken with dark circles but focused. What the hell is that? He leaned closer, confused. On the screen, new message, public chat username. Good dog looking for someone who wants to restart life. Curious, he clicked. Another guy stuck in this hellhole? Wait, when did he even post this? He leaned back in his chair, muttering, life's not some video game. A second chance at life. Yeah, right. Wish that was real. He stared up at the ceiling, lost in thought. A chance to start over, huh? My life can be summed up in 3 lines. Grew up in an orphanage. No parents, no family. After I left, worked factory jobs. Now I'm 30, doing random jigs while studying for the civil service exam. That's it. The only joy in his colorless life was this game, the world forsaken by gods. He'd played it for over a decade. A veteran. A strategist. 30 years of living, and all he owned was a cramped apartment in this game. If life came with a guidebook like this game, maybe things would have turned out differently. Just then a second notification popped up. New message, public chat username. Good dog, if you want to start over, let's go. Gilroshan chuckled, amused. Ha, this guy really has time to kill. Well, I guess I do too. Let's chat a bit. He began typing fast. Alright, let's start this second life then. Good dog replied almost instantly. You sure? It won't be easy. Gilroshan scoffed at the screen, rolling his eyes. What's with the dramatic tone? Chill out, man. He hovered over the keyboard. Forget it. Might as well go along with it. He hit enter, sending his final message. Picking something at random has to be better than this. Sounds good, right? Good dog replied with just one word, okay. Gilroshan blinked. Wait, that's it? No twist, no emotion. He stared blankly at the screen, genuinely baffled. Then he muttered aloud, all that build-up, and that's how it ends. Just as Gilroshan finished speaking, a voice rang out through his headset. Nonsense? The unexpected sound made him jump in his chair. What the hell was that? But the voice continued, now laced with a chilling warning this time, just survive. And suddenly his entire body began to blur. A mysterious blue light engulfed him, pulling Gilroshan straight into the computer screen. His consciousness drifted as he tried to assess his surroundings. What's happening? What's on my face? His mouth was covered. His hands tied. Was I kidnapped? Since when? And why me? Are they gonna harvest my organs or something? Before he could panic further, a man walked over and yanked the sack off his head. Now face to face with a group of unfamiliar men, Gilroshan blinked rapidly, disoriented. Then one of them spoke, bold and commanding, third prince of the Vault Empire of Magic, Gilroshan Elrode de Vault. Gilshaw stared, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is he talking about? The man continued. Remove his gag. They pulled the cloth from his mouth. Gilroshan stammered he, wait a sec, but before he could finish, the man stepped forward, lifted Gilroshan's chin, and ordered, look up. Open your eyes. Look at me. Startled, Gilroshan did as told. And in that instant, something felt familiar. Wait, this line, yeah, the next part should be that face, it's exactly as I imagined. It has to be you. Exactly as he'd remembered. Gilroshan's eyes widened in shock. This is a scene from the world forsaken by gods. The event, the third prince's assassination. It felt surreal. Like a dream. Have I ever dreamed this vividly before? Why does it feel so real? Bamil, the man facing him, stood up, eyes cold. You'd better not try anything funny, third prince. Gilroshan froze. Third prince? He's calling me that. Is this some kind of elaborate prank by a hardcore fan? But Bamil continued, voice laced with venom, you'll be executed in the name of the Republic. Your head will be sent to your father, the Emperor. Hold on. There's been some kind of mistake. Before he could finish, a sword was already at his neck. I told you not to do anything stupid. Gilroshan didn't dare move. A small trickle of blood ran down his neck. Bamil's eyes narrowed, voice colder than steel. Even if you're the discarded prince, you still bear royal blood. Once the Emperor sees your headless corpse, he won't be able to ignore us. Gilroshan glanced at the bloodied sword against his throat, and screamed internally, this isn't some sick joke. This is real. I really am that worthless Prince Gilroshan. Gilroshan Elro de Vault, third prince of the magic empire of Vault. More commonly known as the Pig Prince, lazy, weird, and disqualified from the line of succession. Gilroshan gritted his teeth in frustration. This character sucks. A low-tier noble, barely any lines, a literal background NPC, and his fate. A throwaway. Wait, if I'm the NPC, then who the hell is the player? He turned his gaze toward the blue-haired man in the distance. Bamilo noticed the distraction and barked, all right then. Your final words, third prince. Gilroshan turned back only to find the sword now aimed directly at his eye. His face went pale, body trembling. I don't understand any of this. But I'm not the third prince. Bamilo sneered. You think I'll believe that? Those red eyes of yours, they're proof enough. Stop lying. There's no way out. Gilroshan's mouth hung open. His face twisted in panic. How is this real? I'm not even the main character. I've taken over the body of a side character, and now I'm about to be executed. His lips quivered. What kind of sick, twisted joke is this? But Bamil wasn't listening. He raised his sword high. I'll make it quick. No pain. Farewell, third prince. Gilroshan squeezed his eyes shut, screaming inside, I can't die like this. There's something way too important I still have to do. The blade was only inches from his neck, and then, everything suddenly froze. Wait, what? Where did it go? What's happening? He cautiously opened one eye, glancing around. He stopped. What the hell is going on? Then up above, the sky lit up with a massive floating window. Game start, player has selected character, Gilroshan Elro de Vault of the Vault Empire. Gilroshan's eyes welled up with tears of disbelief and relief. I'm alive. I can actually survive because I'm the player now. This world, it was the setting of the world forsaken by gods. A game he had once been obsessed with. A game where he was the undisputed master. Which means I'm basically a walking strategy guide. More system prompts began to appear. Starter rewards granted, 3 stat points, 2 skill points, new quest. Escape from danger. The sword was still hovering by his throat, but all Gilroshan could focus on were the messages. Stat points to boost my power. Skill points for new abilities. And the quest, it's obviously to survive this situation. Everything's frozen. It's like someone hit the pause button. He could move barely. But only within the limited range allowed in this cutscene. Just like the game. I only have a short window to make a choice. Sweat dripped down his face. Once this ends, I'll be right back. In that moment, that sword might slice my head clean off like a block of tofu. Forget stats and quests for now, this part's way more important. Then a new massive window filled his vision. Fate card selection begins. Player, choose the fate of your character. Your survival depends on this choice. Fate cards, they weren't just fluff. These determine your stats, skills, equipment, and even your storyline. He knew the system well. You'll draw 3 random cards from a pool of 1024. And you can only pick one. Fate cards absorbable, 1. Which card you draw is all about luck. But picking the right one, that takes skill. Until level 10, you don't get another draw unless you clear certain hidden quests. So this one draw, it means everything. Gilroshan stared at the swirling mass of fate cards, hands still tied, whispering under his breath, let's see if Lady Luck's smiling today. Cracks of lightning struck the ground. And just like that, 3 glowing cards floated in front of him. Once I choose, time resumes. Depending on what I pick, I might get my head lopped off before I can even scream. A chill ran down his spine. He exhaled slowly, bracing himself. Welp, let's do this. Despite his fear, his eyes gleamed with curiosity. His fingers still bound trembled as they reached up toward the cards. Even with death breathing down my neck, I just can't hold back my curiosity. Come on, show me. Will it be a path to glory, or a pile of garbage? A half-nervous, half-hopeful smile tugged at his lips. His eyes shimmered with anticipation, and under his breath, he whispered, or maybe, I'm standing right on the edge of the abyss. A vast space like the void between stars. Ancient weapons hovered in slow orbit around a brilliant ring of light, suspended mid-air. From the glowing center, 3 radiant cards began to rise, each one displaying a different figure, each glowing with stars in the corner, indicators of their rank and rarity. As a longtime player, Gilroshan knew this world well. The world forsaken by gods, and more importantly, he knew one of its hidden truths: the first draw always gives at least one decent melee class. Usually something around rank B. Sweat trickled down his face as he murmured to himself, so just give me something simple. A rank A tank would be more than enough. That's not asking too much, right? He reached out with trembling hands and tapped the floating interface. A flash of blinding light. Then the first card appeared, a figure with their face covered by shackled hands. Heavy iron chains draped over their shoulders. Fate card, Slave Gladiator. Rank F. Gilroshan froze. His expression slowly twisted in disbelief. What? No way. Is this real? Still bound at the wrists, he reached toward the second card. Please, anything better than that, it appeared. A grinning gesture in gaudy colors. Fate card, third-rate stage actor, rank D. Gilroshan dropped to his knees on the cold stone floor. The 3 cards now floated before him, faces up, their glow faint. He stared, stunned. His brows furrowed. What is going on? The first draw is supposed to be around rank B. His gaze shifted to the final card, still face down. A thought whispered in the back of his mind, unless. Hope surged. Unless this one, this last one, it's a rank S, isn't it? His fingers, still trembling, reached toward the last glowing card. The moment he touched it, a radiant column of light burst upward. It refracted into shimmering colors of the spectrum, forcing Gilroshan to avert his eyes. When he dared to peek, he saw it. A multicolored border. A swirl of raw power. And his voice cracked as he shouted, transcendent grade. He grabbed the card, heart racing. A woman stood in crimson robes, wind swirling around her. Her gaze burned through the card itself. Gilroshan's voice echoed through the chamber, a grand mage. Oh my god. But before he could scream for joy, wait, what? His gaze lingered on the transcendent grade card. His thoughts raced. Transcendent is the highest tier. Even I never got one on the first pull before. His imagination conjured the battlefield, blazing infernos tearing through enemy ranks. Shockwaves obliterating formations. The black-clad executioner sent flying, body spinning, midair, helpless, a grand mage class. It's basically the ultimate long-range DPS. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. But why now? How the hell do I get something like this early? He looked down at his still bound hands. Wait, maybe because I'm not a player avatar. I'm inside an NPC's body. A sudden realization struck him. He visualized his current appearance, a chubby, awkward boy. Then a sharp contrast, a man with slick-back blonde hair and a cocky half-smile. Right, this body I've inherited. It belongs to Gilroshan Vault, an NPC. The so-called useless third prince of the Vault Empire. But unlike ordinary avatars, he had something more, a royal bloodline. A built-in backstory. Political standing. And the Vault family was known for one thing: generations of genius mages. The card still hovered midair. Time was running out. He took a deep breath. No matter what, it's time to choose. Despite the horrible odds, he had drawn a single card that could change everything. Brows furrowed, jaw clenched, he whispered to himself, the problem isn't whether the Grand Mage card is strong. Transcendent cards are the best, they come with bonus stats, exclusive skills, unique gear, and an entirely different story route. But right now, all I can use are the 3 default active skills. A faint image flickered in his mind, a hand raised, golden energy swirling beneath it, and a wave of power threatening to be unleashed. His thoughts surged among the Archmage's abilities. There existed a powerful defensive skill known as Field Domination. However, its effect only applied to spells or enchanted weapons. A man appeared, arms outstretched, standing tall with a massive circular magic array behind him, its intricate patterns glowing with a pulsing light. Tears welled up in Gilroshan's eyes as he stared. His brows furrowed, hesitating. But still, his gaze shifted to the Archmage card, and a fire of determination lit up his face. Who in their right mind could pass up a card like that? He let out a soft breath. Looking at the blade still resting against his shoulder, Gilroshan muttered, "If I weren't a seasoned player, I definitely would have picked the Archmage card, and lost my head for it. In a game, sure, dying once is no big deal. You just respawn." But here Gilroshan stood frozen. His thoughts wouldn't stop spinning. This is different. If an NPC dies, that's it. Game over. If my head gets lopped off, I die. For real. And when I can still feel the cold steel pressing against my neck, this can't be a dream. This is real. Unbelievably real. Whoever threw me into this world, I don't know what their goal is. But they didn't just shove me into the body of some minor side character, no. They made me a player at the exact moment I was about to die. Anger flickered in Gilroshan's eyes. He gritted his teeth. And then they have the nerve to throw me an Archmage card like it's some sick joke. After a moment's thought, he clenched his jaw. Whatever. As long as I survive, that's all that matters. He reached forward and touched one of the cards floating in front of him. His eyes sharpened with resolve. I will survive. A system message popped up. Fate rank F Slave Gladiator has been selected. Confirmed. Gilroshan lowered his head slightly, a wry smile forming on his lips. Who would thought I'd toss away a transcendent card for a piece of trash? Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Glancing back at the card he left behind, he whispered, "Goodbye, Archmage. Hope we meet again someday." A flicker of hope shone in his eyes. "Please, let this work." Another message flashed. Fate rank F Slave Gladiator has been equipped. You have received 3 exclusive skills for the Slave Gladiator. He skimmed the list, then scowled. What the hell? Are you mocking me? Haven't I suffered enough already? The blade still pressed against his neck, ready to fall at any second. Gilroshan kept thinking. If you draw a trash character, you usually just reroll. But I can't reroll now. In the original storyline, this guy dies here. Bled out. Suddenly his expression hardened. His eyes sharpened. But now I'm here. In this body. And we were going to live. He spoke aloud. But, how do I even activate a skill? Game resuming. He barely had time to yell, wait. The sword sliced through the air like it was tearing the night itself. The shrill whistling of metal was sharp enough to chill bone. The black-robed assassin turned his back. Behind him, Gilroshan collapsed to the ground. He looked to his men and nodded. Well done, everyone. Begin retreating as planned. Head through the Luckman mountain pass to the gate. But one of them hesitated. Commander, the leader glanced at Gilroshan, then froze. The third prince is still alive. What? That's impossible. He should have been decapitated. Gilroshan sat motionless, hand slowly reaching for his neck, face stricken with terror. Another black-robed figure stammered, "What the how is he still alive?" Gilroshan rubbed his throat, his mouth gaping open, eyes wide with fear. Thank God I managed to activate a skill by instinct, but holy hell, that felt awful. Skill activation successful. Cooldown, 24 hours. Another system message appeared. You have acquired the Slave Gladiator's exclusive skills 1. Subjugation Tendency 2. Domination Tendency 3. Binding Tendency. A detailed list of skill effects followed. The image of the Slave Gladiator card shimmered in the air. Gilroshan muttered to himself why he'd picked this trash over the Transcendent card, because it was notorious among niche strategy players. A weird pick. A meme. His arms were still tightly bound, but he kept reflecting. At first glance, the skills seem useful, but every single one of them has major drawbacks. And worst of all, there's never a good time to use them. That's what makes it a rank F fate. The black-clad leader, holding a long sword in his hand, turned toward Gilroshan and said coldly, "Third prince, why is your head still attached?" Gilroshan remained silent, thinking to himself, if they attack again, I won't get a second chance. I have to act first. The man frowned and continued in a low, rumbling voice. I don't know what trick you pulled, but even so suddenly, Gilroshan raised his head and shouted into the man's face. You insolent fool Bamilo Daimark. The moment the name was spoken, one of the masked black-robed men glanced at Gilroshan, visibly surprised. He was standing at a corner behind Gilroshan, watching everything unfold. The rest of the assassins also turned their eyes to Gilroshan, confused and wary. The leader, a deep scar running across his face, narrowed his eyes. Have you gone mad, third prince? No, more importantly, how do you know my name? Gilroshan struggled to his feet, shouting in his face, you idiot. Standing tall now, he pointed straight at them and declared, can none of you fools see it? Your master resides within this body. He gestured to his own face, speaking clearly, it's me. Your master. I am Elam, god of vengeance. For a few seconds, the black-cloaked men froze in place. Gilroshan's mind raced as he recalled the grand palace where the third prince once lived, and the grand cathedral of Elam, one of the three major factions in the game, aligned with the revolutionaries. They were the ones seeking to overthrow the empire. And of course they were the ones who had kidnapped the third prince. If I want to survive this, I have to act like I just drew the rank C Street performer card. No worse than that. Way worse. His face now stern, Gilroshan bellowed, I am Elam. I've descended into this vessel, you ignorant fools. With both hands still tightly bound, he leapt into the air before the black-robed men and shouted, your god is here. Release me at once. The scarred man blinked in surprise. You are Lord Elam's vessel? Gilroshan stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed the man's face, shouting, impudent worm. You dare point at the body I now inhabit? Are you insane? With both hands, Gilroshan gripped Bamil's face and screamed, you dare raise a hand against your god? He caught a flicker in the eyes of several of the others and paused for a second, thinking, wait, am I overdoing this? No. I can't back down now. This is exactly the kind of crap Elam would pull. 12 gods flashed through Gilroshan's mind. He recalled how most of them were the meddlesome type constantly interfering in mortal affairs. As a result, divine interventions big or small happened all the time in this world. When the game first launched, many players thought Elam was just some edgy, over-the-top joke god. But the image of Elam appeared in Gilroshan's memory, long crimson hair flowing down his back, jet black horns arched high, and a crooked, arrogant smile that reeked of danger. Gilroshan's brow tensed. His inner calculations continued. But Elam, the god of vengeance, true to his name, he's a god who thrives on war, conflict, chaos, and hatred. That's why he often manifests before his followers. And right now, that works in my favor. Back in the moment, Gilroshan still had Bamil by the mouth. The man finally cried out, I understand, my great lord Elam. But his face still being crushed, he struggled to speak. Could you not grant us a sign of your divinity? Gilroshan's face darkened. He shouted in fury, a sign. You dare ask for a sign? Fine. You bastards want a sign. I'll give you one. Last week you offered a golden statue at my altar. You thought I wouldn't notice it was just gold-plated trash. Bamila's eyes twitched in fear. He stammered, what? How could you know that? Gilroshan roared, you thought I wouldn't recognize that cheap, pathetic excuse of an offering. You trying to get yourselves wiped out. Useless filth. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted, release me. And Allah. The scarred leader quickly barked an order, untie him. Right now. As the black-robed men scrambled, nervously muttering apologies, Gilroshan's thoughts continued, looks like most of them bought it. Then again, who the hell would believe the useless third prince Gilroshan could pull off something like this? Only that bastard Bamilo seems to still be doubting me. A system notification popped up, displaying Bamilo's character profile. Bamilo Daimark, High Priest of the Grand Cathedral of Elam, leader of the Vengeance Cult, cold, calculating. Suspected mastermind behind the assassination plot against the prince. Bamilo knelt before Gilroshan, bowing his head low. My lord Elam, he spoke softly. Forgive your servant for failing to recognize your presence. Gilroshan glanced down at him, thoughts ticking behind a cold expression. He's still unsure. He's doubting. Let's watch a little longer. Flexing his wrists, sore from being bound too long, Gilroshan's voice turned frigid. That's it? That's all you have to say? Bamila's voice rose again. About the gold plating. Before he could finish, Bamil suddenly shouted, kneel. In an instant, Every black-robed figure dropped to their knees before Gilroshan. Gilfran, caught off guard, shouted, "What the hell are you all doing?" All of them knelt without question. Bamilo continued, "We beg your forgiveness, Lord Eolam. To witness your descent is an honor we are not worthy of." As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Gilroshan. Then he lowered his head further and asked, "But why did you descend in a divine vessel instead of sending your prophecy to the high priest?" Gilroshan remained silent, mind racing. Sharp. He's sharp. Still suspicious. He glanced back toward the masked figure standing off to the side. "And that one, who the hell is he?" "He's messing with my head. I need to sell this act harder." Leaning forward slightly, Gilroshan declared, "Let me make it clear. The third prince, Gilroshan, is my chosen apostle. No one is to lay a hand on him." Bamilo's face contorted instantly. "What?" Gilroshan thought. He looks like he just swallowed a live cockroach. Makes sense. He's about to lose a valuable bargaining chip they worked hard to capture. With a faint smile, Gilroshan spoke calmly. "The third prince of the empire will soon join the revolutionary army. Understand?" Bamilo answered loud and clear, "Yes, my lord. We shall release the third prince, and withdraw, as you command." But Gilroshan caught the narrowing of his eyes cold, calculating. Their eyes say it all. They could kill me the second I slip. There's definitely another traitor. Someone pulling the strings behind all this. An image flashed in his mind, a shadowy figure, unknown. There's no way a member of the royal bloodline, useless or not, would be left for dead like this. Unless there were traitors on both sides. And gods know, plenty of people want me dead. This empire is nothing but a gilded cage. Looking straight at Bamilo, Gilroshan said sternly, "This must be kept secret. The third prince will not return to the palace. He will go to Arax. He will soon become an apostle, and preparations must be made." Bamilo stuttered, pale-faced. "Arax? Why? Why there?" Gilroshan's voice was firm. "On the journey to Arax, he is to be protected. Not just guarded but treasured." In his mind's eye, Gilroshan saw the sprawling city of Arax. The largest city in the west. Capital of the revolutionary army. Enemy territory to the empire. But knowing what happens later in the timeline, I'm actually safer there. A smile tugged at his lips. And in Arax, the more they know, the more I can use. High Mage card. Whatever, I can toss it. There are still dozens of ways to cheat in this game. He took a few steps forward, then turned and said coolly, "What are you waiting for? Move." A wicked grin formed on his face as one final thought crossed his mind, if I'm going to turn this trash tier card into a god tier legend, then I'll just have to fool the entire damn world. Deep in the forest, a blazing campfire lit up the cold night, casting warm light across the clearing. Someone held out a deliciously grilled skewer and politely offered, "Please, try this." Then came a chorus of eager voices, "No, no, try mine, Gilroshan, I caught it myself. I roasted mine way better, trust me. You have to try my revolutionary spiced liquor, Gilroshan." Gilroshan frowned, his face darkening as he glared at them. "Are you trying to stab me with those skewers? Don't point those at my face. And I'm trying to lose weight, I can't eat all that." But the group remained stubbornly insistent. "Come on, just try a little. Lord Elam himself ordered us to treat you like an honored guest. We can't show our faces to him again if we fail." Gilroshan hesitated. "Should I eat the egg?" He looked into their bright, sparkling eyes and wondered, are these guys devout priests of revenge, or just enthusiastic scouts playing some weird payback game? That look, it wasn't a killer's. It was the innocent gleam of overzealous youth. Drooling slightly, he finally gave in. "Fine, stop tempting me. I do want to eat it. But I'm trying really hard not to." They jumped on that opening. "Just one bite. If you enjoy it, you won't gain weight. Promise." One young man grinned widely. "You're not even fat at all, really. There's no need to diet, sir, your body's already super, majestic. We're all totally jealous." Gilroshan sighed. "Now that's just blatant lying." He grumbled to himself. Weight loss is one thing, but this is just emotional warfare. Suddenly, Bamilo appeared behind them and snapped, "What are you all doing? Why isn't anyone on watch?" Gilroshan thought to himself, "Demark Bamilo. No doubt this guy's a true priest." Bamilo's tone was deadly serious. "You're getting way too careless. Have you forgotten we're still in imperial territory? All of you on your feet. Now." They scrambled up, frightened. Bamilo turned to Gilroshan and explained, "They meant well. They were just being overly devoted. Don't hold it against them." Gilroshan gave a hearty wave. "I get it, no hard feelings." Bamilo tore off a piece of grilled chicken and said, "Chicken's the best." But a second later, he pulled it back and chomped it down himself. "Just kidding. This one's mine." Gilroshan groaned. "You're the worst." Bamilo casually tossed the chicken bone into the fire. "But you've lost quite a bit of weight already, Your Highness. It's only been 4 days, but the difference is huge." Gilroshan nodded. "Yeah, even I didn't expect the drop to be this dramatic." Bamilo gave a rare serious look. "I've trained with every kind of person during my time as a church assassin, but I've never met someone as brutally honest as you." Then he lowered his voice. At first, Gilroshan finished the sentence for him. "At first you weren't even sure if you could haul this giant lump of lard out of the empire, were you?" He thought silently to himself. "Even in my own eyes, my body back then was kind of a disaster." He remembered clearly just a few days ago, wrestling with that same body. "What kind of fat is this?" He had groaned. Panting heavily, he had said, I can't even stand up." His whole body trembled. At that moment, the system interface popped up: name: Gilroshan Elro Devault alias Pig Prince Fate, Gladiator Slave Rank, F level, 0 Strength, 35 Intelligence, 68 Stamina, 9 Charisma, 61 Total Stats, 173 unallocated points. 3. He stared in horror. Single-digit stamina. Seriously? Gilroshan was devastated. A regular NPC averages around 200 stat points, with stamina between 40 and 60, but stamina 9. I might as well be a walking corpse. Clenching his jaw, he glanced at the blade resting on his neck. No matter what, I have to boost my stamina. And lose this weight. Fast. At that moment, Bamil walked over with a frown. "We've just started moving. You can't be this exhausted already." Someone else scowled and muttered, "But Lord Elam did order us to protect him. Should we give him some medicine?" Gilroshan was sweating buckets. "No way I'm drinking their medicine. If the vengeful priesthood has to fight in my place, I'll just become a burden to everyone. Ugh, that pisses me off." Without thinking, he slammed his forehead into the ground. Everyone froze in sheer confusion. Then Gilroshan suddenly sprang to his feet, face contorted in pain. "Screw the medicine. Let's just Geo." Bamilo blinked. Once. Twice. Then without a word, the whole group resumed their march. Suddenly, the system rang in his mind: skill activated, dominance inclination duration, 30 seconds. When the user takes non-critical damage, and isn't attacked again shortly after, their physical and mental recovery rate increases significantly. Cooldown 15 minutes. Bamil lit up with newfound resolve. Low stats just mean I can raise them quickly without wasting any points. Gilroshan headbutted a tree. Better smash my head against this than become dead weight. He kept ramming his forehead, blood trickling down his face, gritting his teeth through the pain. Bamilo and his men stood in stunned silence. This really is Gilroshan. That disgraceful prince. He's seriously taking the hits like a beast. The system chimed again: due to intense physical training, your stamina has increased. New stamina, 37. Back in the present, Gilroshan sat silently, thoughtful. This is just the beginning. I've still got a long road ahead. Then Bamil spoke: Your Highness, by tomorrow we'll reach the same teleportation gate we used before. From there we'll return to Rx. He paused. However, there's a problem. Gilroshan raised an eyebrow. We were sent here with orders to kill you, Bamilo admitted. Not escort you back. No one anticipated you becoming a follower of Lord Elam. His gaze wavered slightly, but Gilroshan already saw through him. I know there's a mole, he said calmly. Just tell me what you want to do. Bamilo hesitated, then nodded. You're right. We have to leave a body behind as proof we fulfilled the mission. But it can't take too long. If you don't return, our insider will start getting suspicious. They'll assume something went wrong with the plan. And they know who we are. It won't take much for them to figure out our escape route. The gate is pretty much unusable now. We, the elite strike force of the revolutionary priesthood of vengeance, could punch our way through, but if we get hit from both sides, things'll get ugly. So yeah, it'll be rough. But we've got to move fast, right? Then he glanced over at Gilroshan again. Setting that aside, I'm surprised you already knew there was a traitor. Do you know who it is? Gilroshan didn't miss a beat. It's the Chancellor. Viscount Jarek Moss, isn't it? Bamilo paused. Do you have a reason for suspecting him? Gilroshan's mind raced. Damn, I didn't expect that question. He's not trying to trap me, he's genuinely curious. If I want to use the vengeful priesthood for my own agenda, I need to prove I'm worth trusting. He recalled everything he knew about Jarek. He's not just some throwaway NPC. I know what he's done. He began explaining. Though he serves as Chancellor for the Empire, his bloodline is Kaninian. The Khan clan and the Empire were in open conflict not long ago, fighting for control of the northwestern frontier. And the Khan are close with the revolutionary forces. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Wait, hold on. Gilroshan began to analyze. The Chancellor's daughter got married not too long ago, right? To a local noble stationed at the border. He continued calmly. Of course, if the Empire and the revolutionaries are at war, then skirmishes would constantly erupt along the border. Nobles in that region usually fall into one of two categories. Either they hate the revolutionaries with every fiber of their being, or they're in on it together. That's why the Chancellor married his daughter off. To establish a line of communication, and not just with the revolutionaries, with the Grand Cathedral of Elam. He rubbed his chin, voice deepening. Maybe the Chancellor's son-in-law is a follower of Elam. Or perhaps, a priest. Gilroshan smirked to himself. Damn, that's clever. I should start thinking like that. Bamilo stood speechless for a moment. You've surprised me, Your Highness. I never imagined you had such depth. You're nothing like the rumors. Gilroshan thought to himself, he's looking at me like I'm an entirely different person. All this time he's only been seeing the shell of Gilroshan. But the truth is, the path has already been severed. Gilroshan, the prince who was supposed to have died long ago, was still alive and well. According to the storyline, the third prince should have been dead 4 days ago. But because I survived, the narrative has shifted. And now, Chancellor Jarek won't hesitate to play his strongest card. Suddenly, something clicked in Gilroshan's head. The closest force to the capital in the mountains is, he froze. Wait a second, the Special Cavalry Division. And their commander is Marquis Oran Roit, he muttered. Bamilo, resting his chin on one hand, said, in any case, we still need to shake off the pursuers and make it to the gate. If we get surrounded, Gilroshan cut him off. No, that won't work. We can't just barrel through. Bamilo raised an eyebrow. Then why did you bring us here, Your Highness? Gilroshan thought to himself, I'm looking for another route, one that doesn't exist in the game. If it were Gilroshan, where would he go instead? Bamilo, now visibly anxious, asked. But, the Lord Elam has ordered us. Gilroshan interrupted again. Underscore 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 underscore. Bamilo blinked. Wait, stay here. Why? Suddenly a voice rang out from ahead of them. You planning to just sit here and wait for Bear or Oriole to come rip us all to shreds? They turned to see a man step out. Urgel. He spoke coldly. I'm right, aren't I? He walked right up to Gilroshan. You're waiting for your guards to show up, aren't you? Gilroshan narrowed his eyes. Who the hell is this guy? Urgel's voice grew sharp, angry. You don't have to say anything. I've already exposed the truth. But if you won't speak, should I help you say it? Gilroshan's mind scrambled. He talked to me first. I need to figure out who he is. But Urgel seemed to lose all patience. Answer me, Prince. My sword won't wait forever. A crooked smile spread across Gilroshan's face. And just who do you think you are? He looked Urgel dead in the eyes. I don't even know your name. Why should I answer you? With a chuckle, Gilroshan added, and what was that? My sword won't wait long. You think Priest Bamilo is just going to stand there and watch? Urgel froze. You bastard, Gilroshan thought. This guy's even simpler than I expected. He stood up and said evenly, fine. I'll tell you two things. First, I'm not sitting around waiting to return to the palace. If I wanted to stall, why would I join the vengeful priesthood? Second, you're right. I am waiting for Bear and Oriole. Sweat rolled down Urgel's face. What? Gilroshan's gaze turned icy. But do I need to explain why? I don't even know who the hell you are, and I hate bastards like you. Urgel snarled, grabbing him by the collar. You arrogant little know your place. The only reason you're still alive is Gilroshan interrupted. Look. He inhaled slowly. Can you smell that? It's like flowers. Bamilo stepped between them. That's enough. Gilroshan frowned. What the hell is that? Bamilo glanced at Argyle, then back to Gilroshan. Allow me to formally introduce him. This is Argyle. He doesn't belong to the cathedral, he's a soldier of the revolution. Gilroshan thought, just as I expected. A mercenary. In this godless world, players weren't bound to any faction. That meant Argyle could wander freely, just like a hired sword. Argyle, never heard of that name before. Must be another player, just like me. Then Argyle said gravely, now, tell us. Why are you waiting for Bear and Oriole? Bear and Oriole were the ever-present shadows of Prince Gilroshan Sir Carl Cillian, a 6th-ranked knight, and Turvain Sui, a 7th-ranked mage who served as Gilroshan's magical advisor. Growing impatient, Argyle pressed again, answer me, Prince. Why the hell are we waiting for them? He flicked his eyes toward Bamilo. High Priest, I don't have time for this. I should just kill him now, and leave his corpse to rot. Gilroshan cut him off sharply. The commander of the Special Knights Task Force is Marquis Elron Roy. Do you know who he is? Both Argyle and Bamilo were caught off guard, clearly not following his train of thought. Gilroshan's tone hardened. Do you or do you not? Answer me. Bamilo spoke up, of course I do. How could I not know one of the Empire's 3 greatest swordmasters? But why do you? Gilroshan tilted his head slightly upward, then asked coldly, can you defeat him? When no answer came, his voice grew louder, more menacing. Why aren't you answering? Use that damn mouth of yours. The killing intent radiating from Gilroshan made the air feel suffocating. If we keep going like this, we'll all be slaughtered by Elron Roy. Idiots. If you want to die, then go ahead and die like the fools you are. Marquis Elron Roy was currently at the 9th star level in swordsmanship. According to the system's player metrics, he was considered an exceptionally powerful NPC, likely above level 90. Gilroshan clicked his tongue. Going up against the Marquis isn't even the worst-case scenario. The worst would be dying without even leaving behind a whole corpse, you moron. Argyle's eyes widened in shock, his face turning deadly serious as a bead of sweat slid down his cheek in reaction to the heavy truth he'd just heard. The Imperial sword stands ahead. If that was true, then continuing forward would indeed be nothing short of walking to their deaths. Gilroshan was slightly surprised by Argyle's reaction. I thought you'd scream and call me a liar, he muttered. Looks like you've got more brains than I gave you credit for. Bamilo Dymark's eyes narrowed. A piercing look fixed on Gilroshan, as if trying to read him like a riddle. So what are you implying? If what you say is true, if Elron Roy is guarding the gate, that neither beasts as strong as bears nor birds as nimble as sparrows are getting through. Argyle rubbed his chin, thoughtful. Himph. Judging by Anne's calm demeanor, she clearly knows something. Gilroshan's gaze sharpened, a quiet confidence settling over him like he'd already planned everything down to the smallest detail. There's a way. If you follow my instructions, we'll get past the gate and reach RX safely. But he added with gravity, Priest. Before that, I want 2 promises. He raised his right hand slowly, deliberately. First, swear that everything I say will remain a secret. Bamilo arched an eyebrow, lips quirking into a smirk that was half mocking, half curious. What's this? A pinky promise. Gilroshan remained unshaken. Under the witness of the god Eolim. That silenced Bamilo. Without another word, he solemnly complied. I, Bamilo, swear under the name of Eolim to carry what the 3rd prince says to the grave, if we make it safely to Arax. And Gilroshan interrupted smoothly. Then I'll ask for one more thing. Bamilo blinked. A thing? Just an item, Gilroshan said, smiling slightly. Nothing extravagant. Just a pair of glasses, ones you can only find in Arax. Bamilo seemed relieved by the simplicity of the request. Himph. If it's just that, I swear on the name of Eolim. Then Gilroshan dropped the real bomb. And the bear you all trust, Kars Cillian? His true name is Kars Roy, known as the Dusk Knight. After the Empire fell, he defected to the 5 Northern Kings, and became a commander in the Order of True Light. Bamilo was stunned. Wait, you're saying he's the illegitimate son of Elron Roy? Gilroshan nodded calmly. Yes, but outside of Elron Roy himself, almost no one knows that, not even Kars. Argyle, who had been silent the entire time, continued to pretend not to care. But Gilroshan had figured it out. Argyle, that bastard. He knows. If Argyle was another person from the real world, then he'd likely already realized who Gilroshan truly was, because the third prince, who was supposed to be dead, was still alive. Just how much does that guy know about the game? Meanwhile, the rescue party was locked in fierce combat with enemy forces. Kars anxiously shouted out, "Where are you, Your Highness?" The situation was tense. He and Tervain were fighting off waves of enemies, barely carving a path forward. But neither of them hesitated. Kars snarled in fury, "Bastards! How dare you kidnap the prince? It's not too late, surrender now and release him." The kidnappers looked at each other, confused. Technically, he followed us willingly. Heavy footsteps raced through the corridors. Gilroshan clenched his jaw in frustration. Damn it. I left a signal for Kars, but he moved faster than I expected. If Tervain joins the fight, the priest won't hold back. This will all spiral out of control. We have to act now. On this side, Tervain was growing impatient, desperate to rescue her disciple. "I won't warn you again," she declared, her voice booming with commanding force. "Where's my disciple?" Her sharp gaze bore straight into the enemy as her staff flared with blinding light. Spiraling flames erupted around her, mirroring the fury burning within. The entire atmosphere tensed, as though the very air was being crushed under the weight of the overwhelming magical power she was about to unleash. The kidnappers were terrified. Trembling, they stammered, "Wait, hold on. What we meant was," but Tervain had reached her limit. She snapped, "Silence. Don't you dare ask me to wait after kidnapping my disciple. I'll reduce you to ashes and go search for him myself." Naturally, the kidnappers couldn't just stand by and let her go on a rampage. One of them fixed Tervain with a cold, piercing glare, clearly preparing to strike back. Just then, a voice cut through the tension, "Please wait." Gilroshan came sprinting into view, weaving through the crowd of kidnappers as he shouted, "Master! Master, please listen to me." He threw his arms out to shield them, standing between his captors and his furious master. "Please, let's talk this out." His eyes were filled with determination. Both parties froze, confused by Gilroshan's unexpected behavior. "What? No way," someone muttered. Gilroshan, panting from the run, managed a weary but bright smile. "It's me. Gilroshan." Karls couldn't believe what he was seeing. Trembling with rage, he insisted, "This has to be a trick. What the hell did you bastards do to His Highness? How dare you disguise yourselves like this?" The kidnappers looked just as baffled. "Wait, we didn't actually do anything, right?" Gilroshan raised his hands in a calming gesture, trying to settle everyone down. "Please, just let me explain. I wasn't kidnapped." Karl stood frozen in disbelief, while Tervain still refused to accept it. "What do you mean by that?" Gilroshan hesitated, unsure how to put it. "Well, technically I was kidnapped, but not anymore." Before he could continue, a furious voice cut him off. "You little brat." Karls flinched. A chill ran down his spine, as he felt a wave of murderous intent surge from behind him. Tervain was fuming. Her lips tightened, and she muttered through clenched teeth, "This damn kid." Then she exploded, "I risked my life charging through danger to rescue you, and this is what you have to say? What the hell is wrong with you? Just stay right there, I'll blow them all to pieces." Maybe that's just how the bond between a master and disciple worked. Even being a prince didn't make you immune. Tervain's rage hadn't faded. "Gilroshan Sui, you little punk, get back here now. I'm going to teach you some manners." Gilroshan broke into a nervous sweat, thinking to himself, who is this pirate queen? Is she really a sorceress? Or maybe it's because she's a sorceress that she's got such a wicked tongue. There's no way a saintess would talk like this. His imagination began to spiral. Tervain, the Bloodshade. A witch from the Five-Colored Tower, rumored to have lived for 200 years by draining the blood of virgins. But in reality, she was only 19. In his fantasy, the family of witches she came from passed down their magic through generations, along with their name Tervain Sui, and even fragments of memory through a ritual of inheritance. Some claim they even passed down physical features, all to maintain fear and mystery through the ages. A gentle hand rested on Tervain's shoulder, calming her. "Take it easy, Sui. It doesn't look like the situation is dire. Let's hear them out first." Her eyes met Kars's, and her demeanor changed instantly. A soft blush colored her cheeks as she replied meekly, "Oh yes, all right." Turns out handsome men were also her weakness. Gilroshan let out a deliberate cough to break the awkwardly romantic atmosphere. Then, folding his arms, he stood upright and spoke seriously. "Kars. Master. I'm going to Arax." Both of them reacted with immediate intensity. Turvan was downright shocked. "You've got to be insane," she exclaimed at his decision. Meanwhile, Kars was visibly shaken with concern for Gilroshan's safety. "Your Highness, do you even realize that place is a base of operations for the resistance? The enemy stronghold?" But Gilroshan remained firm, his tone resolute. I know everything. I know you all think I'm pathetic. But the path I'm taking isn't some reckless whim. I know you wouldn't understand even if I tried to explain it now, but this is my will. This is the only road left for me if I want to survive. If I want to change my fate. So don't try to stop me. This is an order from the third prince." He then stepped toward his master, bowing his head in respect. "And master, please forgive this unworthy disciple. Maybe you've always thought I was avoiding your teachings, but I've never turned my back on magic. I was just waiting for the right time. Thank you for your guidance. I swear, one day I will reach the prismatic light." Turvan stared at him, stunned. He hasn't given up on magic. This boy, has he always had that look in his eyes? He used to avoid making eye contact with anyone. And now he was talking about reaching the prismatic light to her, his master. She suddenly recalled something. The ancient, mysterious grand magic omnipotent prismatic radiance. It was something she once heard from an old sage at the Tower of Colors during her studies. In this age, no mage even knows what that term means anymore. How could he? A smile tugged at her lips. "I thought he had no interest in magic, no talent for it. That's why he always acted so disinterested in front of others. But deep down, he's stubborn. And he's always hungered for magic. And he even played dumb while he was still in the palace. He was perfect at hiding it. This is my fault for not noticing." "Turvan, just what the hell have you been doing these past 5 years?" Gilroshan looked up. "So, I want you and Kars to wait for me." Turvan didn't hesitate. "All right." Her sudden agreement caught Gilroshan off guard. "Wait, really? That easy? From the same master who once said I wasn't fit to be her disciple?" Turvan shrugged. "Maybe it's time I started putting my faith in my student. Besides, who knows? Maybe you'll end up making me the next mistress of the Tower of Colors." She glanced at Kars. Now that Gilroshan has chosen his path, the only obstacle left is Kars Cillian. From what she knew, the man was rigid to the core. He didn't understand compromise. His goal was to bring the third prince back to the palace. No matter what it took. No matter what orders Gilroshan gave, Kars wouldn't budge. He'd say something like, "Please forgive my disobedience, Your Highness. But I'll bring you back no matter the cost." As expected, Kars's entire body was trembling with tension. His teeth clenched, and he muttered under his breath, "Your Highness." Then suddenly, he screamed, his voice raw, eyes filled with tears. "Your Highness." Those words, his voice broke. "Heck, I've always believed that one day Your Highness would achieve something great." He fell to his knees, tears brimming and spilling freely. "By the gods, I, Kars Cillian, am your sword. I swear to follow your will, your path, and your destiny. Anyone who dares to stand in your way will face the blade of Kars Cillian." His emotional outburst left both Gilroshan and Turvan stunned. The tears kept pouring from his eyes, unstoppable. At that exact moment, a system message appeared. Kars Cillian and Turvan have joined the party. The scene shifted to Elrond's position. His expression was grim, his eyes cold and filled with bitter contempt. Nearby, Pellet turned to glance at him, and gave a cryptic smile. Noticing Pellet's presence, Elrond asked curtly, "It's getting late. Any progress?" Pellet gave a slight bow and responded respectfully, "Captain, there are traces of an escape, but they're very good at creating chaos." Elrond clenched his teeth in frustration. Gilroshan is utterly useless. His thoughts turned to his youngest son Kars. That poor child was supposed to be nothing more than a slave under imperial law. It took everything I had to erase his lowly origins and place him under the care of House Cillian. More than that, I made him the personal guard of the third prince, only for him to get demoted to a mere bodyguard. And now, he allowed himself to be kidnapped like a fool. The longer he stays by Gilroshan's side, the more his value diminishes. His fists tightened with every bitter thought, so tightly, in fact, that even Pellet flinched. "Captain, please, calm down." Elrond's face twisted with rage as he spat out, "Gilroshan, you bastard. My son is supposed to be one of the Empire's future pillars. Sure, he's still alive, but with that reckless mindset of his, who knows what disaster he'll cause next. If that brat of a prince ends up getting himself killed, then it's best we move Kars into the Night Corps immediately." Pellet continued his report. "I heard that Lord Kars is currently with Lady Turvan Su. It's possible they've already located the third prince. But even if Lady Sui is a 7-star witch, her toxic and fire magic isn't particularly effective for tracking. Elrond's lips curled into a smirk. Fortunately, the gods are on our side. Pellet blinked, confused. Yes, sir? Elrond continued, voice sharp and commanding. Our mission is to intercept the kidnappers and eliminate them. Even if they have a hostage, there's no room for negotiation. The enemy takes priority, understood? Pellet bowed, understood. Elrond gave the order. Good. Split up and move. He watched the men scatter, his mind calculating every possible outcome. This way the Special Forces team won't have to worry about the prince's safety anymore. Their sole focus will be to eliminate the enemy, no matter how much blood has to be spilled. Gilroshan sat deep in thought, his brows furrowed as if mulling over something important. Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration. Your Highness. Startled, Gilroshan jerked upright and shouted, Wah! You scared me. Carls chuckled, clearly amused. What were you thinking about? That sword, what's it for? Gilroshan fumbled for a response. This. I just, need it for something. The two of them sat across from each other, chatting casually. Carl spoke first. By the way, Your Highness, you seem more at ease these days. It's good to see. Gilroshan's expression darkened as his mind drifted to terrifying memories. Climbing mountains with those old men, it was like a damn nightmare. It's a miracle I even survived. Carls replied with complete calm. Well, you didn't die. Gilroshan blinked. What's up with this guy? Why is he acting like this? Carls had gone through his own ordeal. He must have had a rough time chasing after me. If anything had happened to me, thoughts swirled in Gilroshan's mind. In the original story, Carls and Gilroshan were like brothers. They grew up together. So this kind of emotional connection makes sense. I may not be the real Gilroshan, but Carls still manages to make me feel happy. Because he's not just my guard, he's also a reliable tank. He totally earned the title Dawn Knight. With proper development, he shines in the late game. I used to take him into every piece of endgame content. And now, seeing him like this in the flesh, it's like bumping into an old friend I never thought I'd see again. Tervan had just woken from a long nap. She stretched, yawning. Sleep well, Gilroshan? Still deep in thought, Gilroshan continued his inner monologue. As for Tervan, she was always harder to recruit, so I didn't rely on her as much as Cars. Maybe that's why. Or maybe part of Gilroshan's emotions are still lingering inside me. Carls looked over. Lady Sui, did you sleep well? Tervan blushed slightly. Yes, I did. Carls turned back toward Gilroshan. I was speaking with His Highness. Please, have a seat. Tervan's face turned even redder, clearly flustered. Oh, Sir Cillian, I should go freshen up first. I'll sit down after that. Gilroshan's train of thought carried on. It's really nice, seeing them again. But there's this dull ache inside me, like I owe them something. Carls went on. Your Highness, you really do look much better. More confident too. I'm glad. It's like seeing you back in the old days. Gilroshan blinked. Old days. Carls nodded, eyes distant. Yes, when we were at the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy, Gilroshan thought. Basically a school for the children of noble families. Carls clenched his fists, lost in memory. Back then you were radiant. Everyone admired you. Even the Emperor was fond of you. Gilroshan's mind stuttered. Wait. The third prince used to be admired? That's not how it was in the game or the novel. Carls bowed his head, his face clouded by regret. If only the Vault Empire didn't worship magic the way it does. If only magic wasn't something everyone had to possess, things could have been different. Even for you, Your Highness. Gilroshan couldn't deny that. Yeah, that made sense. A prince in a kingdom built on magic, born without it. And not just any prince, a prince full of promise. He must felt so isolated, so abandoned. But that wasn't my past, was it? He steadied himself and spoke calmly. Don't dwell on the past, Cars. What I used to be doesn't matter anymore. No one remembers the third prince from the academy except you. Let's focus on the present. Carls froze for a moment, then slowly relaxed his expression. Yes, Your Highness. Of course. Gilroshan smiled faintly. Fortunately, no one recognizes me. Carls still looked confused, but Gilroshan added softly. That's how the world works. His thoughts stirred again. When it comes to a world abandoned by the gods, no one understands it better than I do. So what if I'm just a disposable character, Some throwaway prince. I won't let things play out the way they did. Who cares about magical talent? I don't need it. Instead of becoming an all-powerful mage, I started off as an F-rank gladiator slave. But there's always a second chance. Gilroshan gently placed a hand on Karl's shoulder and spoke with quiet resolve. Kars, remember this. I'll prove I deserve to survive, and to achieve something great. And when I return to the Empire, no one will dare look down on you, my friend, my brother, and my sworn knight. So hold your head high. Karl's understood. Yes, your highness. But my posture's always been fine though. Gilroshan let out a helpless sigh. Kars, seriously, is that really all you got from what I said? Karl's grinned and joked. Ah, come on, your highness. I was only teasing. Gilroshan looked at him with mild suspicion. You sure? Karl's replied playfully, Your Highness, that was a bit rude, wasn't it? Their friendly banter was interrupted as Turvan stepped back into the room. Gilroshan's expression grew serious. My master has arrived. It's time I explain our next move. Kars, I've told you why I can't return to the palace, right? Karl's nodded. Yes. There are still many traitors there. Gilroshan continued, Good. Then do you know Marquise Elon Loit from the northern capital? Karl's answered without hesitation. Yes. He was my father's close friend, and one of the Empire's 3 great swordmasters. Suddenly his eyes widened, and his voice trembled. No way, it can't be. Gilroshan laid out the situation for both of them. I know. Marquise Loit is a loyal and honorable man. He's not one of the traitors. But he's blocking the city gates. He's likely purging assassins and planning to escort me back to the palace. Karl's frowned. So what do we do then? Are you going to persuade him like you did with me and Lady Sui? Gilroshan sighed. Thimph. You really think he'll listen to me? Karl's expression darkened as he imagined the likely outcome. Forgive me, your highness, but I don't think it'll work. That heretic priest will be executed on the spot, and will be dragged back to the palace in chains. Gilroshan smiled calmly. Kars, I'm not disappointed. Karl's perked up. Then, you have another plan. I do, Gilroshan confirmed. Turvan spoke up. You do? What is it? Karl's leaned in, clearly curious. Yes, please tell us. Gilroshan reached for his sword. It lies here. I will defeat Marquise Loy and pass through. There's no other way. The two exchanged stunned glances, completely baffled by Gilroshan's plan. Karl's clutched Gilroshan's head in panic. Your Highness, are you okay? You're still human, right? You remember that? Turvan's face darkened. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. So you haven't really awakened after all. Let's just go home, okay? Karl's couldn't believe what he was hearing. He gently shook Gilroshan's head, muttering. Huh? Your Highness, are you really all right? Gilroshan threw up his hands in exasperation. Seriously, these people, why are they so impatient? He shouted. You're all overreacting. Can't you at least hear my plan out first? Karl's expression turned stern. He snapped, overreacting. What could we possibly do to beat a commander like him? Turvan clenched her fists, biting her lip. If only I'd gotten into magic earlier. The atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating. Both Karls and Turvan were overwhelmed with helplessness. Gilroshan understood why they reacted the way they did. I get it. I know why they're trying to stop me. In this godforsaken world, stat differences between levels aren't extreme. And NPC enemies don't benefit from fate cards like players do. If you can optimize your strikes, traps and psychology, even a 6-star can beat a 9-star. Maybe Turvan is slowly starting to accept the way I do things now. Alright, she said at last. Then tell us. What's your plan? Gilroshan now faced another challenge. The problem is, I'm not even a 6-star. I'm literally a worthless level 0. But he explained his objective clearly. I'll challenge him to a formal duel under noble custom. The goal is simple: knock the sword from his hand. That's it. Easy, right? Karl's immediately protested, firm and unwavering. No, absolutely not. That's impossible. A noble duel, the rules of the game in the Empire of Vault. A noble challenge was bound by ancient custom. A one-on-one duel, in which the rules and victory conditions were agreed upon by both parties, in the presence of a designated witness. These were the traditions of nobility. Gilroshan continued, I'll need to establish the conditions for this to happen. First off, Kars, you'll be the witness. Clear. Karl's was still uneasy. What rules do you intend to set? If they're too strange, the commander won't accept them. And if they're too dangerous for you, I won't agree either. Gilroshen began laying out the terms to convince him. First, swordsmanship only. Second, disarming the opponent equals defeat. Third, no armor. The more Karls listened, the more his face twisted from worry to outrage. His eyes widened, his jaw tightened, and then he snapped. Your Highness, these rules offer you no advantage. Swordsmanship only? It sounds like it favors someone without magic, like you, but the commander is already the Empire's greatest swordmaster. And disarming the opponent. That just means the weaker one loses first. And no armor. I already said I wouldn't accept conditions that put your life at risk. This isn't a game. No one can take responsibility for what happens in that duel. Even if you're a prince, I can't be the witness to something like that. Absolutely not. Karl's harsh response came from a place of deep concern. Gilroshan recognized that and tried to ease the tension. Karls, don't worry. I'm not gambling with my life. But Karls wasn't convinced. How can you be sure? Gilroshan persisted, laying out the core of his strategy. Think about it, Karls. Let's say you're a swordmaster with 50 years of experience. One day a rookie challenges you. He's a prince, and you're a marquis. The duel conditions are what I just said. How would you react? Karls thought carefully. Himph, I'd find it ridiculous. Honestly funny. You can't go all out against a rookie. And if you hurt a prince, it becomes a political mess. So you just disarm him quickly and get it over with. Exactly, Gilroshan replied. Turvan, still stunned, listened as he explained further. That's why I added the no armor clause. It'll force him to be cautious. The bottom line is he won't kill me even if he wanted to. And there was another layer to Gilroshan's plan. Besides, the witness is Karls. With his precious protege watching, there's no way he'll hurt me. Karls, still confused, asked. But, Your Highness, why would the commander even want to kill you? That question made Gilroshan pause. Right, I need to be careful how I answer that. His father wants me dead for his sake. But I can't say that outright. He scratched his cheek and looked away, forcing a smile. Haha, let's just say the Marquis and I have some old friction. Karls wasn't satisfied. Huh? What do you mean by that? Gilroshan gave a vague response. Ahem, it's complicated. I'm sorry, Karls. I can't tell you the truth. Not yet. Underscore 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 underscore. Meanwhile, Turvan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. By the way, Gilroshan, I've been curious all day. We haven't seen the priests. Where did they go? Gilroshan suddenly remembered. Ah, right. I sent them on a mission. Underscore 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 underscore. Elsewhere, the priests hunt. The priestly squad was out monster hunting. Two younger clerics were deep in a heated argument. My beast is better. Lord Gilroshan will love mine more, one bragged. Yeah, right? Mine is clearly bigger. The other snapped. Bamilo and Argyle returned, slinging over their shoulders a vicious, hulking beast, the fruit of their hunt. Bamilo muttered, Tech, fine, whatever. In the end, our faith must remain steadfast and sincere. The other two still weren't satisfied. Wait. That priest cheated. Yeah, he totally let it loose on purpose. Bamilo barked at them. Enough. You know how hard I worked to capture that thing. One of them asked. But priest, what about the others who were captured by the goblins? In a dim chamber, dozens of captives sat with wrists and ankles bound. Some had collapsed long ago, while others clung to consciousness, gazing hopelessly at one another. Suddenly, Bamilo arrived, a savior bathed in radiant light, like a miracle sent from the gods themselves. He'd rescued them all. I sent them back to the village, Bamilo later explained. I told them it was the will of Lord Elam, and that they should give thanks to the divine. One of the priests spoke up. Now that we've captured enough of them and preparations are in place, it's time to go find the prince. The group erupted into noisy commotion once again, arguing among themselves over who would get the honor. Let me go, priest. No, I'll go. I'm the closest to Gilroshan. I'm even closer than you are. Their loud bickering made Bamila snap. Calm down, all of you, he said sternly. You may think of him as a future apostle, but until the bishop confirms it, he's still just a prince from an enemy nation. Until we're certain, we must not grow too attached. He then turned to Urgel. You, go find him. Urgel gave a slight nod. Understood, priest. I'll go. And with that, Urgel had achieved his goal. Perfect. Now I'll find out exactly what Gilroshan is scheming. Meanwhile, the others were still murmuring doubts. Priest, why did we have to capture him anyway? Yeah, let him go already. Bamilo growled, clearly annoyed. Idiots. He needs to cooperate with us too. Away from their noise, Urgel walked off quietly, determined to adapt to whatever came next. Carls and Turvan stared intently at Gilroshan, trying to figure out what he was planning. Gilroshan averted his gaze, refusing to meet their eyes. His expression was cold as ice, and his tone was firm. We're ready. What's left we'll talk while we move. Turvan tilted her head and looked up at him, puzzled. Ready? What do you mean by that? Gilroshan turned his eyes toward her. They lit up with a glint of excitement, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. I had the priest sweep out the goblins near the village. They should have finished by now. In game terms, this is what you'd call pre-clearing the zone. Turvan scrunched her brow in confusion, exchanging looks with Carls, who remained expressionless. Turning to face both of them, Gilroshan grinned this time more openly, his face brimming with anticipation. But the finishing blow, that'll be mine. Gilroshan, third prince of the empire. Scene cut. Goblin village hunting grounds, a settlement overtaken by goblins marked as dangerous for beginners. The road into the village was littered with bodies sprawled in every direction. Back with Gilroshan, the three of them were making their way through a forest trail, surrounded on all sides by thick trees. Breaking the silence, Gilroshan spoke up. Next comes my trump card. He looked toward Carls, his gaze sharp, a mischievous smile forming. I know the marquee weakness. Carls glanced at him, his face flat and emotionless. That weak link between his magic and swordplay, right? I'm aware of that too. Turvan laughed softly, stepping in with a smirk. I've heard the same. They say his magic output isn't very efficient. Gilroshan's expression turned serious, almost mysterious. The sudden shift made the other two turn to face him. That's only considered a weakness compared to other swordmasters, he said, locking eyes with Turvan. But right now, the Marquis is injured, his right shoulder's nearly paralyzed. Turvan's eyes widened as she imagined the image Marquis Rowe clutching his injured arm. Is that true? This is the first I've heard of it. She put her hands on her hips, skepticism written all over her face. And where exactly did you hear that? Gilroshan hesitated, sweat forming at his brow. It's just a small lie, he told himself. I overheard it. Between the Emperor and the commander of the Night Order. Turvan exhaled in relief and grinned. Well, in that case it's probably true. Carl's eyes lit up as he turned toward Gilroshan, a grin forming on his usually stoic face. If that's the case, then the commander won't be able to use Vanguard swordplay, right? That technique needs both arms for precise execution. Vanguard swordplay was the signature technique of House Royd, one of the most prestigious families in the Empire. A brutal two-handed style focused on cutting and cleaving. When paired with Royd's ancestral blade, Howling Wolf, it boosted its damage by 20%. Carls imagined the blade in motion, light, emanating from its edge, cutting through the air so fast it created ripples of wind. Vanguard swordplay is one of the deadliest techniques, purely in terms of raw damage. It's what brought Elrond Royd to 9-star rank. Combined with Howling Wolf, it's practically unstoppable. Turvan scoffed, her voice laced with contempt. If he can't use it, that gives us an opening. But Carl's expression turned anxious. He didn't agree. Raising his voice, he snapped, Your Highness, a swordmaster is still a swordmaster. Even with one arm, the commander is a 7-star combatant. None of us can stand toe-to-toe with that. Gilroshan flinched, stunned by Carl's reaction. Whose side are you even on? He muttered under his breath. Guess he's still loyal after all. Lowering his head, Gilroshan's tone grew more serious. You're right. Absolutely right. But I also know the Marquis's one-handed techniques. That caught both Turvan and Karls off guard. Their eyes widened, mouths hanging open. You know even that?" Karl stammered. Gilroshan chuckled and said, "In Sinver's sword techniques have powerful synergies. Even a mediocre move can become devastating if used under the right conditions. All we need to do is make him drop his sword. If we can pull that off, we still have a chance. And I've already picked the technique I juice." Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. The three turned to see a figure leaning against a tree argle. "But you know that's still not enough to defeat him, right?" he said calmly. Gilroshan turned sharply. "Wait, who are you, and where did you come from?" Urgel didn't flinch. He locked eyes with Gilroshan and replied, "You don't even have the strength to block the Marquis's sword. Am I wrong?" Gilroshan answered without hesitation. "You're not. With my current strength I can't. But I'll gain that power here. Power elixirs, potions that temporarily enhance the user's physical abilities." That was Gilroshan's plan. Urgel thought to himself, he's planning to bring down Luckman the Mountain King. Before he could ponder further, Karl's cut in the vengeful priests, the bear, the nightingale. Each of them is strong in their own way, but Luckman is a raid-class beast. Just the four of us won't be enough. Gilroshan responded firmly, "I know. But if we keep pushing forward, others will come to help." From behind the group, a strange, raspy voice called out, "Don't come closer, humans. I hate humans." Gilroshan turned at the sound, surprised. Sword in hand, he stared at the creature lurking in the shadows. "This isn't a game anymore," he muttered. "We're living beings now. We won't just stand still and wait to die. If I want to survive in this world, then I have no other choice." He raised his blade and lunged. Just before it was struck down, the monster screamed in a distorted, desperate voice, "No hate. Like humans, humans give meat." With a final thrust, Gilroshan's sword pierced through it. Blood sprayed across the ground. A notification appeared before his eyes, "You have leveled up." A faint light enveloped his hand. He stared at it, his voice low, contemplative. This feeling, this overwhelming sense of satisfaction. But before he could finish, another notification chimed in. "You have gained 1 skill point. Open the skill menu to unlock a new ability." His eyes widened. "With the 2 starting points, I have 3 in total now. You've spent 3 skill points. You've learned Beggar's Fist. You've internalized a brutal fighting style. 1 strength, 1 stamina, sword still in hand." Gilroshan muttered to himself. To unlock the blade arts needed to fight the Monkey King, the first need to hit level 9. And I've just reached level 1. It's going to be a long road. From behind a nearby tree, another goblin, this one tied up, glared at him. Its eyes burned with hatred. Without hesitation, Gilroshan continued dispatching nearby monsters. "You have leveled up. You've spent 4 skill points. You've learned harsh conditioning. Your body adapts better to life or death scenarios. 1 intelligence." Karls and Turvan watched in awe, their expressions lightening with admiration. Karls leaned in, puzzled yet impressed. "Your Highness, it feels like something's changed in you." Turvan followed up, smirking playfully. "So, my disciple has been doing good things behind his master's back, huh?" Gilroshan thought to himself. "These buffs, they're more useful than I imagined. I can feel my body changing." Out loud, he replied casually, "Just eating well. The priesthood took care of me." Turvan raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? Let me try some then." Gilroshan gave an apologetic shrug. "Ah, I ate it all already." Turvan clenched her fists, her face turning red with rage. "You brat. Stuffing your face while your poor old master starves. You ungrateful little pervert. Glutton. Freak." Gilroshan blinked, taken aback, a bit annoyed, but then cracked a smile. "You're only 19." Behind him, Bamilo's voice rang out. "Third Prince, what should we do next?" Gilroshan turned to face him, one hand on his hip. "There are probably still a few goblins lurking around. Let's draw them out, just a small number." But his tone suddenly turned serious. "This strategy won't work for long. I need to kill monsters directly to gain experience. And I need real combat practice too." Karls raised his sword, alarmed. "Your Highness, they're coming." Gilroshan lifted his blade, readying himself. "Good. 3 or 4 should be just right." But more and more creatures poured in. They came running fast and they were armed. Gilroshan's eyes widened. "Okay, that's way more than I expected." He glanced toward Turvan, who was still sulking, arms crossed on a rock. His focus slipped for a moment. Karl shouted urgently, snapping him back to the present. "Your Highness, concentrate. The goblins growled, baring their jagged teeth. Humans, weak kill. One of them leapt forward, sword raised high. Gilroshan barely managed to block the blow. The force rattled through his arms, almost knocking the weapon from his grip. So much power in such a small body, he thought. But thanks to the slave gladiator class, swinging this sword doesn't feel foreign, just like in the game. The weak points will appear, if I wait for the right moment. The monster lunged again. As it sprang upward, Gilroshan swiftly struck, catching it mid-air. The blow landed clean. He crouched low, exhaling with a strange grin. Not as hard as I thought. Alright then, who's next? Suddenly, a sharp jolt of pain struck him. He instinctively pressed his hand against a tree and leaned his head against its trunk. System alert. Experiencing pain triggered, drastically increased physical and mental regeneration for 30 seconds. Carls glanced at him with concern. Your Highness, perhaps we should stop here for today. The priests and I are nearly spent. The priests around them all looked at him, their exhaustion evident in their eyes. He smiled back at them and replied, "Yeah, I suppose that's enough. Let's head back and enjoy a few glasses of cold wine." The group broke into cheers, leaping up with laughter and shouting, "Long live Lord Gilroshan." By dusk, they had returned to their resting area. A campfire crackled and cast warm light over the gathering. Bamil held a wine cup in hand and chuckled. "Did I ever tell you about the time I ran into a giant orc?" As laughter and the scent of burning wood filled the air, a shadow lurked behind a tree nearby, watching them. One of the hidden men whispered to his leader, "Captain, what should we do?" The man peered out toward the source of the laughter. Gilroshan was chuckling as he accused Lear. "You're making that up again." Still concealed in the darkness, the captain furrowed his brows and asked his comrade in confusion, "What's going on here?" He kept watching Gilroshan laugh and joke with the others, then muttered in disbelief, "That's the pig prince. Gilroshan." From the shadows behind a tree, Pellet kept a sharp eye on Gilroshan and the group who had supposedly kidnapped him. One of his special operations team members, crouched nearby, whispered, "Captain, what now? Should we pull out?" Before the man could finish, Pellet cut in, "Wait." His brows furrowed in thought. These past few days they haven't even bothered to cover their tracks. And yesterday's chaos? They didn't use fire spells, they were literally using coal. Coal. He narrowed his eyes. They're drinking. Just drinking. Even Prince Gilroshan, this might be a trap. We were ordered to eliminate the kidnappers, but from what I'm seeing, His Highness doesn't look like a hostage. Carl Cillian and Tobias Sui are also with him. That doesn't feel like a trap. His teammate's voice broke through his train of thought. "Captain, what are you doing?" Pellet scowled and gave the order, "Let's get closer. We need a proper read on the situation before we report." Back at the camp, Carls blinked in confusion. "Huh? Who's that?" A nearby voice replied, "Special Ops." Carl's eyes widened. "Wait, is that Pellet?" The man stepped forward and addressed the prince, "Your Highness, I'm glad to see you're safe." Gilroshan smiled, calm and composed. "Greetings, Sir Burn Pellet." Pellet's expression turned serious. "Lord Cillian. Care to explain? Are you Her Grace Sui and His Highness, not traitors to the crown?" He was incredulous, surely no amount of royal mischief could justify this. His gaze drilled into Carl's. Carls replied, emotionless, "His Highness will explain in due time. But first, Pellet, shouldn't you offer him the proper greeting?" Just then, Turvan stepped forward, arms folded. "I agree. Proper etiquette, Pellet." Gilroshan glanced between the two with a bemused smile. "These two, can I really trust them?" Pellet's face darkened. Then he slowly knelt. As captain and vice-captain of the Special Operations Unit, Burn Pellet pays his respects to the son of the Empire. Gilroshan nodded. "That's enough. Stand, Pellet. Carl's Turvan, leave us. I'll speak with him alone." Once they'd gone, Gilroshan turned to him, cheerful. "It's good to finally meet you, Pellet." His tone shifted. "Over the past few days, the clerics with me have made no effort to hide themselves. They've caused chaos, even abandoned magical protocol. Surely a man like you has noticed." Pellet frowned. "They're clearly undermining the military, but why?" "Because I told them to," Gilroshan said plainly. Pellet's eyes widened. You were waiting for me?" Gilroshan smirked. "First of all, I'm not a hostage." "You're not." Pellet nearly choked. Gilroshan clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Relax. I'll be heading to Arax with the clerics. But to do that I need to meet your commander, Marquis Ron Roy." Seeing Pellet's hesitation, he added, "Don't look at me like that. I'm serious." Pellet bit his lip. This is insane. Has he lost his mind? Still, with glassy eyes, he whispered, "If I disobey orders, are you betraying the Empire, Your Highness?" Gilroshan raised an eyebrow. Pellet. Since when did a prince need to explain himself? Pellet immediately straightened. He does not. Good. Then we'll go see Road tomorrow, Gilroshan declared. Did I say something wrong? He added, seeing Pellet avert his gaze. No, not at all. Pellet replied quickly. Excellent, Gilroshan thought. The chain of command is back where it belongs. He gave Pellet a hearty pat on the shoulder. It's late. We leave tomorrow. But before that, I've got one stop I want to make. Pellet tilted his head. Where to? Oh, nowhere special. Just want to clean up a few monsters that have been bothering the locals, Gilroshan said casually. Then, without warning, he leaned in close, whispering in Pellet's ear, voice low and serious. One more thing. No matter what happens tonight, whether it's dark or chaotic, do not lay a hand on the clerics. He pulled back and continued, You've served under Marquis Royd for years now, haven't you? That means you know about Karl's true heritage. Pellet's face went pale. No, of course not. I wouldn't dare. Gilroshan gently pressed a finger to the man's lips. Then let's keep it that way. Tonight we camp together. He grinned slyly. Sounds fun, doesn't it, Pellet? With a final squeeze of the shoulder, Gilroshan turned and walked off, calling over his shoulder, Go rejoin your men. Tomorrow we march. Pellet stood frozen. That's the rebellious third prince. His world was spinning. Maybe the rumors were wrong. He seems entirely different. The brilliant flames had long since faded, leaving only the quiet smolder of glowing embers. Alone beneath the shadowy canopy of the forest, Gilroshan stood in silence. His thoughts wandered. The swordplay of Marquis Rote, it left my shoulder paralyzed. Trafalgar swordsmanship. Skill acquired. B rank comprehensive style. Trafalgar swordsmanship. An ancient martial tradition passed down through generations of knights from the former kingdom of Luxon. Based on the principles of flowing water technique, it emphasizes fluid defense and precise counterattacks. Every movement is smooth as a stream, using the enemy's openings to chain the next strike. Notably, the style can be adapted to any weapon, unrestricted by the wielder's equipment. A swordsmanship that works with any weapon, Gilroshan mused. For a swordsman, the blade is often called a lover, but for the Marquis, it's something more. His sword has its own will, its own soul. It's the symbol of House Royd. He's never once parted from that greatsword of his. Suddenly the system chimed in. System notification. 4 skills used. Integration complete. New technique acquired. C rank comprehensive style. Nomadic crushing swordsmanship. A brutal, hate-filled sword style born of the western nomadic tribes. Based on the destructive principles of crushing blade techniques. The style harbors a deeper secret, still veiled. Basic sword techniques now executable. Gilroshan gave a few test swings, eyes lighting up. This is incredible. He grinned to himself. The Trafalgar style is rank B, while this nomadic technique is just C. Judging by rank alone, it seems far inferior. But it's not that simple. Crushing swordplay overwhelms with force-heavy, relentless blows designed to shatter the enemy's guard. But where Trafalgar flows and exploits openings with finesse, this style smashes them open with raw power. In the Shinverse there were 3 fundamental sword types: crushing swords, brute force and endurance; swift swords, speed and rapid strikes; flexible swords, fluidity and precision. Each counters another, like rock, paper, scissors. Swift swords tend to outpace flexible styles. Under this dynamic, a lower ranked technique might outperform a higher one if it's the right matchup. Skill reminder, C rank comprehensive style, nomadic crushing swordsmanship. A sword art steeped in ancient grudge, developed by the Western nomads. Built around the extremes of destructive blade theory. Rumored to conceal an unknown power. Gilroshan nodded, eyes gleaming. That's what makes this exciting. He remembered the history. The kingdom of Luxon, a former vassal state to the west, had once enslaved the nomadic tribes under its rule, seeking total dominance. In rebellion, the nomads nearly brought the kingdom to ruin. They were eventually crushed, but their swordsmanship survived. A style born for a single purpose, to break the enemy's blade. A sword art crafted to counter Trafalgar itself. Just as he pieced it all together, a familiar voice called out behind him. Your Highness. Everyone's assembled. We're ready to move. It was Karl's. Gilroshan turned, nodding. Coming. As he walked toward the group, one thought lingered for now. This is only a C-rank skill, but its true potential hasn't even begun to show. On one side stood Pellet and his special forces team. On the other, Bamilo and his gang, eyeing them like wolves sizing up rivals. The air between them was tight as a drawn bowstring, no one needed to say it. These two didn't get along. Gilroshan looked back and forth between the groups, offering last-minute instructions. So remember, no flashy finishing strikes. What matters is sustained pressure. Wounds upon wounds. Everyone got that. Bamilo gave an immediate nod. Understood, Your Highness. Though did you just say 10 minutes ago you were leaving this raid to Urgel? Pellet, arms crossed and all business, added solemnly. Acknowledged, sire. Gilroshan sighed inwardly. These people, do they even know what I'm asking? Then his gaze flicked toward Urgel. A sudden realization hit. Wait, did I miscalculate? I really had planned to hand this one off to Urgel. Urgel, meanwhile, hadn't taken his eyes off him. Then, stepping forward, he spoke calmly. Gilroshan. You're coming with me. Otherwise, I doubt they'll listen. Gilroshan arched an eyebrow. You sense it too, huh? He turned to Karl's. Karl's. Hit me. Make it loud, get everyone's attention. Karl's froze. Your Highness, I can't possibly. Gilroshan waved him off. It's fine. I need to level up my endurance anyway. Still, Sire. Karl's hesitated. I said it's fine. Just he didn't get to finish. Karl's fist met his face with a crack, knocking his head to the side. What the hell? Gilroshan thought bitterly. I was still talking, you sneak. One side of his face now ballooning with a red welt. Gilroshan straightened up and declared, from this moment forward, I, Gilroshan Elo Devalt, will lead this operation myself. Avenger Priests. Special Forces. Listen closely. His voice rang like steel. Once we're inside, every single move must follow my orders. No exceptions. And let's be clear, none of us can guarantee we'll come out alive. Gromhart, the king of Lochman Mountains, is no ordinary foe. Whether you're of the Church of Vengeance or an Imperial agent, disobey me, and you'll die. Pellet, eyes narrowed, silently thought. He says it like it's the simplest thing in the world. Then Gilroshan clapped his hands together. That's it. That's all you need to know. He took a step forward and gave the command, let's move. As one. The entire group turned and faced the yawning mouth of the cave. Deep within the cavern, Grohart lay sprawled atop a mountain of human bones, likely the remains of those unfortunate enough to face it and fail. Suddenly, the eye on its forehead snapped open. The beast rose with a rumble that shook the earth itself. Grohart gazed hungrily at the human standing before it. Herk, no wonder I smelled something delicious. A whole buffet of fresh meat delivered right to me. Burnt Pellet stood frozen, staring up at the massive creature lounging on its macabre throne. Human bones, just how many lives has this monster devoured? Sweat traced down his temple. His jaw clenched in rage. So that's it. It was eating the villagers, sacrificed and devoured. And we knew nothing until it was too late. Worse, now we have to rely on rebels to deal with it. Absurd. With both hands he gripped his sword tight. His eyes burned with resolve. His voice rang out, cold but unwavering. Everyone, listen up. It wasn't just an order, it was a declaration of war. This monster's existence and our ignorance of it are both our failure. From this moment on, even if we die, we do so avenging the fallen citizens of the Empire. Is that clear? A wave of blue light surged behind them like a pulse of magic. Their eyes held no hesitation, now only belief, and the inevitability of war. The special forces roared in unison, understood. Advance. Their battle cry echoed through the cave, thunderous and fierce. Boots struck the ground like war drums, each step a pledge to bring Grohart down. Bamilo Dimark Bamilo stood nearby, squinting slightly. Tech. These nights still, it doesn't matter. We will have our revenge. Lord Aeolum demands vengeance, and so do we. Without another word they charged. Grohart roared and swung its massive axe toward the advancing forces. The giant surged forward from the mist, a force of nature, weapon raised high. Each step pounded the ground like thunder, shaking the air with its fury. A streak of light zipped across Grohart's third eye. A piercing flash of blue struck the beast, but it didn't flinch. Burnt Pellet frowned, narrowing his eyes. Just as His Highness said, targeting the eye does nothing. He spun on his heel, blade slicing with precision. His face stern, he barked, everyone, change focus. Strip the armor off its hide, cut it down. Understood. The special forces moved as one. Grohart swung wildly, its massive limbs forcing them to dodge and reposition, but they kept the pressure. Together with the rebel fighters, former enemies of Gilroshan, they encircled the beast, striking again and again from all sides, denying it a moment's rest. On the outskirts, Karls, Turvan, and Gilroshan observed silently. Karls grinned. Just as expected. Every one of them's a master swordsman. Turvan chimed in, impressed. Their swordplay's one thing, but that agility, it's on par with the high monks. Gilroshan's eyes never left the battlefield. These special operatives, they fight like knights, but they're trained for infiltration and assassination. Grohart's still in its early phase. If you have the right DC units, manageable. And this team, it's practically optimized for it. But once phase 2 hits, things change. It always does. Then a thought cut through his focus. Where's Irgil? They didn't even give him a chance to analyze the battle. That's what I hate about instinctive fighters. Always rushing in. All three raised their weapons. One of the men turned to Turvan. You ready? She gave a smirk and replied, born ready. At that moment, Grohart, overwhelmed, cornered, collapsed onto its throne of bones, trembling with fury. Then its blood-red eyes flared open wide. Filthy insects, it roared, voice seething with rage. Gilroshan caught the shift immediately. Everyone fall back, he shouted, loud and clear. Grohart surged to its feet, snarling. With a violent swing, it hoisted its colossal axe high into the air, forcing everyone to retreat in a burst of instinct. Then boom! The axe slammed into the ground, shaking the cave like an earthquake. Dust and smoke exploded outward. Turvan stepped forward, raising her staff. Your Highness, the spell is ready. A blaze of fire burst from her staff, streaking toward Grohart. It hit, engulfing the beast in flames. But the effect was nothing. Grohart opened its jaws and bellowed a guttural roar that extinguished the fire in an instant. Turvan froze, her breath catching. The creature was advancing. Her body wouldn't move. No, imparalyzed. But just before the beast could strike her down, a flurry of blades from behind it forced its attention elsewhere. The Special Ops unit, impossibly fast, launched a coordinated strike. Their swords flashed like lightning in the dark, drawing lines of light across Grohart's skin. Gra-ah! The monster roared in frustration. Gilroshan kept his eyes on the battle, analyzing each movement with precision. They're holding well, but in phase 2, Grohart gains high physical resistance and an absurd natural healing rate, which means melee attacks won't work anymore. They're fighting in vain. His mind flashed back to before the battle. Bamilo, troubled, had asked, "Wait, swords won't work? That doesn't make any sense. What about enchanted blades?" Gilroshan, calm but stern, imbuing swords with magic boosts their damage. Yes, but it's not enough. The region outpaces it, don't bother. Someone else had chimed in, then how do we beat that thing? Gilroshan had turned to Turvan, placing a hand on her shoulder. Magic. Pure magic is far more effective. It bypasses its regeneration entirely. We've brought in Turbayen Sui, 7th tier mage and queen of Turbayen. She'll use flame magic. But that means Grohart will target her. So while she casts, we distract him. No swords. Just keep it busy. He had shrugged at the stunned silence that followed. Honestly, it's easier this way. Right? Back in the cavern. Another flame spell soared toward Grohart, fiery magic cutting through the haze. And then a figure moved from the shadows, masked. Sword in hand. Eyes sharp with mischief. He watched. Smiled. Then charged. Hey. He swept his blade in a wide arc, voice ringing out, sorry, knights, but this is a revolution. The Special Ops team froze. 3 of them turned to look at the masked intruder now kneeling on the stone. One stared in disbelief. Another clenched their weapon tighter. The third simply laughed. Turvan raised her staff high, light pulsing at its tip. Somewhere, a voice shouted in panic, everyone, fall back. But no one listened. The team surged forward, still charging Grohart head-on. Turvan turned to Gilroshan, worry in her eyes. Your Highness, should I cast the spell now? If I do, they'll be caught in it. Gilroshan stood frozen for a moment, eyes darting between chaos and strategy. What the hell is happening? Everything had been going smoothly until now. Suddenly, the entire formation was collapsing. Why are they acting on their own? Where did this breakdown come from? His chest tightened. If we can't deal proper damage now, we won't survive phase 3. This is bad. Really bad. he shouted, voice sharp with urgency. Pellet. Priest. What's going on down there? Stop this madness, this isn't like before. If we don't get it under control now, we're finished. Dimark, Bamilo and Pellet joined in, yelling, get back. Stop. You all know we can't beat it like this. We're not its match, pull back now. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Don't provoke it, stand down. But it was too late. Grohart's axe swung wide, connecting with one of the attackers. The sound was sickening. Its red eyes flickered, scanning. Suddenly, the masked fighter from earlier leapt forward again, aiming to strike from behind. I knew it, he muttered, eyes gleaming. That sword, this is the blade of revolution. But Grohart spun with terrifying speed, caught him mid-air and hurled him with brute force into the cavern wall. The boy's body hit with a crash. A flash of white light sliced through the air. Then, silence. A lesson carved in stone. A cardinal rule in battle: never, ever, let your guard down. Defeating a boss with the perfect team setup might seem easy in theory. But experienced players know. Until the final blow lands, nothing is guaranteed. Gilroshan watched in horror, heart pounding. They're not gamers. They don't know this. They think the hardest part is over. But it's not. It's only just begun. His face turned pale. I let my guard down too. If Grohart reaches phase 3, not just them, I'll die too. If this keeps going, I'll really die here. Gilroshan's thoughts were clouded, spiraling. There has to be a way, think. Damn it. Think. Suddenly, Carls placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about us, he said, voice calm but firm. Your sword and shield are right here with you. He smiled gently. The Special Ops Knights and the Vengeant Priests were the Empire's elite. Revolutionaries too. We've all come through worse than this. Gilroshan's eyes lost some of their panic. Carl's voice grounded him. It's good to see you back to yourself, Your Highness, Carls added. But you're trying to carry too much alone. If it gets too heavy, he gave a warm smile. You can share the burden with me. But Gilroshan frowned, his mood darkening again. He glanced sideways at Carls. Don't say things like that. It sounds like a death flag. Elsewhere, a fallen Special Ops soldier stirred. He'd been slammed hard by Grohart. Blood on his armor. A voice called his name. He looked up. You still with us? Standing before him was Pellet, reaching down to help. Captain, why yes sir. He tried to grip his sword. Burn steadied his hand. If you can't fight, rest. Understood. Burn's eyes swept across the battlefield, grim, smoke-filled, chaos spreading. He scowled. This can't go on. He thought back to Gilroshan's plan. 2 objectives: 1. Draw Grohart's attention away from Sui. 2. Hold him in place so magic could land cleanly. They had succeeded once. But now too many were injured. Holding the monster was becoming impossible. Grohart roared again, rampaging, unrelenting. The others were beginning to falter. Burn gripped his sword tighter. We'll carry what remains. Even if it's just for vengeance. Grohart lunged toward a comrade. Burn moved like a flash, slicing in from the side. He landed beneath the beast's feet, eyes blazing with fury. Across the field, Tervan was preparing her spell. Burn yelled, now. Do it. A searing bolt of magic slammed into Grohart, forcing a guttural scream from its throat. Burn felt a small swell of relief until he saw the monster's eyes turn toward him. Too late. Grohart charged, axe raised high, howling with rage. Burn's breath caught. It saw me. Shit, the world slowed. He couldn't dodge. Couldn't block it in time. He raised his sword barely as the blow crashed into him, sending him flying. He hit the stone, crumpling. Pain blotted out everything. His vision blurred. Grohart loomed over him, weapon rising again. Burn looked up. For a second there was peace in his expression. Captain, it's been an honor serving under you. But before the axe could fall, a cloaked figure dashed in, intercepting the blow with a crash of light. Bamilo. Burn blinked, stunned. Vengeant Priest. Bamilo didn't look back. Savior, thanks. Focus. He turned toward Burn, eyes cold and sharp. Don't just lie there, you don't feel it? That thing's staring right at you. Burn hesitated. It is? Bamilo nodded. Then quietly added, we fight. For the ones who've already fallen. Burn gritted his teeth. Understood. Grohart howled, its fury boiling over into madness. Then its eyes widened. A pillar of flame burst forth in front of it, searing the very air. The beast had no time to react. The firestorm swallowed everything. It looked up and for the first time, didn't move. Scene shift. Gilroshan broke into a wide, exhilarated grin. Yes, it's back. He turned toward Turvan, giving her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Didn't expect Pellet and Bamilo to pull that off. Turvan cast a glance over her shoulder, smiling with pride. Watch closely, you. This is real magic. She turned back toward the battlefield, and in a breath, the flames surged again. Grohart roared in agony as fire engulfed it. Gilroshan's eyes narrowed, expression sharpening. Somehow we made it. Stage 3. He clenched his fist, watching the monster burn. Good. They've learned their lesson. After their earlier mistake, the fighters were clearly more cautious now. From knights to priests, everyone was playing their role efficient, focused, alert. Grohart's struggling ceased. Its eyes shut. Gilroshan muttered, recalling the stage mechanics in Phase 3, no more physical resistance, no more healing. The lower its health, the more brutal its attack power. In simple terms, Grohart had dropped all defense. It would now commit everything to destruction. Suddenly Grohart's eyes snapped open. It glared down at the fighters below and began to search. It's looking for the weakest. Gilroshan's heart skipped a beat. Shit. That's me. His hand gripped his sword tight, a thin layer of sweat on his brow. Then a system message flashed. Warning, boss monster Grohart has targeted the host. Gilroshan did not flinch. He took a deep breath, then raised his voice loud and clear. This is it. Everyone prepare yourselves. Grohart snarled, exhaling heat. Its lips curled into a twisted smile. How dare you, filthy meat, provoke me? It gripped its axe and stared at Gilroshan like prey. I'll devour you. One by one. Suddenly a massive chunk of the cavern ceiling collapsed. Gilroshan's eyes widened. What? No. That's impossible. What just happened? Carls turned sharply toward him. Your Highness. Gilroshan's mind reeled. Who? From above, a black-clad figure descended. Cloaked and masked, they landed atop the fallen Grohart. Ergel. Standing tall upon the stone, arms crossed, radiating pride. Elsewhere, two fighters were catching their breath. We actually did it. Yeah, we really beat that thing. They looked over at Grohart's unmoving body, grinning in disbelief. Bamil turned to Burn Pellet, nodding. Well done. Burn exhaled, sheathing his blade. Thank you. Gilroshan, meanwhile, was staring at the figure on the boulder, confused. No, that can't be. There's no way. In Shinbios, the Forsaken World, there was no stalactite ceiling in this area. It doesn't exist. He studied the cloaked man with suspicion. Who the hell is he? Gilroshan called out. Who are you? The man turned slowly. Him. Gilroshan narrowed his eyes. I asked, who are you? The figure let out a soft chuckle. Guess there's no avoiding it now, huh? He grinned. If you're a player, then I don't need to explain it, do I? He stepped down from the rock, voice calm but mocking. You're a player, right? Or should I spell it out for you? Gilroshan straightened his back, lifting his chin defiantly. I don't even know who you are. So why should I tell you anything? He watched the man walk away, not sparing a glance back. Well, at least something about Ergel makes sense now, he scoffed, under his breath. Petty bastard. The vault of Grohart. The party stood before a massive set of steel doors, groaning slowly open. This was Grohart's treasure vault. Gilroshan, standing beside Pellet and Bamilo, peered into the dark interior. His expression unreadable. Pellet squinted into the gloom, then muttered in surprise, there's nothing here. They moved deeper inside. Barrels lined the walls, ancient, dust-covered casks that had clearly aged for years. Gilroshan turned to him, voice quiet but pointed nothing. Are you sure, Sir Pellet? You don't see it? Pellet blinked, confused by the question. They say he's obsessed with women and wine, so it's the wine, huh? He coughed awkwardly. Your Highness, do you mean the wine? Gilroshan didn't respond. Instead, he raised his voice suddenly. Grohart is dead. Everyone come out. From behind the barrels, figures slowly emerged. Dozens, maybe more, of people had been hiding. Their arms bound with thick ropes. One man stepped forward, pointing in astonishment. That man, him. I know him. His eyes lit up as if he'd seen salvation. He's the one I told you about. It's him. The god of vengeance. Ulam, he's come to save us. But Bamio stepped forward, voice firm, I'm not Ulam. I am but a loyal servant of the Grand Church of Ulam. I came here to rescue you in his name. Pellet moved beside him, holding up his badge. We're with the Royal Special Operations Unit. We came to bring you all home." For a moment, silence. Then a strange shift fell over the room. Smiles faded. Expressions darkened. One man, shaking, still bound, spoke slowly, voice raw, the Special Ops. He looked up, eyes wet. "I told my son not to worry. I said the Empire would come for us. But now you show up." His bound hands trembled. My boy." He began to mutter the words over and over. Then he screamed, pointing toward the side of the cavern. "He's gone. He's in the belly of that monster. What good are you now?" His shoulders trembled, struggling to hold himself together. "Do you know what it's like to be a parent, forced to watch as your child is dragged away by a monster, and you can do nothing?" Bamil stood frozen, stunned, silent. The man's voice cracked as tears streamed freely. "Now it's just me. And what the hell do I say to my son in the afterlife?" He turned away, voice breaking. "Leave. We don't want your help. Not anymore." More voices joined in. "Yeah, Special Ops, my ass. Get out. I'd rather die than owe my life to you." One of the soldiers stepped forward, hesitating. "Captain, perhaps we should fall back for now." He noticed Bamil was shaking. "Captain, are you all right?" Bamil could only tremble in place. He whispered, voice cracked, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Gilroshan stepped forward. Face still, voice steady. He looked each of them in the eye. He'd expected this. He spoke calmly. "The monsters of the Loman Mountains only recently began attacking en masse. Even then, they almost never abduct an entire village." He paused. Even for a special ops team, tracking something like that wasn't easy. His voice remained low, unshaken, but there was no arrogance in it. Just truth. "We encountered a vengeance cult along the way. Joined forces with them to take Grohart down. We didn't know you were here until now." He looked at them, then added, "I'll speak to the commander of the Special Ops. We'll wipe out the remaining monsters in these mountains. And we'll account for every last loss." Then, without warning, Gilroshan bowed deeply. "Words cannot console the dead, but on behalf of the Empire, I offer my sincerest apologies to all who suffered." The silence in the vault thickened. Bamilin stared at him, disbelief flickering across his face. Even the captive seemed momentarily stunned. None had expected such a humble act from someone they had assumed to be nobility, distant and cold. The man who had screamed before stepped forward again, voice softer now. "Who are you?" At that, the other members of the Special Ops unit also lowered their heads, offering their own apologies and condolences to the grieving. Gilroshan finally spoke again, straightening his back. "Gilathan Elo de Balt, third prince of the Empire." A stunned murmur rippled through the crowd. "The prince? Wait, him? I heard the third prince was a drunkard, a disgrace to the crown, but he's bowing to us. The royal family is bowing to commoners." Confusion, disbelief, and a hesitant flicker of hope began to bloom among them. If the prince himself came, maybe the Empire hasn't abandoned us. Yeah, maybe it's not the Empire we should hate. It's those monsters. Another man stepped forward, placing a firm but gentle hand on the grieving father's shoulder. "I lost my wife in this nightmare. Years ago our child died in the famine. I've lost everything. But even if I followed them into death, what good would it do?" He looked into the man's broken eyes. "We carry their stories now. Until the day we meet them again. So live and remember." The room was quiet again. They all began to understand killing Grohart had never been about gold. The creature had no interest in treasure. It was drawn to humans themselves. Hunting Grohart had merely been the start. A soft chime echoed in the minds of those attuned. Strength elixir acquired temporarily increases physical power. Side effects may apply. Gilroshan lowered his gaze. "So that's it. The true prize isn't treasure. It's this vial hidden in the eye of a monster. The rest? Just side objectives." A bitter taste crept into his throat. "What kind of world is this? And what have I become?" As he stood lost in thought, the grieving father stepped closer. He hesitated, then said gently, "Your Highness, please, raise your head." Gilroshan opened his eyes. The man continued, trembling, "You're not like the nobles I imagined. You seem human. Like me." Gilroshan blinked in quiet surprise. The man tried to smile, though it came out broken. "I have a request. Just one." He drew in a breath that shook his whole frame. "My son's name was Holt. Just a common boy. But his name. Tears streamed down his face. He clasped his hands together as if in prayer. Please, your highness, I beg you, remember him. Gilroshan reached out and took the man's calloused hands in his own. I will not forget. I promise. At the outpost, two men stood speaking in a corner of the camp. Let me get this straight, you abandoned a squad of elite rebels in the forest. Because you believe the third prince has changed. Lieutenant Pellet? Pellet bowed his head. Yes, Commander. The blonde officer scowled, disbelief in his voice. Burn, this isn't like you. This was your first time meeting him, wasn't it? Pellet hesitated. Then finally, he said he's nothing like the rumors. Among the survivors, some even said he should be the next emperor. The officer cut him off sharply. Enough. I've had my fill of this nonsense. He turned to leave, but not before issuing one last order: focus on organizing the refugees Bamillion. I'll see this prince with my own eyes. Elsewhere, in the prince's tent, Gilroshan's voice echoed calmly. That's why you stayed hidden. The task I gave you was to protect me. That is your duty, as royal guardian. Karl stood stiffly. He fumbled for words. But your highness, I failed. I couldn't do anything. Gilroshan interrupted him gently. Then make me some tea. Karl's froze. The words struck like thunder in silence. You've taken on too much already, Karls. The loyal man bowed his head, overwhelmed. I'm sorry. At that moment, the blond man stepped into the tent. With a courteous bow, he addressed Gilroshan. Thank you for waiting, your highness. Gilroshan returned the greeting. Though a subtle hint of sarcasm laced his tone truthfully. You said it would be quick. Yet we've been waiting quite a while. The man walked to the opposite side of the table where Gilroshan sat. The lieutenant had much to say. As he settled into position, he caught the strange expression on Karl's face. Is something wrong, Karls? Karl straightened, replying stiffly. No, sir. Nothing at all. The man gave a faint smile in return, apparently satisfied. Good. Then, without delay, he turned back toward Gilroshan and sat down with a stern expression. So, you intend to go to Arax? Gilroshan glanced at his two companions, then replied calmly. I understand what troubles the Marquis. But I will change, and to do that, I must go to Arax. The blond man's eyes narrowed slightly. And if I refuse to allow it? Gilroshan leaned forward, voice quiet but firm. Then I suppose I'll have no choice but to defeat you. There was a flicker of disbelief on the man's face. He rubbed his forehead as if dealing with a stubborn child. Your highness, that joke has gone far enough. His tone darkened. Forgive my bluntness, but I am a swordmaster. Perhaps you do not understand, but within the empire only 3 have reached the rank of 9-star. I am one of them. His gaze hardened. And you intend to defeat me? Despite the weight of those words, Gilroshan remained unshaken. The Marquis' tone became cold and formal. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to go to Arax. In fact, I've already arranged for your return to the capital and the purge of the rebel forces hiding in the forest. Gilroshan's hand slammed the table as he stood up sharply. Gilothan of House Balt challenges Elon, head of House Loit, to a noble duel. The tent went still. Fight me, Marquis. He narrowed his eyes, voice cutting like steel. What's wrong? Afraid your numb shoulder will cost you the match? Or are you just afraid? The Marquis' expression twisted with anger. I don't know how you learned about that, your highness, but if your goal was to provoke me, consider it done. He rose from his seat, standing tall across from Gilroshan. Elon, head of House Loit, accepts the challenge. Elrond neither bowed nor flinched. Chin raised high, his gaze sharp and unwavering, he stared straight into Gilroshan's eyes. Your highness, he said, voice like steel. What are the terms of this duel? It wasn't a question. It was a statement, bold, unshaken, certain of victory. Gilroshan saw right through him. That voice, it was the voice of a man convinced he couldn't lose. Just as planned, Gilroshan called out Karls. Bear witness to the rules. Karl stepped forward immediately. Yes, your highness. Now standing between the two men, he looked visibly uneasy as their eyes locked like two drawn swords. He began to read aloud. First, swordsmanship only. No use of mana. Second, no armor may be worn. Third, the first to lose grip of their weapon, loses. Do you object, Marquis Roit? I do not, Elrond answered firmly. A sudden event has occurred. Noble duel initiated. Defeat your opponent, Elrond Roit, and claim victory. Around them, murmurs burst into life. The third prince is challenging the commander. He's a swordmaster. The prince has lost his mind. Looks like he's finally gone mad. Some laughed mockingly. That's what happens when you grow up pampered. No sense of reality. They didn't notice that one man behind them, Pellet, was clenching his fists, face tightening with discomfort. Back at the battlefield, tension hung thick in the air. Elrond remained composed, his spirit relaxed and measured. Still, I must say, I'm surprised, Your Highness, he said coolly. You prepared for this duel and your terms aren't even biased in your favor. My adjutant, Burn Pellet, claims that you've changed. I can't say I understand why he believes that, but I don't buy it. People don't change so easily. His voice grew harder, laced with irony. You must have heard the whispers. What you do defines how people see you. You may want to cast off the label of the Rotten Prince, but who's to say they'll ever see you as anything else? Elrond's eyes narrowed. Tell me something, how did you know about my right shoulder in my past? Gilroshen didn't answer immediately. He gave a slow, exaggerated motion, twisting his finger in his ear in mock boredom. Marquis, are you always this talkative? Elrond frowned. I beg your pardon. Gilroshen grinned, eyes brimming with disdain. I asked if you climbed to your rank wielding a sword or just your mouth. I didn't come here to cross blades with some braggart. I came here to defeat you, go to Arax, grow stronger, and build my own power. Isn't that better for you too? His voice sharpened. Better than dragging Carls from banquet to banquet like some spoiled relic of the past, no? Elrond's jaw clenched. His entire body radiated fury, rage just barely contained. He looked ready to strike then and there. Gilroshen took a breath. I know I've changed, that's one thing. But changing how the world sees the Rotten Prince, that's something else. But what if I overwhelm them? What if the change is so sudden, so undeniable? They won't have time to doubt. Let them think I was faking the fool. Let them believe what they want. They'll still have to kneel. Without hesitation, Gilroshen pulled out the strength elixir. A brief glow passed over his skin, his body strengthened, his confidence surged. He pointed straight at Elrond, expression radiant and burning with challenge. Enough talk. Come at me, Marquis. You speak so much I'm beginning to doubt you're even a real swordmaster. Show me your strength. Elrond raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Title. I never thought I'd hear that word from your mouth. But inside, his heart boiled with fury. He ruined my son's future. Carl's dragged into disgraceful antics, humiliated by a fool of a prince, and now this same prince dares speak of merit and honor? Dares bring my son into enemy territory, and calls it growth. His blade hand twitched. This child dares lecture me. Elrond's eyes betrayed what his expression did not. Ice cold and unreadable, yet laced with a silent, rising bloodlust. His fingers clenched tightly around the hilt of his blade. His whole frame coiled like a spring, ready to strike at the slightest twitch. That silence, tense and absolute, was more terrifying than any battle cry. With both hands gripping the sword, he raised the point toward his opponent. If you are unworthy of being Carl's master, he said coldly, then don't dream of reaching Arax. You won't even leave this field in one piece. Even as he uttered those words, his stance shifted with sharp precision. Every movement clean. Every step deliberate. It was unmistakable this man truly was a swordmaster. Gilroshen swallowed hard. Just the basics, and yet Elrond's form was impeccable. He could feel the pressure, the weight of Elrond's presence. Maybe I pushed him too far with those provocations. No, focus. Stay sharp. This is a duel. Just win the duel. But a moment of hesitation was all Elrond needed. With no warning, the Marquis struck. A downward slash, swift and decisive. Gilroshen barely brought his sword up in time. Rrr. So close. Inches away from being cut down. Sweat trickled down his temple. His eyes widened. That movement, he looked slow. But I couldn't see a single opening. I can't counterattack. Another blow came. Then another. Then another. Each slash sharper, stronger, more merciless than the last. The sword carved arcs of white through the air, the force of each strike screaming like tearing silk. Their blades collided with thunderous crashes, sending ripples through the very air around them. They traded blows relentlessly. One attacking, the other blocking, dodging, enduring. Their movements grew so fast, spectators could only see Aftermage's ghostly blurs darting in the moonlight. With every clash, energy exploded outward like shockwaves, howling across the battlefield. As expected of the commander, someone yelled. Even his basic forms are enough to suppress his highness. Still. Another voice rose. The prince is doing better than I thought. He's holding his own. Elrond sneered, lips curling into a mocking smile. So you do have some skill. But is that truly all, Your Highness? You talk so boldly. For someone this limited. Gilroshan had already spotted the Marquis' weak point. He knew it, but he couldn't get close enough to land a hit. He's too strong. I can't break through. Before he could act, Elrond unleashed another storm of attacks, relentless, punishing, precise. His sword never stopped moving. Every opening was sealed before Gilroshan could take advantage. Damn it. At this pace, I won't be able to activate nomadic swordplay. And there was something else, something hidden behind Elrond's technique. A secret not yet revealed. Gilroshan's stance faltered slightly. He hesitated. What do I do? Elrond's eyes flashed. What's the matter, Your Highness? Have you forgotten who stands before you? Do you not know what I am? The Marquis unleashed his full arsenal, diagonal strikes, feints, reversals, drawing from the deepest wells of a seasoned swordmaster's craft. Their blades clashed again and again, metal screeching, sparks erupting in bursts. A single strike sliced the air, glowing with fierce green light as it cut through the dark. Neither backed down. Their eyes locked. Their wills collided. And in that moment, Elrond, furious that Gilroshan seemed to underestimate him, made his move. He twisted his body with brutal force and lashed out with a sudden, devastating kick. The blow hit squarely. Gilroshan's sword flew from his grasp, spinning through the air like a falling star. A fierce gust followed the impact like a vortex unleashed from the force of that one strike. It wasn't just a kick, it was domination made manifest. Gilroshan cried out, tumbling through the air like a leaf caught in a violent storm. The impact cracked the ground beneath him, scattering shards of stone and dust into the air. He crashed down hard, one knee hitting the floor, a hand bracing him as he slid backward, leaving a deep, jagged groove along the stone surface. Even though he had been thrown back, his eyes still burned with defiance. Unshaken, unyielding, refusing to submit to the overwhelming force that had just slammed into him. His face twisted in pain. Cold sweat streamed down his brow. His eyes, bloodshot and blazing, flashed with a mix of hatred and unrelenting resolve. His body felt like it could collapse at any moment, but his lips were pressed into a tight line. I have to get up. I must get up. The words echoed inside him, not a thought, but a vow. A final spark flickering within his spirit, keeping it alive in this brush with death. Before him, Elrond loomed like a wall of steel, unmoving, unwavering. The tip of his blade lowered ominously, gleaming cold in the moonlight. No. I can't let this be the end. Elrond's face darkened. Veins bulged across his forehead, pulsing with fury barely held in check. Suddenly Carls rushed in. Your Highness. Are you all right? Gilroshan was stunned. What? Why? This was the perfect chance for him to finish me. Carls knelt beside him, concern written all over his face. Your Highness, are you hurt? Gilroshan blinked in confusion, struggling to process what had just happened. Carls, why did the Marquis walk away? Did I lose? Carls shook his head. No, Your Highness. You only lose when you let go of your sword. Gilroshan's brow furrowed. Then, why did he stop? Carls exhaled deeply, answering with quiet certainty, a knight of honor will never strike a fallen opponent. Besides, the crowd is drawing closer. He likely returned to the center to avoid risking anyone else. In the distance, Elrond's silhouette grew smaller. Carls turned to him, more serious now. But more importantly, do you still want to continue? Gilroshan's voice was steady. I will win. Carls froze, eyes widening, then dimming. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Still, he steadied Gilroshan with both hands and gave a small nod. Then I understand. If that's what you believe, then I'll believe in you. He smiled faintly, and added under his breath, just don't lose, Your Highness. His hands trembled as he helped Gilroshan to his feet. One last thing before you go. Trafalgar swordplay is incredibly fast. Yes, but it relies on strike-for-strike rhythm. It's not faster than your swordplay. But if you let him dictate the pace, he will overwhelm you. He locked eyes with the prince. Break the combo before it starts. In battle, focus only on your opponent. The Marquis is your entire world in that moment. And more than anything, don't let yourself get hurt. His voice rang in Gilroshan's mind, even as he stepped back. I believe in you. Just one thing this is. Gilroshan placed a steady hand on Carl's shoulder. A simple, silent thank you. I will win. Gilroshan's thoughts swirled. Carls was right. If I want to win, I need to break his combo before it begins. The openings weren't just random, they appeared in the timing, in the placement of each strike. To someone from this world, it might seem like cheating. But Gilroshan had let his fear paralyze him. The gap between game and reality had left him shaken. And now the people watched in growing unease. From children to the elderly, a shared tension bound them. Then, a small voice pierced the silence. Prince, don't give up. You can do it. Gilroshan looked up in surprise. The crowd joined in. Their voices swelling. Show them your strength, your highness. You've got this, Prince. Don't lose, your highness. Once more, Gilroshan and Elrond faced each other. Ready, steady. Gilroshan scratched the back of his head awkwardly, muttering under his breath, Okay, this is kinda embarrassing. He gripped his sword, eyes narrowing in focus. I might not understand this world completely, but I know it better than anyone else. Elrond spoke, calm and composed. Are you ready? Gilroshan smiled, not with arrogance but quiet confidence. I was ready from the beginning. I was just nervous, that's all. Even as unease lingered in his chest, something solid was building beneath it. And I forgot the simplest rule of all: if you've got a plan, then follow through. After seeing the confidence in Gilroshan's stance, Elrond stood in silence for a moment. Then, in a low, thoughtful voice, he spoke from a certain point of view. You're doing remarkably well, your highness. You still have enough strength left to remain calm, I see. Gilroshan replied with a cocky grin. Well, I look calm from where you're standing, sure. I get it, Marquis. But inside, he knew. He'd uncovered the secret. The opening sequence of the Swiftblade style, a technique known in his world as Dutak, was a natural counter to the Trafalgar swordplay Elrond used. That one truth changed everything. The Swiftblade technique had the potential to evolve, but only under one condition. The user had to strike at the opponent's weak points 3 times in a row. In game terms, it was called stacking 3 stacks to evolve the move. Everything Gilroshan had done until now, it was all preparation. Not retreat, not defense. A setup for his real assault. Even knowing this, squaring off against Elrond was like challenging a titan while you were barely more than a child. The gap between them wasn't just size or experience, it was sheer presence. And yet, Gilroshan steadied himself. He could sense it. Elrond's next attacks would be stronger, more decisive than before. The real battle began now. My turn now, Marquis, Gilroshan declared, eyes locked forward. Elrond's stance shifted subtly. Those crimson eyes, royal eyes of the Vault bloodline, glinted under the fading light. I've seen the third prince of Vault before, Elrond thought. But I've never seen that look in his eyes. With a measured breath, he answered, then come at me. Gilroshan didn't hesitate. He surged forward, his blade slicing the air as he moved, light, fast, almost dancing. Like wind itself, he flowed toward Elrond with purpose and grace. But the Marquis didn't flinch. Still as a statue, he stood there watching. Gilroshan struck direct, precise. But Elrond blocked him effortlessly, the parry clean and overwhelming. The force of the counter sent Gilroshan sliding off to the side. Better than before, Elrond offered, with a hint of approval. But Gilroshan wasn't done. Without missing a beat, he spun around to attack from behind. Still, hitting Elrond was anything but easy. The man was a master, forged by countless battles. Every swing Gilroshan threw met with perfect defense. Is this guy even human? Gilroshan marveled. He's a monster. In a flash, Elrond retaliated. His blade cut through the air toward Gilroshan's ribs. But the prince twisted his body back just in time, narrowly dodging the strike. Too close, he muttered, heart pounding. But this was different. Before I was only defending. Now I can fight back. With a deep breath, he dug his heels into the ground, channeling every ounce of power into his legs. He leapt. High and fast, straight toward Elrond. His eyes locked onto the target. He saw it. The weak point. In one fluid motion, he adjusted mid-air, no wasted movement. His blade struck true. A clean hit. Elrond flinched as the blow connected. Good, that's 1 stack. The Marquis' expression darkened. He was no longer calm, his usual composure fractured. He couldn't have landed that hit at random, Elrond thought, grimacing. That wasn't luck. And that technique, no way someone of his skill should know it. I need to confirm something. Like a gust of steel and fury, Elrond lunged forward. His body blurred. And in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Gilroshan, fierce and silent. Gilroshan gasped. When did he? But he forced himself to stay calm. Don't panic. Just focus on the next weak point. That's all I need. Their swords clashed again and again, the sound ringing through the air like thunder. Elrond's strikes were faster, heavier, sharper. But Gilroshan matched him blow for blow, narrowly deflecting each one. Almost there, he told himself. One more stack, just one more. But his thoughts were cut short. Suddenly, Elrond's pace shifted again, his strikes turning relentless, oppressive. Damn, Gilroshan gritted his teeth. He's speeding up, I can't counter from this position. He was forced on the defensive, footwork unraveling, rhythm breaking. Just when it seemed Gilroshan had taken a decisive hit, the tide turned. Blood trickled down his arm, yet he held his ground, blade locked against Elrond Royd's mighty strike. Despite the pain, he'd stopped the blow. And not just that, had done it at the exact moment it mattered. Even Elrond, the battle-hardened Marquis, froze for a heartbeat. That timing, impossible. Even seasoned veterans would struggle to deflect a strike like that. If had been a moment slower, if my blade had angled even slightly more, I'd have taken his arm clean off. But then Gilroshan did something else. Something that shouldn't have happened. He smiled. A strange, unsettling grin crept across his face, one that rattled even Elrond. He's smiling? Suddenly the world shifted. The battlefield around them turned gray, colors bleeding away into a void of motionless silence. Time seemed to freeze. The soldiers, the trees, the wind, even Elrond Royd himself were suspended like statues mid-action. Only Gilroshan moved. Only he remained in color, untouched by the strange stasis. Finally, he whispered to himself, satisfied. I've done it. Even against that old sword fanatic. A cold chime echoed in his mind. The system responded. You have fulfilled the hidden condition to evolve your skill. Swiftblade swordsmanship, rank C, has evolved into Cosmic Sword Iraq A. Rank S. Back before he was pulled into the game world, Gilroshan had done his research. Had studied the lore, dug into ancient forums and obscure patch notes. The cosmic sword art, a style born from nomadic warriors of the Far East, was virtually forgotten in this godforsaken world, where Eastern martial arts had become rare relics. Which meant this moment wasn't just luck. It was fate. And he was ready. Choose one additional effect for Cosmic Sword Ert Tar. Heavenly Spear Surge 2. Substitution Technique 3. Eternal Barrier. Without hesitation, Gilroshan made his choice. I choose Substitution Technique. It wasn't random, it was calculated. A strategic move tailored for this fight. The substitution technique allowed him to exchange the position of two objects, a technique that could turn an opponent's strength into their own downfall. If I can redirect Elrond's monstrous strength back at him, I might have a chance. But time was ticking. The stimulant coursing through his body was wearing off. And while his newly evolved skill was powerful, it wasn't enough on its own. Not against Elrond Royd, a 9-star knight, wielding a massive crimson greatsword, unnaturally heavy for a human to lift. If I can combine the drug's fading effect and Elrond's own brute force, I might actually be able to reverse it on him. Then, a thought struck him. Wait, if I can just knock the sword from his hand, even if it's a sacred sword, if he isn't channeling mana, I can still disarm him. But there was a problem. The drug's worn off. And he still hasn't fought me seriously yet. I need to force him to stop holding back. The system pulsed again. Combat resumes. Cosmic Sword Art First Form. Open. Gilroshan didn't wait. With all the force he could muster, he slammed his blade into Elrond's knocking the greatsword violently to the side. The battlefield erupted. Now both warriors moved at breakneck speed, their blades clashing with such ferocity that even the elite onlookers could barely follow the motion. Gilroshan's heart thundered in his chest. Keep going. Just a little more, hold on. Far behind the front line, members of the Special Night Division murmured among themselves. They couldn't look away. Did you see that? His speed increased again. That's just one hand. To swing like that takes absurd strength. You think he's been hiding his true power this whole time? The brown-haired knight swallowed hard. At this rate, the commander might actually lose. That thought set off the blonde knight like a spark to dry grass. He lunged forward, grabbing his comrade by the collar. Shut up, he snapped, voice trembling not just with rage, but fear. You call yourself one of the 4 pillars of the Imperial Special Knights. Commander Royd hasn't even gone all out yet. He's a sword saint. The Empire's hidden blade. You really think a prince? But the brown-haired knight avoided his gaze, his voice quieter now, almost apologetic. I understand. Please. Don't be so worked up. But he didn't believe it. None of them did. And back on the battlefield, Under a storm of invisible blows and shifting momentum, Gilroshan was still pushing forward. And the look in his eyes said only one thing: he wasn't done yet. The duel raged on. Elron Reut unleashed blow after devastating blow, each one a test of Gilroshan's endurance and reflexes. Gilroshan was barely holding on, narrowly deflecting strikes that could split him in two. Then, mid-assault, Elron finally spoke. "So, you know about my role. And Carls's. More than that, you've learned an Eastern sword style capable of countering Trafalgar swordsmanship. Pellet was right, you're not the same as before. I admit that much." His voice was calm. Too calm. Measured, like a man not yet forced to bare his fangs. "But whether you've changed, or been reborn, it won't change the fact that you cannot take Carls with you to Arax." Gilroshan's heart tightened. He was stalling. No, this isn't enough. He's still too composed. He could feel the drug burning away in his system, its effects rapidly fading. "I'm out of time. He won't go all out unless I push him, force him to drop that mask." And so, Gilroshan made a choice. A dirty, desperate one. He dropped all pretense of honor. With a twisted grin and a venomous tone, he began to mock. "First time you've been on the defensive, huh? What's the matter, Elron? Angry? I want to take Carls away." He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Elron's face. "He's like a brother to me. I'd never let anything happen to him. Still not enough." So he pushed further. "Too far. He means more to me than you ever did as a father or otherwise. We grew up together. You weren't there. You know he wants to come with me to Arax. So why are you fighting so damn hard to stop him?" The words landed like poison-tipped darts. "Do you even have the right to call yourself his father?" For a moment, the world fell silent. Elron Reut didn't move. He stood there, statue still, expression hollow, as if something inside him had been cracked open. Gilroshan felt his stomach twist. What the hell? That wasn't the reaction I expected. In the original timeline before Gilroshan entered the game, Elron Reut had been the archetypal knight, a paragon of discipline. A patriot. A man ruled by law and honor. And above all, there were two things Elron Reut never tolerated: being attacked, and hearing Carls's name spoken carelessly. That was supposed to be the trigger. Even if Elron wasn't close to Carls, the idea of someone like Gilroshan dragging him into danger should have driven him into a rage. So why isn't he snapping? Unless Elron actually. Then Elron finally spoke. His voice was low. And cold. "You speak of what you don't understand." A pressure washed over the battlefield. Killing intent. It poured from Elron like a crashing wave, suffocating, overwhelming. His eyes burned with something far beyond fury. "I wanted to leave your head on your shoulders for Carl's sake. But after today, prince or not, you won't be walking out of this alive." Gilroshan, refusing to back down, barked defiantly. "You dare? This may be a duel, but you're a marquise, and I'm a prince. You think the emperor will let this go?" Elron paused again, staring at him like he was peeling away every layer of Gilroshan's disguise. "He's hesitating again. Damn it, I knew I could act, but this is on another level. Am I even allowed to go this far?" Then Elron vanished. In a blink, he was behind Gilroshan, slicing through the air like a thunderclap. "If the emperor truly cared," he whispered, his voice like steel, "you wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place." Gilroshan barely pivoted in time to deflect the blow. But this was different. Elron was no longer holding back. Each strike now came with surgical precision and monstrous force. Gilroshan struggled to keep up, dodging, parrying, trying to read attacks that came from all angles. He's serious now. Every move could be lethal. There was no more room for taunts. No more theatrics. Just survival. Then Elron's voice returned, calm, cruel. "Final speed won't save you. No matter how fast you swing, the gap between our experience is far too great." He raised his blade. "Farewell, third prince." In such a disadvantaged position, the duke's sword was suddenly knocked clean out of his hand by Gilroshan. The members of the Special Operations Unit stared in stunned disbelief. What the hell just happened? One of them, a brown-haired man, looked around in confusion and asked, Why did the captain throw his sword away?" Carl's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the tension. He declared, "The winner is Prince Gilroshan Elro de Vault." The crowd around them erupted with cheers and applause. Joy filled the air, a celebration of Gilroshan's victory. Yet, amidst the excitement, the Special Ops members remained somber. None of them seemed willing to accept the outcome. Turvan, overjoyed, ran up to Gilroshan, shouting, "You did amazing, Gilroshan. That was incredible." At the same time, the system chimed in with a notification. The effect of the enhancement potion has ended. Meanwhile, Elron Reut still hadn't grasped why he'd lost. He stood there with a distant, troubled look on his face. What was that move just now? He wondered. It was as if he knew what I was going to do before I did it. The more Elron thought about it, the more everything began to click. The smile Gilroshan gave when he circled behind him, it wasn't arrogance. It was part of a carefully calculated plan from the start. As the realization sank in, Gilroshan spoke up. "So, I won, right?" He extended a hand politely, clearly offering peace after the duel. But the atmosphere turned awkward as Elron didn't take it. Gilroshan hesitated, then awkwardly looked away, trying to hide his confusion. "Why won't you acknowledge it?" he asked, clearly unsettled. "You're not seriously planning to reject the result, are you?" "What I said earlier, it was just to rile you up, that's all." Elron's mood visibly shifted. He actually looked pleased. Pellet was right, he thought. The third prince, Gilroshan, has completely changed. At this rate, even Karl's might. Then, in a sudden and solemn motion, Elron dropped to one knee in a gesture of deep respect. Gilroshan blinked in surprise. Wait, what are you doing?" Elron responded sincerely, "I, Elron Reut, head of House Reut, accept my defeat. To have dueled His Highness and learned from him today is a tremendous honor." "Thank you." The system chimed again. "Unexpected event, noble duel has ended. You have defeated your opponent, Elron Reut." The Special Ops members still couldn't believe it. Their commander Elron Reut had lost. They began to protest. "You should demand a rematch, sir. There's something off here, Captain." Their agitation grew louder. Exactly. There was no magic allowed. That condition was totally unfair, this match shouldn't count. Their complaints reached the Duke's ears, but he simply bent down, calmly picked up his fallen sword, and addressed them sternly. "No. This was a fair duel. It was His Highness who proposed the conditions, and I accepted them. I was the one who dropped my sword and admitted defeat. Are you saying you want to be knights who refuse to accept the outcome of a battle? Is that the kind of knight you aspire to become?" The room fell into guilty silence. One of them mumbled. "That's not what we meant." Pellet, standing nearby, gave a satisfied nod. From a distance, Gilroshan watched Elron's retreating figure, and couldn't help but marvel quietly to himself. He really is someone I can trust now. Honestly, I was a little scared back there. If there had been no restrictions, he probably could have snapped my sword in half with his bare hands. But it looks like Elron finally recognizes me as the true Lord of Karls. He also didn't forget to acknowledge the Duke's strength. The overwhelming difference in experience. Yeah, he wasn't wrong. Even if it was just in the game, I've lost count of how many times I died at his hands. A flurry of footsteps suddenly came rushing up behind him. Turvan, overjoyed, threw herself at Gilroshan in a tight embrace. The unexpected gesture left him visibly flustered, while Karl stood awkwardly off to the side, unsure of what to do. Turvan beamed with pride, exclaiming, "You really are my disciple, fantastic work. Absolutely wonderful." Karl's, however, was more focused on Gilroshan's post-battle condition. "Your Highness," he said with concern, "aside from your left arm, are you injured anywhere else? Are you all right?" Turvan, puffed up with pride, added, "Thanks to all of this, I think I'm one step closer to becoming the mistress of the magic tower." Gilroshan let out a teasing sigh. "Karl, she's about to hit me." Just then, Elron Reut, having wrapped up his business with his subordinates, approached. "Your Highness," he said gently, "might I have a moment of your time?" The warm, radiant expression on the Duke's face caught Gilroshan off guard. "I'm still not used to him acting like this," he thought. They moved to a quiet corner away from the crowd. Elron spoke with deliberate care. "I've already ordered my assistant, Burn Pellet, to go to the forest and escort the revenge seekers from the ritual circle. Of course, I swore on my honor that no harm would come to them. And since you are the victor, as promised, I won't oppose your wishes. But I have 3 questions I'd like to ask." Gilroshan nodded. "Go ahead." Elron Reut chose his words carefully. "I'm still the captain of the kingdom's knights. Even though we're in a ceasefire, Aurax is still enemy territory. What are your intentions there? Having carried out covert missions in Aurax before, Elron's worry was evident. I've done several classified assignments in that region. I know the risks. Aurax is an extremely dangerous place. But Gilroshan remained firm. Marquis, I'm well acquainted with Arax. Elrond tilted his head, intrigued. You are? Gilroshan shared what he knew, his voice calm but serious. Yes. It's a city that stands in stark contrast to the Empire's capital, Kirshen. Chaos rules there, thieves operate openly, and people trade hazardous goods in broad daylight. In Kirshen, we couldn't even imagine such things being sold in public. In Arax, even life and death can be bought and sold. It's a city drowning in lawlessness. He paused, then added, but even so, there's more to it. There's still life there, people trying to survive. And they're not imperial royalty like you. That's why I understand them better than most. Would you like me to go on? There are 6 armed factions there, including 2 religious orders. All of them answer to a single leader, the head of the Revolutionary Army, Harith. At the sound of that name, Elrond Royd suddenly tensed. He broke into a panic, shouting, "Stop. Please stop, don't speak that name so carelessly." His voice shook, clearly torn. Just mentioning the name of the revolutionary leader inside the Empire is a serious crime. Sensing the fear gripping Elrond, Gilroshan tried to reassure him. Don't worry about my safety. Everything's been arranged. I'm not going there to join the Revolutionary Army. If that were my plan, I would have gone alone. He wanted Elrond to understand his real objective. But Arax holds a one-of-a-kind opportunity, a chance so great that even a prince with nothing could overturn the entire game. Elrond's eyes widened. You're talking about the Dragon Tom, aren't you? Gilroshan gave a small smile. Yes, I intend to command a dragon. But Elrond, having experienced that region firsthand, frowned deeply. In the blue mountains surrounding Arax lies a labyrinth, what they call the Dragon Tomb. It's where abandoned dragon eggs gather. Other races are strictly forbidden from entering. But if someone completes a special task there, it's true, they might gain control over a dragon. Then he sighed heavily and muttered, "Gods, the Dragon Tom." Still, Elrond tried once more to talk him down. "Your Highness, please be reasonable. The odds are far too low. And the risks, they're beyond imagination." Gilroshan didn't argue. "You're right. But I'm still going." He shifted tactics, hitting a nerve. "Wasn't it just as unlikely that I'd defeat you? Beating you, heading to Arax, aiming for the Dragon Tomb. They're all paths I chose for myself. So don't worry. Just ask your second question." Elrond didn't hesitate. "What am I supposed to tell the Emperor? Once you leave for Arax, I'll need to report something to him. I can't exactly tell the truth, can I?" Gilroshan blinked, stunned. "Oh, I hadn't thought about that lunatic yet." As Gilroshan recalled from his time playing the game, Bareshan Carlo de Vault, the 44th Emperor of the Vault Magic Empire, was a brutal, tyrannical, and fearsome ruler. The thought dragged him into a whirlpool of confusion. His own father, the current emperor, was, without exaggeration, one of the strongest living beings on the continent. In short, he was the most powerful madman alive. Then, without hesitation, Gilroshan casually offered an answer. "Oh, just tell him I've become a prophet." That response made Duke Elrond pause. "Wait, you mean the prophecy syndrome?" The system immediately provided an explanation. Prophecy syndrome, a condition in which certain individuals, despite never having studied magic, awaken the ability to foresee the future after experiencing severe mental or emotional trauma. However, becoming a prophet comes at a cost. The user's mind and body will gradually deteriorate until death. Avoiding Elrond's gaze, Gilroshan kept silent, which only made the Duke more annoyed. So you're not going to answer that one?" Gilroshan told himself, "To be honest, I've been considering using that excuse for a while now. With my current circumstances, relying on knowledge that no one should possess makes perfect sense. But it's still not enough." He added one more layer to the ruse. "Also tell him I intend to steal the Genesis Tear." The Genesis Tear, a royal relic now in the hands of the revolutionary leader, was a dangerous name to bring up. But for Gilroshan, it was all part of a perfectly orchestrated plan. That madman will understand immediately. He'd start a war over that ring without hesitation. To move things along, Gilroshan pressed, "That should be convincing enough, right? He'll probably leave me alone now. So, what's your last question?" Elrond's expression shifted. He seemed conflicted. "Well, it's not really a question. It's more of a request. Could you depart tomorrow instead? That way you'll have time to rest, eat and recover." Gilroshan understood what this was really about. Carl's, of course. He nodded in agreement. With everything settled, night fell, and everyone gathered for a lively celebration. The air buzzed with energy and laughter. Elrond looked upon his son with warm, fatherly eyes. Meanwhile, drunk from the festivities, Burn Pellet whispered to the scar-faced man beside him. "From now on, I'll be in your service, my big bro." The next morning, Pellet and the scar-faced man both avoided eye contact with Gilroshan, clearly embarrassed. Gilroshan raised an eyebrow. "What's up with these two?" As he, Carls, and Turvan prepared to depart, Carls spoke with quiet gratitude. "Your Highness, truly it's an honor." Turvan chimed in, "Me too, Gilroshan. I don't even know if this is the right decision." Then Elrond Royt stepped forward and announced, "Everything's ready, Your Highness." He took a moment, then spoke from the heart. "Please, take care on your journey. I still don't fully understand you, but now I'm genuinely curious. I want to know more about who you really are." Both he and Gilroshan turned to look at Carls. "And please take care of that boy for me." Carls looked confused by those words, but Gilroshan nodded firmly. "You have my word. Leave him to me." Everything was in place. "Then let's go," Gilroshan declared. To Arax. A full entourage followed close behind them. A blinding beam of light exploded in the center of the great hall, tearing through the stillness like a thunderclap. The radiant column of energy shot skyward, piercing both heaven and earth in a dazzling spiral. At long last they had arrived. "We've made it, Third Prince," Bamila said calmly. "This is Arax." Gilroshan stood in shock, eyes wide. "Arax," a notification popped up, "Mission complete, escape from danger." Gilroshan blinked, suddenly remembering. "Oh yeah, that mission I got the moment I first landed in this world, surviving and escaping the Imperial domain. None of that had ever existed in the original game. I wonder what the reward is." Reward received, 30 gold coins. Beginner travel gear set. Inventory support magic unlocked. 1 guaranteed draw ticket D rank fate card. Gilroshan's eyes widened. A guaranteed draw. Even if it's only D rank, for this early in the story that's pretty generous. I'm currently level 9. Once I hit level 10, I'll unlock a second card pull. He grinned to himself. Of course there's no telling which card I'll get, but even another D rank card adds a big advantage. The more cards I have, the more options I get. He began to visualize the cards in his mind. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. I can always dismantle useless ones and use them to level up better cards. F rank, Gladiator Slave, you'll be the first to be sacrificed. Get ready right now. I'm praying to the Grand Archmage. Please, just one more good pull. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Seize them all now." Gilroshan snapped his head up, stunned. "Huh? Titan Special Forces?" Carls, startled, glanced toward him. "Your Highness." But Gilroshan remained calm. "Carls, do you remember what I told you before Master left? Once we arrive, no matter what happens, don't act rashly. Make sure no matter what we avoid direct confrontation. We're no longer inside Imperial territory. Even if we make mistakes, there's no nobility here to shield us. This is Arax, city of the outlaws, the rebels shouting for revolution. Still, I'm really sick of holding back all the time." In the next moment, Gilroshan was already restrained by the Titan Special Forces. Bamilo calmly laid a hand on his shoulder and smirked. Not resisting was an extremely wise decision. Exactly the kind of composure I'd expect, he sneered. The third prince of the empire, about to become a so-called disciple of Eolim? What a joke. Did you really think we'd believe such a dumb, half-baked lie? Gilroshan gritted his teeth. Powerless to resist, he could only watch as Bamil paraded him off, looking immensely pleased with himself. The man was absolutely soaking in his moment of superiority. Of course, Gilroshan thought bitterly, this smug bastard's acting like he's already won. But then, out of nowhere, Bamila's tone shifted. His smirk faded into something colder. "Third Prince, if you're not actually a disciple of Eolim, don't be stupid enough to lie to the High Priest." He turned his head, casting a sideways glance full of malice and mockery. Gilroshan stared at him, completely thrown. Bamilo. Unlike Gilroshan's controlled demeanor, Turvan was furious. "You lied to us," she screamed, thrashing violently as the soldiers struggled to restrain her. "Bamil, how dare you do this to us? You backstabbing traitor." The scenery before him looked as though it had been lifted straight out of a fairy tale. Gentle morning light bathed the rooftops of old houses, and glimmering streaks of light like flecks of magic dust arched across the sky. In the distance, hazy blue mountains stretched beyond sight, while closer in, peaceful streets wove quietly through the town. Everything radiated a calm serenity tinged with mystery. Through a tall glass window, a book lay open until a pair of hands slowly closed it. Hendel Frey reached up and lightly tugged her glasses down, revealing eyes that shimmered with secrets. Then she smiled a warm, disarmingly natural smile. "Welcome to Arax, Prince Gilroshan." Gilroshan, bound tightly to a chair, scowled with restrained fury. "What a warm welcome," he said bitterly. "Is this the doctrine of Elam? I restrained myself from retaliating against your subordinates, the ones who nearly slit my throat. I even brought them here unharmed. And this is how I'm rewarded." Hendel Frey closed her eyes and chuckled softly. "So this is the game you're playing. Gilroshan's eyes narrowed in thought. "Bamilo, he's a trained assassin. While I was busy confronting the Marquis, that old snake must have already gotten reports about me. Probably through carrier pigeons or some other means. He had plenty of time to plot my elimination." Character profile. Hendel Frey, High Priestess of the Grand Temple of Elam, commander within the Revolutionary Army. Once on the verge of reaching the fabled rank of 9-star Mage, she was forced to retreat from the front lines after sustaining a grievous injury in battle. Though she maintains a calm and gentle facade, she is a cold, calculating strategist. Her devotion lies with Elam, god of vengeance, and her hatred for the Empire who took her arm is a fire that never fades. Gilroshan couldn't help but suspect her motives. It was entirely possible she intended to use him as leverage in a strike against the Empire. Her silence now was deliberate and unspoken pressure meant to force him into a confession. She wore that ever-radiant smile like a mask. With a deep breath, Gilroshan gave in. "Fine. I impersonated your god." Hendel Frey's tone remained calm and gentle. "Prince Gilroshan, whatever your intentions were, confessing now won't change a thing." Gilroshan continued, "I understand now why the Empire's Chancellor was so panicked when this news began to leak. If I were in his position, I'd be losing my mind too, terrified someone finally got a leash around me." Hendel Frey raised a brow, her lips curling into a smirk. "I didn't expect you to know that much. Fascinating." Gilroshan remained composed. "Unfortunately for you, I'm not interested in playing along. Thanks to you, I ended up in a one-on-one fight with Marquis Oranroyd. I'm sure you understand what it's like to go up against a veiled saint." "Oh, right, I won. So maybe the feeling was a little different." The smile vanished from Hendel Frey's face. Her expression turned cold, her eyes razor sharp. Gilroshan leaned forward, undeterred. "You don't need to be afraid. I'll lay my cards on the table," he smirked, tone taunting. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. For someone like you it wouldn't be hard at all, right? But I promise you'll regret it." Gilroshan's voice turned ominously confident. "You've been warned. Without me, none of you will be able to stop what's coming. In about 10 days, an unstoppable catastrophe will strike Arax. Countless lives will be lost. The city will drown in sorrow." Hendel Frey laughed dryly, clearly unimpressed. "A catastrophe? Really? What are you saying, Your Highness? An earthquake? In Arax? We have the Grand Temple, the holy sanctuary, places where the gods themselves manifest. Even minor phenomena can be repelled through divine power." Gilroshan burst into laughter. "Ha! High Priestess, you know better than anyone that divine power isn't absolute. So let's start with something simple. How about untying me? That seems like a natural and reasonable first step, doesn't it?" Hendel Frey placed her hands on the table and rose to her feet. "Natural and reasonable, you say? You're absolutely right. Every situation has its own sequence of reasonable actions." She turned to the guards. "Take the prince. Throw him into the underground cells." Hendel Frey turned away without a word, leaving Gilroshan stunned, speechless. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Two men with hardened expressions stepped toward him, their movement slow but full of threat. A while later the door creaked open. Gilroshan strode in, head held high. Carls and Turvan immediately sprang up. "Your Highness. Are you all right? Did the negotiation go smoothly?" Gilroshan's face was unreadable, neither good nor bad, but, as always, he wore that dazzling, ever-present smile. They both waited, hoping for a reassuring answer. Instead, the room fell into a tense silence. 6 eyes met, and the air turned heavy. They sat down calmly at the table. Carl spoke first. "Priest Bamilo stopped by earlier. He personally served me food, even." Turvan added, "He spoke with me too about the current situation in Arax." Gilroshan leaned forward, curious. "Then I assume he told you about the faction conflict happening there?" Turvan blinked in surprise. Wait, how'd you know? Carls answered in his place. Bamilo said the Kishiri Church and Titan Task Force are suppressing the Elam Church. Gilroshan frowned. Suppressing them? How? Carls looked grim. They're calling you a dangerous element. Saying you should either be exiled or executed, he went on. There are 6 armed factions within the Revolutionary Army. We're currently in the Elam Church symbolized by the snake. Their direct rivals are the Kishiri Church marked by the fox. Then there's the Border Guard and Urban Maintenance Corps, who manage occupied territories. The Elite Force 1st Legion. And finally, Titan, a special operations unit directly under the Supreme Leader. Together they form the core of the Grand Revolutionary Army. But the Supreme Leader, the one who's supposed to act like our emperor, is currently absent. Gilroshan silently nodded. No wonder there's division about how to deal with me. He asked carefully, Carls, did Bamilo say anything else? That's all. Carls hesitated. Well, I didn't want to repeat it because I thought it might upset you. But he said, there are a lot of smart people like you out there. So maybe you shouldn't act like you're so special. That's exactly why you fell to rock bottom and got buried beneath it. Turvan winced. I didn't know how to respond to that either. Gilroshan froze. Master, he said, eyes wide. Turvan quickly waved his hands. Hey no, I'm not agreeing with him. I just didn't know what to say. Carls stepped in, concerned. Your Highness, is everything all right? Turvan panicked a little. What is it? Gilroshan, breathe, calm down. If I see that jerk Bamilo again, I swear I'll give him a beating he won't forget. Gilroshan let out a soft laugh. No, it's not that. I wasn't laughing because of that. He paused, voice soft. I was just remembering something Bamilo once told me. Then he turned to Turvan, smile returning. Master, could you lift your foot for a moment? He told me, to escape through the tunnel beneath us. The 3 of them stared down into the hole in the floor. It yawned open into darkness, cobwebs clinging to every corner. Gilroshan, calm as ever, turned to Carls. Doesn't look too deep, he remarked casually. Then offered Carls a gentle smile. All right. Let's go. Carls went pale. Hey cha. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Gilroshan tilted his head, eyes narrowing with a mischievous glint. What if there's something dangerous down there? Carls gulped. Gilroshan followed up, voice teasing but laced with reassurance. Don't be such an amateur. Carls was visibly trembling now, but tried to keep a brave face. It's just a hole. What could possibly go wrong? Then he clamped his eyes shut, and almost in a whisper, confessed, I hate spiders. Gilroshan blinked, stunned. This guy. Ground man like him scared of spiders. Never thought Carls had this side to him. Turvan, witnessing the exchange, turned away with a sigh. But as Gilroshan's gaze lingered on her, she paused. Why are you looking at me now, Gilroshan? Then it clicked. Her eyes widened in outrage. You wouldn't really push your poor old master down that pit before anyone else, would you? Gilroshan chuckled to himself. Definitely not how this went in the game. He stood up straight and gave the order, then let's all go down together. Wait, no. Your Highness. Please don't. Both Carls and Turvan rushed forward to stop him. Get out of my way, Cillian, Gilroshan said firmly, brushing past them. The 3 of them jumped into the pit, crashing into a heap of crates below. Turvan and Carls landed in each other's arms, blushing furiously, eyes locked in surprised awkwardness. Gilroshan, meanwhile, lay flattened on the ground, having cushioned their fall entirely with his body. Get off, he grumbled. Waiting below them was Frey, already expecting their arrival. You came quickly. Just as Priest Bamilo said you would. And sure enough, there was Bamilo himself, standing behind her, arms crossed as if he'd been waiting forever. The 3 of them scrambled to their feet, brushing off dust and adjusting their wrinkled clothes. Gilroshan exhaled, then spoke up. After all we've been through, this is how we meet again. High Priest Hendel. Frey and Bamilo stepped forward. Turvan and Carls instinctively tensed. Frey gave a soft smile and gently pulled back her hood. I assume you know why I'm here, she said. Gilroshan thought for a moment. If I say no, that'd be a lie. Even if Bamilo thinks highly of me, he's not the kind to break someone out of prison just because he feels like it. Outside the cathedral, murmurs and whispers filled the air. The entire Revolutionary Army was watching, waiting curious to see how High Priest Hendel would handle this. A little showmanship was to be expected. Frey's smile deepened. I didn't come because anyone ordered me to. I came because I choose to believe in you. A notification flashed before Gilroshan's eyes. New quest unlocked. You are the fugitive, and I am the High Priest. Despite the internal power struggles within the Revolutionary Command, High Priest Hendel of the Yolam Church has a task for you. This quest is linked to other missions. Expected rewards: permit to travel freely within Arax. 3 additional bonus items. Gilroshan narrowed his eyes at the quest screen. This quest only triggers when the player establishes a strong bond with High Priest Hendel, and yet, this is all I get. Gilroshan looked at the 2 figures before him and slowly spoke. I was once your enemy. I even impersonated the very god you worship, so why do you trust me so much? Frey replied quietly. The catastrophe you mentioned, the cathedral had already foreseen something of the sort. Gilroshan's eyes widened slightly. They foresaw it. Frey continued, voice unwavering. Moreover, someone from the Revolutionary Army was involved in that conspiracy. Suddenly she drew her blade. In a single motion, the sword pierced through the air, impaling a rat that had been hiding nearby, pinning it straight into a wooden crate. She turned calmly toward the group and declared, a rat was hiding among us. Gilroshan and Turvan stared, horrified by the sudden strike. He asked, voice low, where did you get that information? Frey smiled, serene, eerie. Where do you think, Your Highness? Gilroshan swallowed. She's terrifying. Frey spoke again. The Lord did not prevent the calamity, but he warned us through prophecy. After all, he is the god of vengeance. Gilroshan frowned. So you're saying the prophecy is incomplete? Turvan turned to Bamilo. All we know is that the catastrophe targets children of Arak's blood. And the monster behind it is hiding within the Revolutionary Army. She paused, then added bitterly, we've done all we can to find the culprit. But as long as he remains among us, everything we do he sees. It's enough to drive someone mad. Gilroshan nodded slowly. Exactly. You don't know who they are, but they definitely know you. He thought silently. So this is what happened after that event. Fascinating. Then he straightened up. All right. Since you've chosen to trust me, I'll tell you what I know. He began, voice firm. 10 days from now, the Holy Church of Kishris will target the children. You're familiar with the Bloodwind rite, the traditional coming-of-age ceremony in Arax, aren't you? When all the children gather, that's when it will begin. The event, the fall of the bloodline, was conceived by a fanatic cleric from Kishris. In an effort to restore the power of her church, she planned a mass slaughter. She intends to massacre every Arax youth between the ages of 17 and 19, right in the middle of the Bloodwind rite. If this catastrophe isn't stopped, the ceremony will end not in chants, but in screams drenched in blood and ash. Bamila's expression darkened. He turned to Frey. There's no more doubt now, High Priest. Frey replied to Gilroshan, voice solemn. I see. So, it was Kishris after all. Karls and Turvan stepped forward, their faces filled with disbelief. Your Highness, Karl stammered, you didn't just make all that up, did you? To think they'd slaughter children of their own blood, just to revive a church. That's insane. But Gilroshan continued, unshaken. After the rite, the children of Arax choose their path, becoming priests, soldiers, merchants, anything they wish in society. But Kishris doesn't accept any men into their clergy. Bamilo added, indeed. The Church of Kishris only accepts female priests or men who have lost their genitals. That is why the boys of Arax will never be allowed into their ranks. Karls recoiled in horror. You're saying they don't want men because they only accept women as clergy? Gilroshan nodded. More accurately, they see men as a potential resource for the other factions. A threat. Karls turned to him aghast. That's insane. What kind of twisted church is this? Turvan joined in, face pale. No way. Even if they're from another faction, they're still part of the Revolutionary Army. Frey spoke once more, her voice low and deliberate. You're not wrong. They are part of the Revolutionary Army, but this time, they've crossed a line. Then she smiled softly and added, I don't know how you could possibly understand so much about our internal affairs, but it seems freeing you was the right choice after all. She took a step forward, straightened her posture, and declared solemnly, I, Hendel Frey, as High Priestess of the Cathedral of Elam, formally request your aid, Prince Gilroshan of the Third Throne, with all the reverence I can offer. She bowed deeply before him. Please save us. Don't let the children become sacrifices to the twisted faith of adults. A new quest has been activated, Save the Children. Objective, prevent the heinous scheme of the Holy Church of Kishris and protect the youth of Arax. Special tag. Link to quests. You are the fugitive and I am the High Priestess. Gilroshan let out a quiet chuckle, and replied, if it's about the children, then of course I'll help. But you see, High Priestess, when you tied me up back there, it really hurt. If everything goes smoothly, maybe you could, say, add 50 more gold coins to the reward. Frey blinked, completely puzzled. A giant question mark might as well have popped up above her head. Gold? She asked blankly. Then, hesitating, she added, but I heard you burn through money like wildfire. The others immediately turned red with embarrassment. Disciple. Shame on you. Your Highness, where is your dignity? But Gilroshan just grinned. Come on now, you can spare that much, can't you? It's for the kids. For the Lord's sake. His smile turned mischievous. I'm sure you can manage it, right? Negotiation successful with friendly NPC. 50 gold coins. Added to projected quest reward. New title unlocked, Novice Negotiator. Outside the kingdom, the sun had reached its peak, casting harsh light across narrow, empty alleys. From a hidden sewer grate tucked away in a shadowed corner, strange sounds began to echo. One by one, 5 figures emerged, lifting the cover and climbing into the daylight. Bamilo was the first to speak. Well done. Lord Cillian, Lord Sui. I hope neither of you are hurt. I must take my leave now. He turned back toward the sewer entrance, clearly intending to disappear once more underground. But wait a minute, priest, Gilroshan called out, stopping him in his tracks. Bamilo turned around, slightly confused. Is something the matter, Your Highness? Gilroshan grinned. You already know why I stopped you, don't you? You're disappointing me, priest. Panic flashed across Bamilo's face. Oh no, this is bad. If this keeps up, he's going to rip me to shreds. I have to get away now. Gilroshan stepped closer, placing a firm hand on the priest's shoulder. Don't leave in such a hurry now. He sat down casually beside him. I haven't even finished talking. Bamilo's thoughts raced. He was behind me the whole time. How is he so fast? But Gilroshan continued, voice quiet but pointed. I know you remember. So why keep pretending? Still trying to keep his composure, Bamilo replied, remember what, Your Highness? I've been terribly busy lately. Gilroshan decided to drop the act. Strange, isn't it? He said with a twisted grin, his eyes boring into the man in front of him. Because I remember, a certain high priest once made a vow under the name of Elam, no less, that he'd do anything I asked, if I managed to escape the Empire alive. He paused dramatically. Wonder who that might been. Bamilo sighed in defeat. You really have a talent for debt collection, don't you? He muttered. You'd make a terrifying loan shark. Gilroshan leaned lazily against a pile of wooden crates. Ah, you're making me blush with praise like that. Meanwhile, Carl's glanced toward Turvan, looking uneasy. This feels wrong somehow. Like we're enabling something terrible. Turvan shrugged. We're just making sure that old man doesn't get away. That's all. Bamil frowned. Yes, I did say that. But I can't give you what you want. Before he could finish, Gilroshan cut him off, eyes narrowed with amusement. Oh, no worries if you're thinking it's hidden somewhere in the divine realm or anything. I'm not looking for that sort of thing. Bamilo stomped his foot hard on the ground. Then, what are you looking for? Gilroshan took a step closer, voice soft yet menacing. I need you to retrieve Walaka's eyes. Bamilo froze. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Gilroshan just smiled wider, voice honeyed and cruel. Walaka's eyes. He emphasized each word, clearly enjoying the reaction. I know it's a bit much for you. Still, Bamilo was now visibly shaking, eyes wide in panic. Does he even know what he's asking for? Why, Your Highness, he stammered. Do you even know who that item belongs to? Gilroshan answered casually, you don't? Obviously it's the property of the Revolutionary Army's leader. Item, Eyes of Walakas, a round-lensed pair of glasses crafted by demon hands, capable of tracking the trajectory of any moving object with pinpoint precision. Gilroshan added, cool as ever, it's just lying around in his research lab. You don't even have to fight anyone, just go in while he's gone and swipe it. He flashed a bright, terrifying smile. Don't worry, I'd never let you get into actual trouble. Bamilo, screaming inside, thought he really doesn't see what the problem is. Does he? Your Highness, Bamilo said weakly. Did you forget that I served the Revolutionary Army too? How could I possibly steal from our leader? Suddenly, while they were distracted, a sharp voice rang out, Oho, ooho-ho, looks like we've got some unfamiliar faces here. A young man Thompson stepped out, flanked by several armed thugs. Bad luck, huh? No one told you the rules down here? He smirked. If you want to pass through, You'd better cough up every coin you've got. That includes you, old man, the brat and pretty boy over there. If not, well, we'll just take it from your corpses. Gilroshan, deadpan, thought to himself, old man. I don't even know this guy. But poor Bamilo, he's not exactly known for playing nice with uncooperative types. Thompson raised his voice, clearly getting annoyed. What, you deaf or something? I said hand over everything now. Bamilo, now visibly furious, stared the thugs down. His eyes slowly turned a ghostly, glowing white. Boss event triggered. Bamilo's wrath, the air shifts. Magic pulses through the stones beneath your feet. You probably shouldn't have called him old man. Bamil was shaking, his fury boiling over. Without a word, he drew his sword with a sharp hiss. Just before stepping forward, he turned toward Gilroshan. But Gilroshan immediately cut in, firm and resolute. High priest, leave this to me. Bamilo, still tense, replied stubbornly, I'm fine. You should step aside, but Gilroshan shouted over him. Voice rising like a crashing wave, this is not the time to think about the kids back in Arax. Bamilo was stunned. What's going on with him? Why is he? He tried once more to object, Your Highness. This is, but Gilroshan turned to him, calm and reassuring, now I can handle this. Go. We'll meet again after you've retrieved the eyes you once swore to bring me under Yulam's name. Then, smiling brightly, he added, remember, High Priest. It's all for the children. Bamilo stared in disbelief. What the hell is he thinking? Was he serious all along? He hesitated, then finally spoke, very well. As Bamil began to walk away, a voice barked out, Hey. Old man. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. 3 thugs with menacing faces stepped forward. Thompson laughed mockingly, unbelievable. That geezer just walked away from us, the 3 big bosses of the streets, and didn't even lose a coin. He turned to his bald companion. You saw that, didn't you? Then to the masked thug beside him. You too, right? Gilroshan raised an eyebrow at their antics. What the heck? Who are these guys? 3 street bosses? I don't even remember these NPCs existing. He called out to them, you should be feeling lucky right now. You just got saved. Show some gratitude. Now they were the ones confused. Thompson blinked. What the hell is this guy even talking about? Then, with a twisted grin, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should thank you. Thanks for scaring off the old man before we could rob him. Right, boys? The 3 allies stepped forward. Carls looked over and asked, wait, isn't that, Your Highness, are you all right? Gilroshan quickly turned and whispered, Carls, I just broke out of prison. You can't go around calling me that. Carls snapped back to attention, apologies. You're, right. Tervant joined them, asking Gilroshan, who the hell are these guys? Should I blast them into the sky? Gilroshan thought to himself, honestly, we're probably no better than them at this point. Thompson was now visibly irritated. So you brought back up? Huh? Think that changes anything? He stepped forward, voice raised in challenge. I'm Thompson, heard of me. You will soon. I'm getting seriously pissed off. Then he snapped his fingers. Boys, take him out. The 2 thugs behind him rushed forward, each brandishing a long, glinting blade. Carl stepped forward, shielding Gilroshan. I'll handle this, Your High boss. With a deep breath, he shouted, Bear Hunt. In an instant, the masked thug was obliterated on the spot, blood gushing from his nose as he hit the ground. The bald thug's dual swords shattered into hundreds of tiny shards. As Carls calmly lowered his blade, the bald thug stood there, frozen, staring at what used to be his weapons, now 4 useless fragments in his trembling hands. Gilroshan watched the masked thug twitching on the ground, bleeding from the nose. He muttered to himself, wait. That might have been a bit too much. Also, hey, what about my expa? Before the bald thug could even react, Carls was already dashing forward, ready to finish him off with a single strike. Stop. The voice rang out, clear and commanding. Gilroshan. Carls froze mid-step and turned back, confused. Is something wrong, Your Highness? Gilroshan hesitated for a moment, then said, they're mine. I mean, I can handle them myself. Carls instinctively stepped in front of him, raising his sword protectively. Please step back, Your Highness. I can't let you do that. I'm your sword, it's my duty. He paused. His voice softened, laced with regret. What I said before, about sharing your burden, those weren't just empty words. But I've done nothing so far. I couldn't stop your kidnapping, and even now I've still been no help. Gilroshan was at a loss for words. Carls lowered his gaze. I don't want to be someone who only follows you around, useless. Gilroshan thought to himself, he must still blame himself for the Grom ambush. I've teased him too much about it. How do I even explain that I need exp to level up? Carl stood silent for a beat, then straightened, determined. Your Highness, I want to stand beside you as your sword. So please let me. He turned to face the thugs and they were gone. Let me wait, where'd they go? From the side, Turvan chimed in. Cillian, why didn't you let him handle it himself? Carl's blinked. What? I thought, but Turvan continued, Sirius Gilroshan needs to learn to defend himself. We can't protect him forever. The palace, the royal lands, they're no longer safe for him. Carl's frowned. I know that. But weren't we supposed to always stand by him? Turvan nodded. Of course. We all want what's best for him. I know you do too. She looked Carl's in the eye. But we're only human. The prince will walk a dangerous path. There's no guarantee either of us will survive alongside him. Carl's face darkened. Turvan added gently, we need to become stronger for his future. But this isn't our only chance to help him. She turned back toward Gilroshan and smiled. I believe this is why he asked us to follow him, not to fight for him, but to let him fight for himself. Instead, another way to show our loyalty. Carl's quietly repeated her words. A way to show loyalty. Meanwhile, Thompson had already turned tail, running as fast as he could. Run. This guy's a freaking monster. The bald thug quickly hoisted the bloodied masked one onto his shoulder and followed suit. But they didn't get far. A red light flared, cutting off their escape. And no, they stammered, frozen in place. Turvan's voice rang out, calm but deadly, you don't get to run, not after starting a fight. Somehow she had already activated her magic. Flames danced at her fingertips as she smiled darkly. Keep running, and I'll burn you alive. Thompson stopped and turned back, pale. What the hell is this? We didn't even do anything yet. Turvan's eyes narrowed. I doubt that. But if you're so eager to be roasted, go ahead. His sword clattered to the ground. Gilroshan stepped forward, now furious. He pointed his blade at them, eyes sharp. I'm the prince of these streets. I came here under orders from the street emperor himself. And you think I would spare you? Thompson was trembling, barely able to speak, but before he could get a word out, his companion behind him let out a shrill cry. Blood poured like a fountain. Carl's gasped. Your Highness. Turvan looked alarmed. Did you really kill him? That was brutal. Gilroshan blinked, caught off guard by their reactions. Wait, hold up, you guys too. You really fell for that? Okay, sure, the blood's a bit much, but I'm pretty sure he just fainted when he saw his own blood. The system screen flashed before his eyes. An offensive skill dominating tendencies unleashed a flashy strike that caused a bleeding effect, though the actual damage was minimal. Cooldown 15 minutes. Gilroshan muttered to himself, I always thought this skill was garbage. But now, maybe it'll come in handy. The scammer rookie from the marketplace was trembling in fear. He instantly dropped to his knees. I'm sorry. Please have mercy. If you spare me, I'll do anything you ask. Gilroshan gave a faint smile. Anything you say. Yes, the man cried. Please spare me. I was wrong. The system chimed, you have defeated the marketplace rookie thug. You have defeated the marketplace scammer. The man bowed down repeatedly before the three standing above him. We've lost, please, let us go. A gentle wave of holy light washed over them, restoration magic. Carls and Turvan both praised him. Well done, Your Highness. That was impressive. Of course, Gilroshan thought. That guy was nothing compared to Elron Reut. But still, even so, it wasn't easy. They both came at me like their lives depended on it. If I want to survive in this world, I need to get stronger. Carls then asked, Your Highness, what do you intend to do with them? Thompson continued groveling. Please spare us. We won't cause any more trouble, I swear. Gilroshan's thoughts turned cold. I can't just let them walk away. The street thugs of RX follow their own twisted code. If I release them now, they'll just gather more of their crew and come for revenge. He stared at the man with a fearsome expression. So, street bosses, all three of you, did you hear what that guy just called me? Gilroshan's sword still bore a trace of the bald one's blood. Good. Thompson, was it? The thug hastily replied. Yes. That's right, my name is Thompson. I like your enthusiasm, Gilroshan said. Alright, Thompson, you'll be working for me now. Thompson blinked, stunned. Wait, what? You mean you want me to work for the Prince of the Streets? Gilroshan gave him a confused look. No, not like that. I just need to go somewhere, and you're going to lead the way. Thompson still didn't quite understand. Lead the way. To where, sir? Out of this damn alley, obviously. What, did you think I was headed to the royal vault for sightseeing? Gilroshan replied, growing impatient. I don't have time to waste. Let's go. Thompson hesitated, glancing back at his comrades lying in a pool of blood, his face full of worry. Gilroshan reassured him. Relax, Thompson. He's not dead yet. So just lead the way. Yes, sir, Thompson replied quickly, snapping back to his feet. On the cobblestone road of a small town stood rows of houses built in classic architectural style. Along the long street, 4 figures could be seen walking, Thompson leading the way, followed by Carls, Turvan, and finally Gilroshan. Gilroshan was walking while munching on a piece of bread, chewing noisily. With his mouth half full, he asked casually, Hey Thompson, this is really good. Where'd you get it? Thompson turned his head slightly and replied in a flat tone. Oh, my mom made it for me. She's a great cook, best in all of Arax, if you ask me. Gilroshan's expression froze for a moment. But before long, his face twisted with sudden anger. He stormed up to the thug and smacked him on the head with the half-eaten loaf of bread. Thompson winced and reflexively grabbed his head in pain. What the hell was that for? He cried out. Gilroshan's face was full of frustration. Still holding the mangled bread, he jabbed it toward Thompson's face. You idiot, he snapped. Your mom makes you food this good, and that's all you have to say about it. I don't even have a mom who would do something like this for me. Hearing that, both Turvan and Carls looked surprised. Turvan spoke up. Wait, what? You don't have a mom, Your Highness. Caught off guard by the question, Gilroshan turned away awkwardly, his expression stiff. Let's not talk about that, he mumbled. Noticing how uncomfortable he looked, both Turvan and Carls exchanged confused glances. But isn't the Empress still alive? Turvan asked. At that, Gilroshan flailed for a response, clearly panicking. Meanwhile, Thompson, standing behind them, looked completely exasperated. First it was the Emperor, and now even the Empress. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this crew dragging me into? He thought, irritation flickering across his face. He raised his hand and pointed forward, trying to cut off the chaotic conversation. Up ahead is the entrance to the black market. Just like you asked. So, can I go now? Gilroshan whipped around. What are you talking about? It's not like I don't know how to get to the black market. I had you lead us here for a reason. His expression twisted into a sarcastic grin. You can't get in without an invite, right? Without waiting for a reply, he continued. Let's get something straight once we're inside. Don't call me Your Highness. He pulled out a small scroll, some sort of relationship chart, and began explaining. I'll call Turvan Master, and she'll call me Disciple. Carls will call me Master, but I'll just call him Carls. Carls will call Turvan N, and she'll call him Carls. I'll call Thompson Thompson, and he'll call me Sir. Got it. Gilroshan added with a grin. We can't risk blowing the cover of the Prince of the Streets, now can we? No one answered. Gilroshan pointed at Thompson. Well, what are you waiting for, Thompson? Lead the way. Thompson's face twisted into barely concealed fear. His brows furrowed deeply as a single thought weighed heavy on his mind. Only big-time players are allowed inside the black market. Someone like me bringing strangers in? I'm basically signing my death warrant. Thompson glanced nervously at the large gate of the black market ahead. His hands clenched slightly as anxiety tightened in his chest. Seeing his hesitation, Gilroshan spoke up. Come on, the street boss title should be more than enough. What kind of big shot do you think you need to be to get in? Relax. I'm not letting anyone lay a finger on you. Now open the door, hurry up. Swallowing hard, Thompson raised his trembling hand and gave the gate a timid knock. Knock, knock, the sound echoed, but no one replied. Carl scoffed. Man, your hands are weak. Have you even been eating properly lately? Thompson shot him a nervous glance and muttered. Maybe there's no one here? Should we just come back another time? Gilroshan's brow furrowed, his cold stare fixed on Thompson without a word. Then suddenly he raised his fist and slammed it hard into the side of the gate. Judy. A loud bang rang out, and Thompson flinched violently in terror. Sir, please, Thompson stammered. This is going to cause serious trouble. Just as the words left his mouth, a small metal hatch near the top of the gate slid open with a screech. A pair of cold, piercing blue eyes glared through the slot, and a rough voice growled. Who the hell's out there making noise like they've got a death wish? Thompson straightened up as best he could and called out, It's me, Thompson, boss. A pause. Thompson. Who the hell is Thompson? That deep, grating voice made Thompson shudder. He swallowed again and answered, I'm the new guy, from the west side. I brought some clients, boss. Another pause. Thompson, wait, that Thompson? That little punk, the voice replied. Thompson answered quickly, why yes sir, it's me, really. Then, with a thunderous bang, the gate swung wide open. From within emerged a huge, burly man with wild green hair and rippling muscles, the gatekeeper. As he walked out, Thompson's legs nearly gave out. The green-haired man loomed over him, staring down before growling, newbies these days don't know their place. Huh? Banging on the gate like it's your damn house. You're not even properly initiated yet, and you think you can just bring guests to this gate? You crazy or what? Who the hell trained you, huh? His voice was sharp and terrifying, and Thompson flinched again, too afraid to respond. After a long pause, Thompson finally lowered his head in submission and whispered, no, boss, it's not like that. Before he could finish, a voice rang out from nearby. Hey. If customers are here, maybe stop yelling and start welcoming them instead? Everyone turned toward the voice. It was none other than Gil Roshan. He didn't wait for a response before continuing. Or what, you're not interested in making money today? The gatekeeper frowned and glanced over. His eyes landed on the scruffy, ragged-looking trio behind Thompson, but he didn't seem particularly impressed. He turned back to Thompson and growled, I asked you a question. Who trained you? Doesn't matter, you're done. From now on you're under my command. You got that? But Gil Roshan wasn't done. Pulling a small pouch from his cloak, he let it dangle in front of the gatekeeper. The sound of gold coins clinking together filled the air. Clink, clink as he spoke. 30 gold coins. The gatekeeper's face twitched in alarm. He turned sharply to look at Gil Roshan, who added coolly, so. Is that enough for an entrance fee? Thompson stood frozen like a statue, completely speechless. The green-haired man's shock faded as quickly as it came, replaced by a skeptical scowl. He furrowed his brow, clearly unsure if this was real. Seeing his hesitation, Gil Roshan flashed a calm, confident smile. Check it, he said simply. A thought briefly crossed Gil Roshan's mind. These 30 gold coins were the reward he had earned upon arriving in Arax. Now this was all the wealth he had. 30 gold coins at the black market wasn't a huge sum, but watching the large hand grasp those coins as if weighing them, he realized that as an entry fee, it was a staggering amount. After a moment's inspection, the gatekeeper turned his gaze back to Gil Roshan and said, If you're truly a guest, then keep your money. His expression softened noticeably, though his hand still held the pouch of gold as he added, We don't charge an entry fee here. We just need to verify whether you're worthy. Gil Roshan responded quietly, Is that so? Well, that's a relief. So can I go in now? The gatekeeper smiled broadly. Gil Roshan thought to himself, Does he think I'm easy to intimidate? Then he said aloud, By the way, I want Thompson to be my guide inside. Is that okay? Hearing this, Thompson turned to him, a mixture of surprise and fear on his face, and stammered, Me. Sir, I. Before he could refuse, a large, powerful hand suddenly landed firmly on his shoulder. Thompson felt a chill of menace, his face tightening with apprehension. Any objections he had simply slipped away under that pressure. Then the gatekeeper's voice softened as he spoke. Take good care of the guest. You can handle that, right, Thompson? Thompson's voice trembled as he replied. Yes, sir. Let's go. I'll do my best. With that, the gatekeeper stepped aside and gestured them forward. Welcome to the black market, he said. The sky above was pitch black, making the atmosphere inside feel heavier and more oppressive than ever. As they stepped inside, Turvan's face lit up with amazement. I didn't expect it to be this vast behind the gate. The scene beyond was bustling and spacious. Carls commented, It's like an anthill in here. Your Highness, I mean master. Carl's remark seemed to go unnoticed by Thompson, who, wearing a complicated expression, turned to Gil Roshan and asked, So, where exactly do you want me to take you? Gil Roshan's expression remained unchanged as he replied with a slight grin, Isn't it obvious? We're here at the black market, naturally we head upstairs, right? He pointed his index finger upward calmly. Let's go up, Thompson. Sweat began to pour down Thompson's face like a waterfall. His worry was evident as he answered. But sir, like I said before, I'm just a rookie. I don't even know the way to the upper floors. Gil Roshan's face stayed relaxed as he reassured him. Don't worry, Thompson. No sooner had he finished speaking than Turvan dashed ahead, surpassing them all. Leading the way, she glanced back at the group still standing motionless. Disciple, what are you waiting for? This way. Master will find the exit. Her beautiful face blossomed into a bright, radiant smile. Without waiting for a reply, she added, "The mana is calling me. Let's go." Gilroshan's lips curled into a cold smirk. That's witches for you, always losing their minds over some old spell. With that, Turvan led the charge, followed by Gilroshan, then Carls and finally Thompson. The four of them played a game of tag, as they navigated through halls lined with massive iron cages imprisoning fierce beasts. From behind, a lone figure silently watched them disappear into the shadows. The scene shifted to a stage where a man with a golden beard and dark sunglasses spoke up. "It's an honor to present this rare specimen to you. Have you ever seen a monstrosity like this? A two-headed beast, an ogre with two heads." With that, he gestured to reveal the muscular creature, its two massive horned heads towering and intimidating. They dashed past the area without noticing a large fish tank filled with strange, glaring eyeballs. A female voice called out, "This way." Hearing that, everyone hurried toward her direction, while the eyes in the tank followed their movement attentively. After running for a while, Turvan spoke again, "No, wait, this way is the right one." Once again, the eyes tracked their every move. After some searching, they finally reached the upper floor as they had hoped. She announced, "Here it is." From the outside, the towering castle loomed, ancient architecture with spiral staircases wrapping around it. Her face was full of curiosity as she paused, then spoke softly, "I sense a powerful mana flowing around here." Gilroshan smirked and teased, "Master, calm down." She turned to him, furrowing her brows, but he didn't notice and continued, "We came here to prepare for stopping a disaster, remember?" The four stood before the door of a large chamber. The surroundings felt strange, somewhat antique yet still shrouded in darkness. Her expression turned somber, and she said softly, "I suppose so." Noticing her sadness, Gilroshan responded, "Including the magic artifact I'm going to give you." Her mood brightened instantly. She smiled warmly and asked, "Really? You're serious?" Seeing her so cheerful, Gilroshan smiled too and replied, "Of course. But I still feel bad for making you angry last time." A thought flashed through his mind. Although sometimes mature beyond her years, she was still just a 19-year-old girl. Hearing this, she urged, "So, let's go. What if someone else gets it first? Hurry up." Suddenly she burst into anger. Gilroshan felt utterly helpless and thought, "Isn't this the worst time to lose your temper?" Seeing her harsh reaction, he felt a bit annoyed and said, "We have to stay calm. If we get too excited, everything will turn chaotic." Hearing this, she quickly composed herself. Noticing that, he added, "And you won't get that artifact anyway." At this, Turvan's face fell and her eyes looked sad. Gilroshan quickly said, "Don't be so down, try to keep calm." Suddenly, a soft blue light surrounded her that was a supreme level meditation. Gilroshan exclaimed, "Wait, seriously? Already at this level?" As she finished meditating, she returned to her gentle demeanor and smiled brightly, "Now I'm calm." He sighed in relief. The scene shifted to Carlo's location. Emperor Barancha Carlo de Vault sat on his throne, his face darkened with anger as he said, "Say that again." Looking down at a man kneeling before him, he added, "You are Elron Reut." Elron remained silent. Carlo pressed further, "Viscount Elron Reut." Still, Elron didn't utter a word. In a scene thick with gloom and power, Emperor Barancha Carlo de Vault sat imposingly on his throne, his gaze cold and piercing, cutting through everything in the vast chamber. A purple-red light bathed the room, suffusing the air with an oppressive weight. "Say it again," his voice echoed like a threat, "Viscount Elron Reut." Elron knelt before him, his face etched with tension and confusion. "Yes, your majesty. The third prince has joined the revolutionary army. He has sworn to seize the tier of creation." Emperor Carlo scoffed with disdain, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Ha, ridiculous. Sounds like that kid's carrying the fate of the entire empire on his shoulders." Elron cautiously spoke up, "But it's true. The third prince left because of the empire's sacred relic." Vault Carlo burst into a booming laugh. "Pee-ha-ha." His laughter echoed endlessly through the sprawling palace, so unnerving that both the Grand Steward and the Viscount bowed their heads silently in fear. Then, abruptly, the emperor stopped laughing. Pointing sharply at Elron, his voice turned ice cold, laced with fury. "Viscount Elron Reut, did you come here to make a fool of me? Answer me." Elron raised his eyes to meet Carlos, steady yet respectful. "I have told you everything I know." He lifted his head, staring directly at the throne as if fearless. After a brief pause, Emperor Valcarlo mused quietly, then raised his hand and ordered, "Himph, very well. Rise." Elrond bowed and slowly stood. The Emperor's tone softened somewhat. "I have no doubt about you. Gilroshan was always just a useless kid, wasn't he? Yet now, that useless brat is struck with prophetic syndrome." He turned to his attendant and asked, "Grand Steward, where is the commander of the Royal Knights?" The Grand Steward bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, he arrived some time ago and awaits your audience." Vault Carlo nodded and commanded, "Bring him in." A figure stepped forward and knelt before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, you summon me." Elrond narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, suspicion rising within him. Cedric Pennsylvania, the Empire's sacred enforcer, was the Emperor's loyal hound. Elrond scrutinized every move, wondering why this man was summoned here. Carlo glanced sideways and ordered, "Duke Pen, assign men to monitor the third prince. If by any means he controls the tier of creation, bring him back here immediately, by force if necessary. Oh, and one more thing, if the third prince dies, preserve his body. I want to see for myself if that kid really has prophetic syndrome. Even if it costs him limbs, keep the body intact at all costs." Cedric Pennsylvania nodded sharply. "Yes, Your Majesty." Viscount Elrond froze, horrified by the Emperor's words. Watching him speak such terrible things without a flicker of emotion, Elrond's mind screamed, "God, he's insane. And that's still his son." Carlo de Val returned to his usual cold demeanor and commanded, "The audience is over. You may leave." "By Your Majesty's command," they replied. As Elrond left, deep in thought with a troubled face, he resolved that no matter what he must warn the prince that he was being watched. But how could he communicate with His Highness now, as the prince was venturing deep into Rx? On the cobblestone path through the small town, they approached another palace. Tervaen was overwhelmed by its grandeur and splendor, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." She admired the weapons and swords neatly displayed, the sparkling jewelry, and the bustling crowds passing by. "This place looks like a painting," she said excitedly. Gilroshan quickly reminded her, "Remember, Master, you have to stay calm." She kept gazing at the scene but replied absent-mindedly, Yeah, won't forget." Carl stood behind them, suddenly looking shocked, panic flashing across his face. "Your Highness." Over there. Before he could finish, Gilroshan cut him off sharply, his words more like a warning, "Hey Carl, do you see the prince anywhere?" Realizing his slip, Carl's hurriedly corrected himself. "No, I mean, Master, I saw Urgel over there." He pointed toward a man covered in dark clothing, sneaking around suspiciously. Gilroshan looked where Carl's pointed, thinking, "What's that guy doing here? And what's with that posture? Looks like a dog straining to poop or something." He then whispered to Carl, "He looks suspicious. Just pretend you don't see him." Thompson glanced toward Urgel and asked, "Do you know who that is?" "I do, but this relationship is kind of awkward. Honestly, it's complicated." Gilroshan scratched his head, replying to Thompson. Thompson's expression was uneasy and anxious, mixed with some confusion. He hesitated, then looked back toward the other side. "Oh, I get it, but he's heading this way." The sound of footsteps grew louder until Urgel stood before the three of them. He forced a smile and greeted, "So you're watching from over there, huh? Pleasure to meet you." He avoided looking directly at the three, speaking with an awkward dodge. Gilroshan thought, "Why does he keep acting friendly when he doesn't fit in here at all?" His face darkened with annoyance and displeasure, every bit of irritation clearly visible. This was going to be trouble. Without saying a word, all three turned and started walking away. "Yeah, great seeing you, Urgel. But next time, okay? We're busy now." Urgel was stunned but quickly called after them, "Wait, Gilro." Before he could finish, Carl's darted forward like lightning and clamped a hand over his mouth. "Hemph." Carl's frowned deeply, his entire body radiating deadly intent. "My master is hiding his identity." "Don't say his name, Urgel." Sweat beaded on Urgel's forehead as he stammered, I understand." Urgel tried to propose, "Shan, if you guys buy more items, the price will be cheaper, you know." He shrugged casually. "So, what if we go together? After all, we've been through a lot together, haven't we?" Watching this, Gilroshan felt something was off about Urgel. Look at him acting strange. He's definitely hiding something. "Sorry, but I prefer to handle things myself," Gilroshan said firmly, waving him off. "Goodbye." Urgel didn't give up. Leaning close to Gilroshan's ear, he whispered, "Gilroshan, I'll be honest. I'm here to buy a stabilizing shield." Gilroshan focused intently on what he'd just said. His expression stayed calm, but his eyes showed he was analyzing something carefully. The stabilizing shield was a popular item among players. He was here to find one too. So what? Gilroshan answered. I already know that's why you're here. The upper floor is the easiest place to find that item on the continent. But I don't think that's the only reason you came. Hearing this, Argyl's surprise shifted immediately into panic. Gilroshan added. Are you trying to piss me off? Because I'm about to leave. Argyl blushed and stammered quietly, just loud enough for the crown prince to hear. Money. I don't have enough money. Gilroshan's eyes narrowed with a hint of amusement as if he'd just heard something entertaining. He thought to himself, this guy doesn't have enough money. What a loser. Haha. He pretended to twirl his fingers, feigning that he didn't catch what was said. What did you just say? Speak up, I didn't hear you. Argyl's face flushed even deeper with embarrassment. Striking a cute pose, he clenched his fists, bent down, and shouted loudly, I said I don't have enough money. Gilroshan shook his head and warned, all right, I get it. But stop trying that cute act, it doesn't suit you at all. So how much do you actually have? Argyl was stunned. He looked up, unable to believe what he'd just heard. Huh? I'm asking how much money you have. Put it all out here, Gilroshan said, raising his hand toward Argyl with a smirk. Carls, witnessing this scene, just turned away in helplessness, while Thompson looked at Gilroshan with admiration, muttering, that's definitely a street prince. Gilroshan held the blue pouch of money in his hands and asked, you only want the stabilizing shield, right? A system notification appeared. 92 gold coins have been transferred to your item pouch. All right then. If you try to trick me, don't worry, I'll keep my promise, he said, eyeing the pouch as the coins began to vanish from his hand. Interrupting Argyl, he added, but listen up, nothing here is free. I have one condition. Argyl's eyes immediately narrowed with caution. Gilroshan sensed the deadly glare and warned, don't look at me like that. It's not a big deal. When we leave here, you tell me your real identity. Deal. He held out his hand as an offer of cooperation. Argyl hesitated but finally shook Gilroshan's hand. Fine. But what's this about? Roshan, noticing Argyl's hesitation, asked, isn't your master just here with you? At that moment, they all realized Turvan had vanished without anyone noticing. Huh? Argyl reached out and shook Gilroshan's hand. Both of them were caught up in their own racing thoughts. He's trying to get the stabilizing shield now, could it be? Is he also trying to stop the Scion's extinction event? Could he be one of them too? Suddenly, a voice rang out across the grand hall. Hey, Shan, wasn't your master just here with you? The question made Gilroshan pause for a moment, deep in thought. Actually, this might work out. I can grab the key while pretending to look for my master. He turned to Carls. Go find my master and wait for me at the vendor across the hall? All right? He seemed like he wanted to say more, but the next words were whispered into Carl's ear. If you find the master, ask her to use illusion magic to enlarge these. With that, Gilroshan conjured 2 small pouches from his palm and handed them to Carls. Carls accepted them and raised a question he'd been holding back for a while. By the way, master, I've been meaning to ask, when did you learn summoning magic? Gilroshan hesitated, then replied casually, well, I just kept trying, and then one day it worked. Carls pressed on excitedly, so you've been training non-stop, haven't you? I'm proud of you, master. And would be proud too. Gilroshan was feeling pretty pleased with himself. Summoning magic was a reward I got as soon as I entered Arax. It's actually pretty useful here. Still wild to think the Prince of the Magic Empire only just started using it recently. Carls finally agreed. Alright, I'll go find her right away. Meanwhile, Gilroshan and the others approached the sales counter. The clerk greeted them with a polite bow. Welcome, esteemed guests. Gilroshan began. Hello, can you tell me the current price of the stabilizing shield? The clerk pointed to the shield on display and smiled. At the moment, the stabilizing shield is priced at 120 gold coins. Argyl turned to the others, confused. But earlier it was clearly 110. Gilroshan frowned, thinking hard. That's 10 more than what you just said a moment ago. Sensing their confusion, the clerk clarified. This must be your first time on the upper floor, isn't it? The prices of magical items here are not fixed. They change depending on certain conditions. Gilroshan suddenly had a moment of clarity. I get it now. When someone new comes here, 2 things usually happen. They either get totally ripped off or tricked into buying junk, and walk away with nothing, not even a scrap of cloth left on them. The clerk smiled again. So, would you like to make the purchase? Gilroshan thought back to the gear he needed. I still need to get 3 things from this place: the swift bow, the forest bracelet, and of course the stabilizing shield. He grimaced internally. If even Argyle couldn't afford it with 92 gold, how am I supposed to buy anything with just 30? After a moment of internal debate, he made up his mind. If this is a scam pit, then I'll just scam them right back. He leaned on the counter, eyes locked onto the clerk's. I'll buy it. But you sell death dice here too, right? The clerk gasped, clearly surprised. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed. Then, placing her hand gently on the table, she revealed a small key beneath her palm. Leaning in, she whispered, of course we do. Honestly, I was planning to introduce it to you myself. She slid the key to him. Take this to room 3 on the 2nd floor. Then she added with a wink, make sure you earn a lot of money if you really want that shield. Come back when you're ready. Gilroshan didn't hesitate. Obviously, but in his mind he thought, they're excited because the prey just walked into the trap willingly. But what is this feeling? He suddenly sensed something, a sharp, piercing gaze coming from behind him. As Gilroshan turned around, he was met with a group of furious, cold-eyed stares. Turvan's voice boomed with righteous anger. You brat. I trusted you. I followed you all the way to Arax, and this is what you do. Gambling. Are you trying to crawl back to your useless days of booze and dice, huh? She looked like she was about to breathe fire. Gilroshan panicked, stammering, Master. It's not what it looks like. Carls, do something, he pleaded. But Carls responded only with a firm turn of his head, completely ignoring him. Gilroshan looked around for an ally. No luck. Even Carls. He slumped in defeat, cheeks puffed out like a scolded child. Then again he thought bitterly, given my old self, this reaction isn't exactly surprising. Trying to salvage the situation, he reached out to grab Turvan's hand. She yelped in frustration, let go of me, you little. Please. Just hear me out, Carls, Master, just let me explain first. Turvan growled, silly no, Carls, hold him back. I swear if he takes another step I will, but Carls gently placed a hand on her shoulder, speaking in a calm voice. Maybe it's best if we hear him out first. She shot him a confused look, then flushed red and muttered, fine. But only because you asked. Gilroshan rolled his eyes. Now she listens. Could have saved me a headache if she did that earlier. Once the tension eased, he gestured for everyone to gather in closer. All right, listen up. He dropped his voice. Gambling is putting your money on chance, right? But this time I'm not guessing. I know I'll win 100%. So does that really count as gambling? Their answer came swift and merciless, yes. That's literally what a gambler says. Gilroshan slammed a fist into his palm, frustrated. No. I'm not doing this to play games. I'm doing this because I know this will work. Just like when I defeated Gromhart, or took down Marquess Elron Reut. I need the right magical artifacts. This is the best way to get them. His words left everyone stunned. And then he added, voice full of quiet resolve to stop the disaster in Arax. That's why I need you to trust me, like you did back then. I will change. Silence followed until Carl stepped forward. If you're that certain, then I believe in you, Master. Turvan sighed, and muttered, Ahem, fine. I'll go along with it. Irgil opened his mouth, but Gilroshan cut him off. What? Want your money back? Changed your mind about the shield? Irgil blinked, flustered, no, never mind. Seeing everyone finally convinced, Gilroshan straightened up and declared, good. If no one's got any objections, then let's head straight to the 2nd floor. Time passed. Turvan clapped her hands, eyes sparkling. Another win. Ha, as expected from my student. Carls beamed with admiration. You're amazing, Master. Suddenly a voice from across the table spoke up. This one's mine, said Hiran. I'm actually pretty lucky, and I've got some skill too. Losing 2 rounds in a row like that. That almost never happens. You must be really lucky. She smiled sweetly, but inside, alarms were ringing. Something's off. I threw those last 2 games on purpose. But look at those 2 grinning like idiots, and him, he's way too calm. His outfit, his crew, he's clearly not from around here. But is he just some fool? Or something more? I can't tell yet. Gilroshan suddenly spoke up, cutting off her train of thought. I feel like today's my lucky day. What do you say we raise the stakes a little? Hiran bit her lip hard. trying to stop herself, but then her mind kicked into gear. That bastard, you want to raise the stakes? That's the line I've been waiting to hear this whole time. Gamblers really are all the same. I'm about to burst out laughing here. A wicked thought surfaced in her mind. This place is a den of beasts, you idiot. No matter what tricks you pull, you're never going to beat me. Today I, Hiren, will drain you dry and turn your whole lot into my slaves for life. Her increasingly unhinged expression didn't escape notice. Carl's narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What's with her? Is she sick or something? Turvan, trying to be charitable, offered. Maybe she's crying from losing too much. Poor thing. Gilroshan heard their remarks and thought to himself, crying? Why would she cry? It's not like she's been losing that much. No, she's a venomous snake. Even if you stabbed her to death, she wouldn't shed a single drop of blood. Turvan gently suggested. Gilroshan, maybe don't raise the stakes. Even the dealer looks uncomfortable. Carl's chimed in, yeah, she really does look like she's crying. I give up. Gilroshan rolled his eyes. Unbelievable. Don't fall for it. These two softies brought their bleeding hearts to a place like this. They're going to lose everything. Across the table, Hiren wiped away what looked like tears and gave a small laugh. Sorry. I thought I was about to sneeze. Turvan looked like he wanted to say something but held back. Carl's just frowned. Poor girl. A moment later, Hiren spoke again, her tone chipper. Really now, I get it, you weren't happy because the stakes were too low. Don't worry about raising the bet. It's not even my money, so just say how much you want to put in. Gilroshan raised a brow. Really? That sounds tempting. She urged him on with enthusiasm. Totally. Don't hold back, go ahead and raise it. At that moment, Gilroshan's thoughts sharpened. It's good to see you again, Hiren. You don't remember me, but I've been cleaning you out from the shadows all along. He smiled, then said aloud, in that case, I won't hold back. Let's enjoy this juicy prey. Speaking of the mini-game Death Dice, it's a game where you move tokens across a board to collect treasure and return to the starting point. At first glance, it seems like your typical board game. But, as expected from a place that specializes in selling magical artifacts, every gambling tool here is enchanted. You can move forward or backward, and the game only ends once you return to your exact starting point, assuming, of course, you don't let others snatch all the treasure before you get there. Gilroshan calculated silently. I could just go in reverse to reach the endpoint first, a valid strategy. Of course, it all depends on the dice roll. He reached for the die and thought, this game is perfect for tricking fools into climbing up to this floor. The dice may look fair, but they're anything but. 6 4 4 1 5. A complicated sequence, always repeating in a fixed pattern, rigged to favor whoever controls it. And naturally, he had already memorized the entire sequence back when he played in the godforsaken world abandoned by the deities. The thought made him smirk. During the last 2 rounds, while Hiren was still busy trying to seduce him, he had already inspected everything. With that in mind, he reached for the dice and casually made a suggestion instead of gold. How about we bet magical artifacts? Hiren didn't even hesitate. Of course. Just name what you want to wager. Seeing her agree so easily, Gilroshan laid down his terms. Then I'll wager for 2 stabilizing shields. She lit up with excitement, betting on 2 items at once. You've got guts. Sure, why not? But he wasn't done yet. Also throw in the forest ring and the bow of swiftness. Hiren's eyes gleamed with growing interest as she stared at him. She didn't answer right away, but the man standing beside her grew a bit uneasy and whispered, Hiren, according to the rules, aren't players only allowed to bet 3 magical artifacts max? The man bowed slightly, waiting for her response. Hiren turned to Gilroshan with a polite smile. Please excuse me for just a moment, dear customer. Then she leaned close to the man and whispered, her face contorting into something twisted and ugly, a stark contrast to the cheerful facade she showed Gilroshan. Do you have any idea how big this bet is? I'm about to win. Why the hell are you getting cold feet? My job is to suck these suckers dry. And if by some miracle, I actually lose, your job is to clean up the mess. So stop screwing things up and do your damn job. Got it? The man could only nod obediently. Yes, big sis. She gave him orders with a sneer. Then stop fooling around. Go get the artifacts that dumbass just named. Bring their item cards too. And while you're at it, tell the other guests to borrow from us if they're short on gold. Can't have them running off now, can we? At that moment, Turvan and Carl's exchanged bewildered glances as they watched the two whispering away like it was some back alley scheme. It was almost comical how out of place they looked. But apparently that wasn't enough for her. She leaned in again and hissed and fix your damn face. If this deal falls apart because of you, I'll sell your ass into slavery. The man quickly bowed and answered, understood big sis. Watching him leave, she turned back with her sweet smile and said cheerfully, ah, what a thoughtful gentleman. Now, he'll bring over the magical items you've asked for. Then she looked to Gilroshan and added, before we begin, may I ask how much money each of you still has on hand? I apologize for the inconvenience, it's just standard procedure. Gilroshan turned to Carls with a knowing smile. Of course, we can do that. Right? Carls nodded. Yes, master. He then produced a large bag and placed 2 heavy pouches on the table with a solid thud. Gilroshan raised an eyebrow and asked casually, will that be enough? The 2 bulging sacks of gold glistened under the magical light. Hiran's eyes immediately lit up. Mim. Looks like about 650 gold coins more than I expected. Damn, even if this goes sideways I could sell him and still come out ahead. Watching him squirm might even be fun. Despite her dark thoughts, she gave him a warm smile and said, that's more than enough. Well then, if everyone's ready, let's begin. The shield, bow, and ring were brought out by an attendant. The board was now fully set. Hiran spoke up with her usual charm, everything's ready, yes? Shall we begin, dear guest? Gilroshan gave a calm nod, of course. She gave a modest smile. Lord Shan, please you may roll first. But he declined with a gentle gesture, pulling his hand back from the die. Me, first. Apologies, I'm not quite used to this sort of thing. It's actually my first time. Why don't you go ahead? The die shimmered and reappeared near Hiran's side. She pressed her lips together in a polite smile. Why thank you, Lord Shan. In that case, let's begin. She flicked the die onto the board with practiced ease. Gilroshan focused, mentally predicting, it'll land on 2 this time. The die clattered, spun, and came to a halt. Just as expected, 2 tiny dots appeared face up. His eyes drifted to the tokens on the board. Based on her current position, if Hiran rolled a 5 next turn, she would land on the 50 gold tile. But she wouldn't do that, not yet. To bait a fool you have to feed them hope, Gilroshan thought. If the idiot gets scared and rushes back to the starting point, it'll ruin the setup. No, she'll let me take the 100 gold treasure. Maybe even the 50 along with it. Then she'll try to swoop in and steal everything else. Joy, despair, and a dash of regret, that's how you lead a fool by the nose. The die slowly vanished again and reappeared at Gilroshan's position. He reached for it, thinking to himself, but Hiran, the real fool here isn't me, it's you. And I'll shatter that mask of yours soon enough. With that, he tossed the die decisively. It spun fast, bounced once, then landed 6. Hiran involuntarily gasped, unable to contain her shock. Gilroshan tilted his head and feigned confusion. Is something wrong? She quickly covered her surprise with a laugh. Oh, nothing at all, the air's just a bit dry in here. He didn't call her out. In fact, he chuckled along. Now that you mention it, yeah, it kinda is. But inwardly he smirked. That was supposed to be a 4, but it landed on 6 instead. It caught her off guard. Hiran composed herself again. You're right. Anyway, my turn now. She rolled her die with a little flair, then widened her eyes theatrically. Oh my. A 3. Gilroshan observed quietly. Right back on track. That probably calmed her nerves a little. The 50 gold tile is now just 1 space away, looks like easy pickings, doesn't it? But he rolled again a 4. He didn't show much reaction, but Carls groaned and scratched his head. You were supposed to roll a 1 to land on that tile. Turveyan pinched his cheek and teased, come on, disciple, put your soul into the dice, will you? Only Gilroshan himself felt inward relief. Good. No need to fake disappointment then. He glanced at Argyle, who was quietly biting his nail with his head lowered. On Hiran's side, she gave a coy smile. No need to look so gloomy. Remember, you can move backward too. Don't forget that, alright? Don't hesitate next turn. She tossed her die again, a 2. Her token landed squarely on the 50 gold tile. Her face darkened immediately. The entire table fell silent. The mood turned heavy, almost funereal. She stammered, wait, that's not right. Meanwhile, Gilroshan was quietly enjoying himself. She's probably flustered that she rolled a 2 instead of the 5 she expected. Even worse, she walked right into the trap she meant for me. The dice pattern is easy enough to memorize, the hard part is controlling it. But the trick was simpler than I imagined, just a light push while it's still in hand before the toss. When I rolled that last 4, I figured the sequence might be 4, 5, 1, 4, 2. But I rolled a second 4. And no one noticed a thing. His attention shifted once again toward Argyle. Could I call that a failed roll on purpose? Experienced players know the trick. But this guy who defeated Gromhart with a strategy even I've never seen is just sitting there clueless. Well, no matter. Once I get that shield, he'll have to reveal his true identity. But for now, let's teach Hiren another lesson. He rolled the die once more. It hit the board with a satisfying thud. His token moved forward, and the moment it landed, a high-pitched voice rang out, "Oh my goodness, honored guest. You've landed on the stabilizing shield. Congratulations. That's a win, isn't it?" Turvan threw his arms around Gilroshan's neck with glee. "See? I told you. Put your whole heart into it, and you'll succeed." Even Urgel smiled and raised a single finger toward him, a silent one in celebration. Gilroshan blinked in surprise. That really didn't look like him at all. Then he turned to Argyle, extending the prize. "Here, your shield." Hiren joined in the congratulations, her voice cheerful as ever. "Once again, well done, honored guest. Shall we continue?" One of Hiren's attendants reluctantly handed the shield over to Argyle, but he clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. Gilroshan let out a soft chuckle and said casually, "And just when I rolled a 4. Right on time too. Seems fortune's on my side tonight. Truly, today's my lucky day." But she didn't know what was really on his mind. "I don't need to touch the dice's rhythm, no need to interfere. From now on, I'll only manipulate it when absolutely necessary, and the rest of the time, I'll play the fool." That'll keep her guessing, is he manipulating it, or isn't he? But what if I cross the midpoint while she's still uncertain? Then there's no going back. Whether I get caught or not doesn't matter, I'm just planning to grab everything and run. And when that moment comes, she'll rip off that ridiculous mask of hers. Right now Hiren was pretending to be elated. Oh heavens, aren't there just days like this? I've had them before, and oddly enough, victory always seemed to favor me. Summing up the first round, 8 treasures had been placed on the board. Hiren had claimed the 50 gold tile, while Gilroshan had secured the stabilizing shield. Everything was still going exactly according to plan. He knew that after his first win, she wouldn't immediately suspect dice manipulation after all. If he was cheating, why would he have let her take the 50 gold tile in the first place? So for now she'll assume the dice are just behaving strangely. I'm using her own methods, just flip back at her. 6 treasures remain. I'm planning to take every last one. His hand hovered over the die. Gilroshan began with a smile that never reached his eyes. Seems today really is my lucky day. I'm looking forward to the rest of this match. Before his sentence even finished, his token was already moving, landing squarely on another 50 gold tile. The sight left Hiren visibly stunned. And the token moved again, another 50 gold tile. Her expression darkened further. Turvan burst into laughter from the sidelines, unable to contain his joy. One of Hiren's guards tried to cling to the shield again, refusing to let go, but Karls reached out and took it firmly. Gilroshan gave a humble bow. "Truly sorry, it really does seem today's been my lucky day." Though clearly pained, Hiren forced a bitter smile. "No need to apologize." Her composure took Gilroshan by surprise. "She's keeping her cool better than I thought. Must've learned from the last time." She reached out to grab the die again, her face a tight mask, eyes locked intensely on it. Gilroshan feigned concern. "Is something wrong? Is there a problem with the die?" She flinched slightly at his words and quickly forced an answer. "No, I'll roll now." The die flew. Gilroshan's mind spun into action again. We've come too far for her to back out now. Time to accelerate the pace. On his next turn, 6 points. Then Hiren 2. Then back to him, 6 again. His blue token reached another 50 gold tile and stopped. Hiren was visibly unraveling now, barely able to contain her fury. Her jaw clenched. Her eyes were hard. The blue token now hovered near the next prize and landed squarely on it. Karls clapped in delight. "Amazing, Your Highness." Turvan cheered as well. "That's my disciple. Told you, just pour your heart into it." Thompson joined in the chorus. "He really did win all of them except one. That's insane." At that moment Hiren could no longer contain herself. "Silence," she roared. Her teeth ground together, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. "It was supposed to be me who won. Play with your whole heart, what a load of crap. Don't feed me that nonsense." Carls and Turvan fell silent, unsettled by Haran's expression. And then she snapped. Haran, do not lose these kinds of games. If I lose, then it was rigged from the start. Her voice thundered across the chamber. Gilroshan gripped his bow casually, then raised an eyebrow as he replied, rigged. Mim, you must be talking about this. He let the die fall gently from his hand onto the table. Then, with a sharp flick of his wrist, he rolled it forcefully. Next roll will be a 1. The dice tumbled and landed, squarely on 1. Haran's eyes widened as realization struck. Her lips trembled. You knew about the die. You tricked me. Gilroshan wore a thoughtful look for a beat, then let out a relaxed chuckle. Tricked? Deception? Maybe. Then, in a tone as smooth as it was cutting, but wasn't the die rigged from the start, Haran? You cheated first. So thanks for the treasure. He turned on his heel to leave. But Haran's voice rose again, venomous and wild. Wait. You really think you've won? You think we'll just let you walk out of here? She rose slowly to her feet, her face contorting with malice. How naive can you be? This entire place is under my control. Don't you get it yet? You don't even understand what kind of situation you're in. I haven't lost. I've already won. Gilroshan's voice was calm as a winter breeze. How petty. Would you shut up already? You lost. And of course I know your men are stationed outside. You think I'd play your game without expecting that you'd pull something. Haran opened her mouth to object, but he cut her off by turning to Thompson, placing a hand on his shoulder. What's with that face, Thompson? You look miserable. Thompson stammered. Sir, if you're going to leave me behind. Gilroshan smiled. Relax. Didn't I say I'd protect you? When I give the signal, just open the door. Easy. They chatted like old friends at a pub, utterly ignoring Haran's presence. She seethed inside. He really thinks I'm just going to let him go. Stop him, she barked. But her men hesitated, shifting nervously. What are you waiting for? Stop him. I don't know what he's planning, but do something. You idiots, go and grab him. Then something unexpected. Urgel stepped forward, sword drawn, but this time, his blade crackled with lightning. If anyone tries to block our way, I'll cut you down. His voice was quiet but thundered through the room like a threat carved in stone. Haran screamed at her guards again. Why are you just standing there? Take him down. But her men exchanged glances. One of them, jaw clenched, finally spoke. We're not suicidal. That's a soulbound sword, isn't it? The realization dawned. Another guard followed. I'm not going to fight him. Why don't you go do it, huh? You're the one who dragged us here. His words sliced deeper than any blade. We're not your slaves, Haran. Stop barking orders like you own us. And just like that, the illusion of power shattered. Gilroshan and the others walked away unopposed. As they moved, he thought to himself, Urgel, as expected. He always knows what to do. Gilroshan called back over his shoulder, Urgel, what you doing? Not coming with us? Urgel grinned, turning halfway back. I'm coming. Just give me a sec. At that moment, Thompson was surrounded by what looked like glowing vines wrapping around his body. His eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at Gilroshan. My lord, are you sure about this? Gilroshan answered without hesitation. Yeah, I'm sure. But Thompson responded weakly. But you said you'd protect me. Gilroshan raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Did I say that? The response stunned Thompson into silence. Then suddenly Gilroshan's tone shifted into a teasing grin. I'm just messing with you. I already cast a defensive spell on you. You won't die. Relax. Now hurry up and open the door. Hearing that, Thompson took a shaky breath and said, Then, I trust you. Gilroshan turned to Carls next. Are you ready? Carls nodded firmly. Yes, your highness. Only Thompson remained visibly shaken, his face pale and his nerves frayed. Finally mustering his courage, he placed his hand on the doorknob. Here goes nothing. As soon as he opened the door, they were greeted by a group of hulking men, each holding a weapon at the ready. Thompson had only one thought, maybe I should shut the door again. One of the men stepped forward, scowling. Who the hell are you? Ain't you the new guy? Thompson blinked, confused. Who? Another man chimed in. Yeah, I've seen you before. I know who you are. Don't play dumb. They turned toward one another, laughing among themselves. Oh right, that guy's Thompson. And what did those three call themselves again? The Big Three Street Bosses or something? Another one nodded. That's right. Then they all burst out laughing. One of the thugs squinted at Thompson. What the hell? Why are you glowing? You steal a magic artifact or something. He reached out to touch the vine like light around Thompson, then instantly yelped. What the hell? My hand stuck. The group erupted into chaos. What the am glowing too? Look at my body. It's covered in the same thing. In mere moments, all of them were entangled in the glowing vines. One of the men snarled, what is this crap? Thompson, this isn't something dangerous, right? But Thompson said nothing. His silence pushed the man over the edge. Say something, damn it. You think this is a joke? Answer me before I cut you down, you son of a... Inside, Hiren stared in disbelief. She pointed toward Gilronshan and his companions and screamed. They tricked me and ran off. Don't let them escape. Outside, Thompson found himself face to face with furious thugs. Panicking, he turned around and shouted, hey! Could one of you come out here? I need help. Realizing this was their chance, Gilronshan gave the command. Carls. Now, without hesitation, Carls responded, yes, your highness. Meanwhile, Thompson, sweating bullets, begged again, help please. But before he could call out a third time, Carls hurled his shield straight into the mob. The thugs didn't even have time to process what had happened. What's going on? Ah! Their confusion turned into panic as they began to scream. Carls, shield in hand, charged forward with unyielding force, shoving aside several men who blocked their path. Each one was left entangled in creeping vines, staring in bewildered fear as if thinking, huh? What's happening to me? One of them stammered. But your highness, Hiren said we're in enemy territory. Are we really so free to just stand here talking like this? Don't worry, came the calm reply. This room is soundproof. Even if someone dies in here, no one outside will ever know. Inside that room were 4 people, Gilroshan, Carls, Turvan, and Thompson, speaking in hushed, almost conspiratorial tones. She asked, have you found a way out yet? Gilroshan answered softly, I didn't think you'd be concerned about that. We have Carls, a 6th rank knight, and you, a 7th rank mage. Carls glanced uneasily at Turvan. Even if we manage to get past that door, it won't be easy to face the enemies lying in wait to ambush us. She answered with quiet confidence, it's fine. We still have others on our side. Her words unsettled him. Are you talking about Urgel? Your highness, we don't even know his true identity. He could betray us at any moment. No, she said, I meant someone else. Gilroshan's eyes lit up suddenly, his smile carrying an unspoken meaning as he called out, Thompson. Carls frowned at him, and even Turvan seemed momentarily unnerved by that expression. Cautiously, Carls said to her, your highness, no disrespect to Thompson, but we can't rely too much on him. I agree with Carls, she replied. It's better if he stays here. He's a local, he could say he was threatened into leading us here, and he'd be safe. More importantly, if we take him along he could put us in danger. Hearing that, Thompson stammered, but Gilroshan cut him off smoothly. What you said is entirely true. His next words, however, made the man fall silent in thought. Thompson is too weak to accompany us. If we bring him, he'll only slow us down. But even so, we'll take him with us. Thompson blinked in stunned confusion, turning to the person beside him. But Gilroshan went on, reassuring them, don't worry. I don't think Thompson will slow us down at all. In fact, we'll be the ones keeping pace with him. Carls and Turvan exchanged a bewildered look and spoke in unison. But your highness, then what's the plan? Have you thought of a strategy? Gilroshan smiled with quiet satisfaction. Yes, I'll explain the plan. He began in a low voice. First, Thompson, you're connected to the underworld, aren't you? Thompson stiffened at being addressed so directly but answered. Yes. I may have only been an errand boy, but I was still part of it. Turvan interjected quickly. But you and Hiren keep talking about the underworld, so what exactly does that mean? Gilroshan didn't answer her right away. Instead, he turned to Carls. Carls, you know what it is, don't you? Carls replied without hesitation, yes. I learned that they're the enemies of the Empire and the peace of the continent. He paused, cheeks reddening slightly. What I mean is, the peace of the continent and our current situation with the rebels. In any case, in the deepest, darkest alleys of Arax, 2 major organizations share control of the underworld, locked in a bitter rivalry for dominance. One side was a group that called themselves righteous warriors, willing to break the law for the sake of the justice they believed in. The other was the true underworld, willing to do anything as long as there was money involved. They ran countless black markets, with their main income coming from gambling and the slave trade. Gilroshan was so taken aback he couldn't keep his mouth closed, thinking, did he actually memorize the entire book? Why does it sound like he's reciting lines? Elrond was right, if he hadn't run into me, this guy would have gone far. He quickly voiced another curiosity. Oh right, Master's vine ring, it's not meant for combat, is it? Turvan raised her hand, showing off the ring. That's right. It comes from the Blue Elves. It amplifies wood element mana, and also has the skill Tree Root Guard, which boosts defense by tightening the formation of allies. She had barely finished when Gilroshan asked, then can you use Tree Root Guard on Thompson? Within your mana limits. She blinked in surprise. But, why? I don't understand why you'd want me to pour all my mana into that spell for just one person. That would mean the whole team wouldn't get the defense boost it's designed for everyone. Not just one target. Gilroshan didn't explain, only pressing further, Master. That skill focuses on concentration and reinforcement, right? Yes, she answered. An army in iron armor, alongside Trince surrounded by shimmering vines. Then what if you concentrated it all on a single target? Turvan hesitated, picturing binding a Trent tightly into a ball, which would massively increase that target's defense. With that kind of focus, she suddenly caught on. Ah, then the enemy would be caught and rolled together. Clever. As expected of my student. Carls frowned at them in confusion. But Your Highness, if you just want to clear out the enemies at the gate, you don't need to go that far. Do we really need to burn through all of her mana? Gilroshan replied without missing a beat. True, but Carls, your shield can push and roll a target, can it? Then you just have to keep slamming into Thompson after the spell is cast on him. Thompson, realizing where this was going, instinctively looked at him in horror. He'll roll into a ball and drag all the enemies with him. It seemed both of them understood the plan now. Not just Thompson, Carls and Turvan were both staring at Gilroshan in shock. Don't look at me like that, Gilroshan reminded them with a sly grin. We're going to turn Thompson into a snowball and roll right out of here. Inside he was quite pleased. Honestly, this is exactly the kind of thing I like best. Skilled gamers have already tried every normal tactic, so they tend to prefer weird, unconventional ones. And naturally you always prioritize your own ideas. A short while later, several soldiers from Gilroshan's force had already been bound together into a massive sphere. Hey, get away from me. Where do you think you're touching? Gilroshan held out a bottle to the man in front of him. Here, Thompson, drink this. Thank you, sir. The man replied, taking it. Feeling any better? Gilroshan asked kindly. Thompson gave a weary smile. Yes, much better now. Both Gilroshan and Turvan studied his face with concern. Heavens, I'm sorry. You must feel worse than I thought. But Thompson's next words caught Turvan off guard. Not at all, sir. If I just stayed in the back, they'd have at least taken one of my limbs. And I'm sure that's why you picked me to go with you. You've treated me well. Even though I tried to attack you when we first met, I should be grateful for that. Thompson stood, giving a short bow. Thank you, sir. And if you'll accept me, I'd like to work under you as your servant. Gilroshan's mind tripped over itself. Huh? He stammered aloud. Don't worry about that. Then, standing straight with sudden seriousness, he said, for now we'll travel together. But you also need to find yourself a new life. In the meantime, I'll need you to help me with a few things. Is that all right? The moment Thompson heard there was a task to entrust, his face lit up. Yes, sir. A system prompt flashed before Gilroshan's eyes. Thompson Delbo has joined your party. All right then, Gilroshan urged. Let's move. Thompson's feeling much better, and I'm sure the Underworld's people will soon be on our tail. Carls, do you see anyone following us? Carls coughed, his cheeks flushed and eyes watering. No, Your Highness. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell too? Gilroshan asked. Carls answered with a tremble in his voice, leaving Gilroshan at a loss. It's just, I'm moved, thinking about how much you've grown. Gilroshan turned to Turvan, only to see her trembling as well. Turvan's crying too? What's wrong with these people? Are they really that moved? A while later they stopped in front of a shop. We're here. This is Han Duong, Thompson announced, then leaned close to Gilroshan's ear to whisper. If it's all right, I won't go in with you, is that okay? Gilroshan didn't answer immediately, his mind drifting. It's understandable most people here come from the police city. Even if they agree to stay out of underworld business, they're not likely to treat Thompson warmly. Watching Thompson fidget, he decisively patted the man's shoulder in reassurance. You're afraid of the people here? Don't worry, they're not going to kill you, right? But sir, this place, Gilroshan smirked with a certain pride. And if they do something, we'll end up in even bigger trouble than you. Thompson blinked in confusion. Sir, what do you mean? Gilroshan turned to him with a grave expression. The truth is, we've broken out of prison. We escaped from the underground cells. That jogged Carl's and Turvan's memories, and they both spoke at once, stunned. Ah, that's right, I'd completely forgotten about that. Well, I didn't, Gilroshan said with a chuckle, silently judging them. How can they be this naive? He swept his gaze across the people nearby, his thoughts turning cold and calculating. The prison break and rescuing the children are connected. And I'm certain aside from the Elam Church most rebel-aligned NPCs see me as an enemy. If luck turns against me, I could be executed before I even have a chance to act. Stepping into a place like this is risky, which is exactly why it might be safer. Turvan's voice broke through his thoughts. Why don't we just go inside first? Bamila's probably already on the way. Master, could you use a disguise spell on me? Just a color change will be enough. The four of them pushed open the door and stepped into the tavern, and immediately, a wave of curious and wary stares from the patrons inside turned toward them. The air was a little tense, but Gilroshan suddenly broke into a beaming smile, which made the three people with him flinch in surprise. Oh wow. It's already this busy so early in the morning. I guess you all just got off shift, huh? Came over for a few drinks. It's hard work keeping the city safe and cheerful. Would it be okay if we took a table here? The man behind the bar nodded, his voice low but clear. Make yourselves comfortable. Everyone's worn out, so please try to keep it down. Gilroshan scratched the back of his head and gave an embarrassed laugh. Ah, sorry about that, guess I got a little carried away. You know how it is when you've got a bit of money to spare. Don't worry, we'll keep quiet. Won't cause any trouble. The tavern owner quickly brought out 4 mugs of beer. If you've got a little money, why not make it 2 each? Gilroshan lit up at that, giving him a thumbs up. Now you're talking. You know exactly what we need. Life's only worth living when you've got a cold beer after a hard day's work. Thompson and Carl sat stiffly, clearly on edge, while Turvan clapped her hands in cheerful agreement. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. The tavern owner's eyes narrowed with a sudden hint of suspicion. By the way, I've never seen you folks around here before. And your accents are strange. Thought you were from the police city. You know, they used to call them dog noses. Something about you smells fishy. Thompson's shoulders stiffened at those words. Gilroshan let out a small sigh and spoke softly. Guess there's no point hiding it anymore. He slammed his palm on the table, startling Carl's, who instinctively reached for the sword at his hip. Gilroshan walked over to the bar, his expression calm as he asked, How'd you figure it out? You can't fool my nose, kid. Am I right? Gilroshan grinned. Yeah, you got me. Born and raised on Harinkos Wharf. Just wrapped up some business with a few mercenaries, heading north now. The tavern owner's eyes lit up, and he flexed his muscles proudly. You knew it. I could smell it on you. And I know that accent anywhere. Police City's chief, Lucard, he hasn't lost his edge, you hear me? He shut his eyes in smug satisfaction, but the soldiers nearby laughed out loud. How many years has it been now? Hey, maybe you should cut it out before you scare off all the customers. The cheerful look on his face vanished instantly. Sounds like you all forgot what my temper's like. Want me to remind you? The men waved their hands in mock fear. Alright, we're just kidding. If you're that scary, how are we supposed to enjoy our drinks? Let's just finish up and go. The owner grumbled under his breath. Back then, you didn't even dare look me in the eye. Gilroshan couldn't help but size him up. Chief Lucard, now this was someone he thought was pretty impressive. An NPC in charge of the city's wanted notices. Lucard had retired from official duty and opened this tavern as a way to keep crime in check in the area. With his outgoing personality, he turned the place into a second home for the police. If the townsfolk trusted him this much, that meant if Gilroshan could fool Lucard, he could stay safe here. Suddenly, Lucard's gaze locked on Thompson. By the way, where have I seen that face before? Have we met? Me. Are you talking about me? Thompson stammered. That's right, you. Have we met, or do you work for the underworld? Thompson was so startled he shot to his feet. At that, Turvan and Carl's fixed him with tense, worried stares. Sensing trouble, Gilroshan stepped in to defuse the situation. You really do have a dog's nose, sir. That's exactly why I respect the police around here so much. He clapped Thompson on the shoulder in a reassuring gesture. You're right, this here is Thompson. He used to be part of the underworld. Emphasis on used to. Got jumped and beaten pretty badly by some people down there. I hired him as a mercenary. But really I just wanted to help him find a bit of humanity again. Honestly, it's nothing serious according to him. He's never really caused much trouble. Before Gilroshan could finish, the tavern owner's voice dropped into a firm warning. I don't care if you're trying to make him more human or not, I still have to do my job. Thompson stared at him, something unspoken glimmering in his eyes, and they began to mist over. The tavern owner froze, flustered. Hey, don't cry. I'm kidding, alright? Damn, now I feel guilty. He reached out his hand. Sorry, name's Lucard. If I don't know your name, that means you've got a real shot at starting over. Moved, Thompson gripped the man's hand firmly. I'm Thompson Delbo. Lucard gave a gentle nod. Mind if I just call you Thompson? And let me know if there's anything I can do to help with your new life. Thompson's chest swelled with emotion, his voice breaking into a grateful thank you. Turvan and Carls both let out quiet sighs of relief at the sight, while even the police officers in the tavern seemed touched, watching the moment in thoughtful silence. Gilroshan broke in, cutting the atmosphere short. Sorry to ruin your touching knight in shining armor moment there, but any of you ever heard the name Argal? He studied Lucard's thoughtful expression, irritation flickering inside him. Seriously. I give the guy my shield and he bolts without even telling me his name. Let's see what Lucard has to say about him, a hitman, or maybe a war priest. Lucard frowned, repeating the name as if weighing it. Urgal, who is that? Someone else from the underworld. The words hit Gilroshan like a slap. Wait, Argal. You bastard, you lied to me about your name. In the room, Gilroshan lay staring at the ceiling, deep in thought. He no longer felt like resting, his mind was a jumble. Urgal clearly knew the shopkeeper, and yet the man had said he didn't know him. Why? There was no real reason to lie. His thoughts ended there, and the scene shifted to a different setting. Carls's voice broke the silence. Your Highness, about Urgal, I think there's a high chance he's from the Weiler Principality in the south. Gilroshan froze. The Weiler Principality? Why do you think that? Carls averted his gaze, hesitating. But he didn't let the pause drag on for long. He told Gilroshan everything he had seen. The peculiar movement Argal made before leaving. It was one of the elite martial techniques taught only in Weiler. It had a name, Arrow Dance. That name struck Gilroshan like a bolt of lightning. In his memory it was unmistakable. Arrow Dance, a skill listed on the mission card for class A rank, Dawn Assassin. If that was true, then Carls was probably right. Urgal was from Weiler. After all, the Dawn Assassin title only appeared as a special mission reward from the Grand Duke of Weiler. Turvan joined the conversation. Isn't the Weiler Principality a vassal of our Vault Empire? Carls confirmed, that's correct. Gilroshan remained silent, lost in thought. So after going to all the trouble of joining the Royal Army just to obtain the Dawn Assassin card, Urgal suddenly switched sides to the revolutionary forces. Turvan and Carls exchanged glances. They could feel it too, it was suspicious. Turvan slammed her cup down on the table, raising her voice as if to snap them all back to the moment. Yes, it's suspicious, but it's not what we need to be worrying about right now. More importantly, there's something I need to confirm. Her expression turned serious. Do you actually have the Prophet Syndrome? Gilroshan didn't answer right away. He still hesitated. Turvan continued. When we were in the underground prison, Carl said the Marquis once mentioned, maybe you really do have it. Her hands trembled slightly from fear, but she forced herself to stay calm. If you do have the Prophet Syndrome, then we shouldn't be wasting time sitting here. If the circumstances suggest you've been afflicted, then preventing disaster and saving innocent lives is obviously important. But her voice wavered. Though her eyes stayed fierce, more important to me than anything else is that you survive. That's what matters most. Carl's was just as firm. I feel the same. My top priority is protecting you, Your Highness. So please tell us the truth. Do you have the Prophet Syndrome? Gilroshan hesitated before speaking. Well, I don't have the Prophet Syndrome, he choked mid-sentence, pausing. But it's complicated. Complicated, Turvan pressed. Carl's patience was thinning. And under their combined scrutiny, Gilroshan faltered. Actually, it's the pressure mounted, his thoughts growing muddled. Turvan's voice softened. So you have a reason you can't tell us, is that it? Turvan was perceptive and tactful, able to ease the tension without forcing him. I have things I can't speak freely about too. As long as it's not the Prophet Syndrome, that's enough for me. Looking at her, Gilroshan couldn't help but think Turvan herself was hiding part of her own identity. She didn't stop there. You've been through so much without having anyone to lean on. If there's something you can't bear alone, don't hesitate to lean on us. You know we'll always be on your side. Her warmth and sincerity reached him, soothing something deep in his chest. His eyes grew wet. When Turvan Sui, just 19 years old, spoke those words, it stirred Gilroshan's heart with a fierce, unfamiliar ache. Or maybe, it stirred my heart, the heart of someone who once lived like an orphan child. Gilroshan's thoughts finally wound down, and he stayed there, silent, unmoving. After everything that had happened, he felt fairly content. After all, real food, and a real bed. He let himself savor it. How long had it been since he'd enjoyed such luxuries? But a moment later he fell quiet again. A faint trace of regret lingered in his eyes, disappointment mixed in. It had been less than a month since he arrived in this world, yet reality was already starting to feel distant. He reached a hand upward, as if trying to grasp something still missing. What was this place anyway? Too real to be a game, yet not quite enough to feel like reality. In the middle of his thoughts, the system interface flickered to life, cutting through his reverie. Character info: Gilroshan Elroad Default title: Pig Prince Fate. Gladiator Slave F level 9 by reflex. Gilroshan bolted upright. His senses sharpened. Something felt off. He grabbed his sword. Carefully he stepped toward the door. Who's there? The voice that answered wasn't hostile, it was the manager's. Oh, Harankos? You're awake. Someone downstairs wants to see you. Gilroshan exhaled in relief. It wasn't an enemy. Yeah, I'm up. I'll be down in a minute. The one waiting for him was Bamilo. You're here early, Gilroshan said. Bamilo didn't answer. Instead, he asked, why are you alone? Gilroshan explained the master was still recovering his mana, and Carls and Thompson had gone out to pick up a few things. Thompson. Bamilo's tone sharpened slightly. Once again, Gilroshan found himself in an awkward spot. He hesitated, uneasy. Some things happened. A lot of things, actually. Thinking back, Bamilo and Thompson had never gotten along from the start. Before Gilroshan could say more, Bamilo took out a small box. Anyway, here's what you asked for. Inside was a pair of glasses. Bamilo gave a stern warning. Never thought I'd get to touch the boss's stuff. I'm only loaning this to you, keep it safe. And make sure you return it. Gilroshan didn't look the least bit concerned. He's not even here. Who cares? He picked up the glasses, curious. Wait, you're actually letting me borrow these? Well, whatever. I have no idea how long I'll even keep them. Bamilo sighed in defeat. How did it end up like this? Gilroshan had already put the glasses on, eager. So, they suit me, right? Bamilo was clearly irritated by his casual attitude, but he still added, my head's killing me, so don't ask more questions. Oh, and here, your Idaho card. Obviously fake. Urgel said you're using the names Shan and Carls. Stick with those. Gilroshan held the card, still puzzled. The names are fine, and the three brothers story works, but why is Carls the oldest while I'm the youngest? We do have our own rank system, you know. Bamilo patiently explained. Shan, never forget you're an escaped convict. No matter how much your appearance changes, you still have to avoid city guards or doing anything that draws attention. Gilroshan's tone shifted. There was something sly in his voice. Isn't this their hideout anyway? From outside the door, someone shouted, hey! Don't cause trouble in there. Bamilo followed his gaze, deep, unreadable eyes. Well, that's certainly an unexpected choice. Turning this tavern into a hideout? Brilliant, I'll give you that. Gilroshan nodded in gratitude. Thanks, I'll make good use of these glasses and the ID card. No need for thanks, Bamilo replied, waving it off. Besides, he went on to report, I've already forged the cards and added your names to the participant list. Everything's ready for you to attend the Bloodwind ritual. Then his composure broke, and he pressed urgently, so what are you planning to do? The high priest is deeply worried about the disaster, and so am I. Meeting Bamilo's expectant gaze, Gilroshan answered plainly. That goes without saying. Let me give you the short version of my plan. He took his time, just enough to pique Bamilo's curiosity. Gilroshan's face broke into an almost excessive confidence. Will participate in the Bloodwind ritual. And when the accident happens, I'll stop it. That answer left Bamilo somewhat disappointed. Tam Hoang, I mean, Shan, that's not what I. Gilroshan cut him off reassuringly. I won't let anyone die. Bamilo now had no idea what kind of advice he could even give. Gilroshan pressed on with his strategy. Even the head priest leading this madness, That remark alone forced Bamilo to rack his brain. Finally, Bamilo Dimark gave in. You want me to entrust everything to you and just wait? He let out a long breath. Fine. Being trusted put Gilroshan in an excellent mood. Well, that settles it. We're done talking business. Want something to eat before you go? I'd like to, but I can't stay, Bamilo declined politely. Too busy. I doubt I even have the time. Oh right. Urgel asked me to pass along a message. Gilroshan's smile immediately twisted into a wary smirk. Forget it. That bastard's probably trying to trick me again. Bamil didn't bother hiding it, he just dropped the bomb. Urgel's real name is Eve Weiler. Gilroshan froze. Wait, what? Eve Weiler as in, from the Weiler Duchy? According to the system, Eve Roth Weiler, better known as the Young Lady, granddaughter of the Grand Duke Weiler, famous for her beauty and intelligence. In the main storyline, she was captured by the opposing faction during the Alliance conflict and went missing. Gilroshan was full of questions. They say beauty is a curse. Eve Weiler was no exception. Like Gilroshan, she was a character fated to die no matter the path taken. Though human, she carried two lives within her, one a sharp-witted, strikingly beautiful young noblewoman bound by deep ties to her grandfather, Grand Duke Weiler, the other, a cold-blooded assassin clawing for survival. The combination was irresistible to anyone who met her. Gilroshan recalled the endless hot search questions about Eve Weiler. She was one of the two most beloved characters, adored to an impossible degree. But there was no guarantee they weren't enemies. While his thoughts knotted together, Bamil offered a warning, careful. Very few people here know the name Eve Weiler. Her official name is Eve Rugal. Now just as Bamil was about to take his leave, Gilroshan blurted, wait, where's Eve Rugal now? The question hung in the air as the steward walked in from outside. Bamilo gave no concrete answer, only relaying she said you'll meet when the time comes. So don't look for her, I'll be going. With that, Bamilo turned and left, leaving Gilroshan standing there, bewildered. The smell of seared steak filled the room. The steward set the plate down, sliding it toward Gilroshan. This is Lucard's special, he said. Made just for you because he knows about Lady Eve. He urged, go on, eat while it's hot. It was just a meal. Yet Gilroshan could feel a murderous aura radiating from the man. What's with this pressure? Obediently, Gilroshan lifted his fork, only for the steward's next words to freeze him in place. I happened to overhear what you were saying earlier. Mercenary, how do you know Lady Eve? The steward's gaze was sharp, his tone weighty. You're not her lover, are you? Gilroshan's skin crawled. What? No way. Uncle, what kind of nonsense is that? The more he thought about Urgel's masculine face, the more he wanted to crawl into a hole. Don't say scary stuff like that. I would never date her, okay? Then, seizing the chance, he probed back, speaking of which, what about you? What's your relationship with her? The steward looked taken aback. Me. Gilroshan leaned forward, refusing to let go of the thread. Inside, he was quietly triumphant. Yes, she's important to him. Perfect. An opening to learn more, naturally. The steward answered with absolute confidence. Important? Of course. I'm the head of a group called the Papa Bears, Lady Eve's official fan club. Gilroshan just stared at him, utterly at a loss for words. Hey, don't give me that look. The steward went on. There's nothing strange about it. We've got Lady Eve's permission. His chest swelled with pride. We, the Papa Bears, exist to protect Lady Eve Rugal. You have no idea how many stalkers we've caught trying to get close to her. He reminisced about their first meeting. Do you know how many people in Arix draw strength just from her presence? Lady Eve is as noble as a lily, as fresh as fruit just picked from the branch. She's in a league entirely her own, completely different from someone like Oberon, the so-called goddess of seduction. Have you ever seen Lady Eve smile? Gilroshan's throat locked up. So, he's just the head of her fan club. At that point, he stopped expecting any useful intel from the man. Now I understand why she needs a disguise artifact. But the steward kept going, eyes sparkling. Hey, are you even listening? Anyway, we must protect Lady Eve, the treasure of Arx. Her coming-of-age ceremony is almost here, and that's serious business. No one can help her with it, and wolves are everywhere, no matter their age. Gilroshan sank back into thought, recalling Bamila's earlier words. So that's what she meant by we'll meet when the time comes. Eve Weiler is going to be at the Bloodwind ritual. She knows I'll be there too. The troubling part was, he had no idea what identity she'd be living under when they met. When that day comes, will she be my ally? Or my enemy? The steward, meanwhile, seemed to be making a pitch. So will you be taking part in the Bloodwind ritual? Lady Eve could use more protectors. Sure, you're an outsider, but I can write you a letter of recommendation. Gilroshan refused without hesitation. Why would I sign up for that? No thanks. The steward looked a little deflated. You don't have to turn me down so hard, you know. You could at least think about it. Gilroshan didn't waver. No, thanks. The man pouted. Fifth. And here I went and had Lucard make you a special dish. I misjudged you. Gilroshan didn't bother arguing. I'm still going to take part, but I'm not changing my entire plan just because of Eve. An idea was already taking shape in his mind. And I'll test it on the steward first. But before that he needed strength. If I have to face Eve or worse, some new disaster, I need to be ready. Out loud, he said lightly. I'm still loyal, you know. Us Harenko's men, we live and die by loyalty. Honestly, my relationship with Eve, it's complicated. Seeing the steward still sulking, Gilroshan decided to throw in another line. Speaking of loyalty, someone I just met yesterday said he knows you. That perked the steward right up. His mood noticeably improved, his tone full of self-satisfaction. If someone in Arex doesn't know me, they're probably a spy. Gilroshan cursed silently. Big guy like that, and still so full of himself, unbelievable. He probed further. His name's Chiro. Ring any bells? The moment he heard the name, the steward jolted like he'd been struck by lightning. Chiro? Did you just say Chiro? He roared, trembling with fury. Sensing the reaction, Gilroshan couldn't resist tossing more fuel on the fire. Yeah, he looked pretty happy. Said he was some kind of card wizard or whatever. He didn't get to finish the sentence. Where's he? The steward snapped, cutting him off. The bar tab he owes me could buy a house. And more importantly, because of that scam contract he's holding, Gilroshan frowned under the man's intense glare. Why are you looking at me like that? You were just trash-talking him a second ago. The steward leaned in and made an offer. If you catch that con artist Chiro for me, I'll give you a juicy reward. A system window popped up. Quest received, catch Chiro, the card mage. Accept. Gilroshan pretended to wrestle with his conscience, putting on his best performance. Why are you doing this? What happened to all that loyalty you were bragging about? We Harenko's men live and die by loyalty. If he just hesitated a little, just as planned, the steward lost patience. Oh, come on. All you have to do is catch him, and I'll make it worth your while. Gilroshan didn't say yes, yet he kept up the act. Aha. And what's this worth my while exactly? I get disappointed easily. When the steward still hesitated, Gilroshan took a step toward the door. Yep. Disappointed already. Fine, the man blurted. I'll give you the glove I used to wear. How about that? Bingo. Exactly what Gilroshan had been aiming for. He let out a small, satisfied smile. Now that's more like it. I don't have a choice now, do I? I'll grab him for you by tomorrow, he said cheerfully. System message. Negotiation with NPC successful. Quest reward updated, legendary old man's glove added to catch Chiro, the card mage. Inside, Gilroshan was practically celebrating. Perfect. When this is over, that glove is mine. Better have it polished up for me, old man. Huh? The steward replied, still looking baffled. From his research, Gilroshan knew that in this world, NPCs had all sorts of names for a player's fate card, divine card, cursed card, cosmic card, each with their own lore. But at the core, it was the same thing, a power only players could wield. Chiro, the card mage, was a key figure in unlocking that system. Meeting him allowed players to activate the card upgrade feature, the only way to trade low-tier cards for higher-tier ones. That made him invaluable. If you didn't get conned in the process. Chiro was also a notorious scam artist. When Gilroshan had first arrived in Arax, he'd gotten a free D-rank card draw. At level 10, he'd get a second random draw. But he wasn't planning on leaving it to chance. He wanted to use the upgrade feature to turn every low-rank card he had into at least a C rank. It was a gamble, but one worth taking. We've been together long enough, fate card. Time to level up again. Farewell, gladiator slave. Elsewhere, an accusing voice rang out. Damage, nearly 150 gold. Items affected, 2 stabilizing shields, a swift bow, and a forest ring. We believe the culprit is still somewhere within Arax. The man in charge suddenly slammed his hand hard on the table. And yet, the leader's voice rose into a furious demand. Why are you all standing here empty-handed? Huh. You should have caught them long ago. The bald man standing nearby flinched and stammered. It's because there've been a few prison breaks lately. Everyone's eyes flicked toward the corpse on the ground, and every soul in the room trembled. The leader cut him off coldly. City security has been tightened. That was the last thing the bald man heard before his head separated from his shoulders, blood spraying outward. Gag the rest and sell the whole lot as slaves, the leader ordered flatly. 2 assassins bowed their heads. Yes, chairman. They turned to the prisoners. Cause trouble and we'll kill you, one hissed. The man in the mask added, just keep your mouth shut and follow along. Hiren didn't want to be discarded. Terrified but desperate, she blurted out, they came from the Allied Legion. Now half mad with fear, she tried to make her words sound like an offering. I hope this information helps catch the culprits. It's an honor to serve you, chairman. The information seemed to spare her for now. The leader's eyes narrowed. What's your reason for saying that? Hiren quickly recalled everything she knew, speaking with confidence. That con artist's actions matched the signature of the Allied Legion. And from how he knew about the death dice, I'm certain they sent them here to target the underworld. The leader grew impatient. Where they came from doesn't matter. Just kill anyone who takes what belongs to us. Then, with a thin smile, he added, even after being fooled, you still have that vicious streak I like. This is your last chance. Hiren, bring me both them and the goods they stole. Hiren's lips curled into a satisfied grin. Thank you, chairman. I'll bring them back here at any cost. Scene change. Where Gilroshan's group was staying, the sunset sky was tinted with a soft purple, carrying a faint sense of melancholy. Inside the house, a worried voice spoke up. Strange, why are they so late? Turvan sat at the dinner table while Gilroshan stood by the window, watching. They should have been here by now. He lowered his head with a sigh, unease gnawing at him. Then his face flushed with irritation at the sound of loud chewing behind him. Seriously? You can eat at a time like this? That Carl's you're so obsessed with isn't back yet, and you're not even worried. She raised a chicken drumstick, trying to defend herself. Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with him. Turvan seized the moment to bark at Gilroshan. And don't you dare be disrespectful to your master like that. Just because you're a prince, you think you can be arrogant. Gilroshan shot back without flinching. I'm right though, her expression faltered. Looking at the drumstick in her hand, she muttered, do I really look like that? I heard men don't like women who seem too easy. Maybe I should act more refined. Before he could react, Turvan suddenly lit up with an idea. She dashed away. I'll read a book until he gets back. Gilroshan felt powerless. Before you say that, maybe clean your mouth first. She lay on the bed, book in hand, and tried to reassure him. Don't worry too much, he's a rank 6 knight. Didn't you already map out his route? He'll be fine. Honestly, your overreacting is making me nervous too. Gilroshan turned away, deep in thought. Yeah, I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. Inwardly, he admitted she was right, there was no need to worry right now. Maybe it was just because this was the first time he'd been apart from Carl since arriving in this world. His eyes grew solemn. Or maybe it was because this feeling was too real. Carl's and Turvan had long been like an older brother and sister to him. The sunset framed his thoughts. Staying close to them could be dangerous, especially since he'd grown up as an orphan. There were hundreds of thousands of threats ahead on this journey. Gilroshan's mind drifted to something grim. Of course I can overcome them. But if a single mistake of mine cost either of them their life, could I face that? His fingers tightened against the windowsill. Could I live with their deaths? Could I? The sound of the door opening made Gilroshan's face light up as he turned to see 2 figures step inside. Carl's let out a breath of relief. We're back. Thompson added, sorry we're late. Gilroshan smiled warmly. Glad you made it back. Well done, so you managed to avoid both the city guards and the underworld's men? The woman lying on the bed stirred, and the 2 newcomers answered in unison, yes, your highness. I think the city security has been completely tightened. The 3 of them sat down at the table. Gilroshan thought to himself, didn't think it would happen this way. Maybe from now on, when I'm making plans, I should put more emphasis on the fact that I'm the 3rd prince. The man across from him was staring at the food, practically drooling. Your highness, may I start eating? Oh, sorry, you must be starving. Go ahead. Tell me if you want anything else. Plates and bowls were quickly emptied. Carl said, thanks for the meal, your highness. Thompson echoed, yes, thank you. Gilroshan pulled out a stack of papers. Carl's, take these, we'll be using them for now. Carl's took them, puzzled. False identities, your highness? Gilroshan grinned. That's right. And from now on, drop all the formalities, call me Shan. Turvayan too. Carls hesitated. Shan? I can't. How could I? Gilroshan rose sharply to his feet. We don't have a choice. The old man thinks I'm the youngest in this team. He stepped closer. I'm sure you already understand, but this has to remain a secret you'll keep until the day you die. Gilroshan laid a hand on Thompson's shoulder, making the man pale. Understood? Thompson's voice shook. I didn't see anything. He turned away awkwardly, trying to change the subject. By the way, good food. Didn't think Captain Lucard could cook this well. Gilroshan asked. Oh. This must be your first time here, right, Thompson? The man stammered. Why yes, this isn't exactly a place I can come and go as I please. Gilroshan's curiosity stirred. So you wanted to come here? Even if you're from the back alleys, this place means that much to you? Thompson lowered his head. About that, a memory flashed before him, a man standing protectively in front of a small boy. The man's smile was warm. Captain Lucard is my benefactor. And someone I look up to. Thompson smiled faintly. Even if I've long lost the right to say I admire him. Carls began to understand. So that's why he recalled the moment they had eaten with the steward earlier. Back then he'd caught a glimpse of Thompson quietly shedding tears. Gilroshan cut into Thompson's thoughts. So what? That's the path you chose. He continued. Sure, maybe your first step wasn't your choice. But you had thousands of chances to turn back, didn't you? Carls was still confused. Your Highness, I still don't understand what Thompson's been through. Thompson smiled in a way that hid more than it revealed. He was ready to open the door to a new future for himself. You're right. I had thousands of chances to turn back. Not doing so was my choice. Gilroshan smirked, satisfied. Then I'll give you another chance. How about I put you in the city guard? Thompson froze. Yes, sir. What, you don't want to? And no, it's not that. Becoming a city guard's been my dream since I was a kid. But I'm afraid it'll. Gilroshan smiled knowingly. Good. You know how to pick pockets, right? From the horizon. The first rays of sunlight broke through, flooding the entire town in a warm glow. A flock of ducks glided leisurely along the river, their gentle wing beats sending a few loose feathers drifting down. Gilroshan looked up at the sky, his breath turning into thin wisps of vapor. Maybe it was just because it was so early in the morning, but it really was cold. Leaning casually against the wall, he asked, Thompson, aren't you cold? When there was no reply, Gilroshan frowned in puzzlement and glanced over at him. Seeing the man's expression, his tone softened. What's wrong? You feeling unwell? Thompson's eyes were heavy with sadness as he slowly spoke. My lord, his lips trembled, his words faltering. Pickpocketing, I'm not sure if I should do it anymore. He then confessed to Gilroshan, of course, it's not like this is the first time I've done it, but I swore I'd turn my life around. And yet, in order to become a city guard, I have to pick someone's pocket. If that's the case, I'd rather not at all. Before he could finish his venting, Gilroshan shoved a coin pouch into his hands, cutting him off. Here, he's coming. Shut up and hold this. Thompson stared down at the pouch, confused. Why? Gilroshan put a hand on his shoulder and nodded toward a bridge. You see that guy over there? The one standing on the bridge. Thompson followed his gaze. Huh? Yeah, I see him. The man on the bridge was forcing a strained smile, both hands raised and trembling slightly. Gilroshan introduced him matter-of-factly. That's Chiro. All you have to do is slip this pouch into his pocket. Thompson held the pouch with both hands, careful as if it were fragile glass. So I don't have to steal anything? You want me to put money into his pocket? Gilroshan confirmed, exactly. Instead of taking money, you'll be giving it to him. Thompson hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. I get it. Gilroshan kept his hand on the man's shoulder to reassure him before he could ask why. Chiro despises silver coins. I'm certain he'll be thrilled when he finds a pile of them in his pocket. He started walking toward the sunrise, then turned his head back. What are you doing, Thompson? Coming or not? Thompson now understood the hidden meaning in his words. His eyes softened with gratitude. Yes, my lord. Leave it to me. At a small bakery, Chiro was cheerfully whistling a tune. He plopped the bread bag onto the counter. How much is it, miss? The shopkeeper glanced at the bag and stammered nervously. T2 silver coins. But I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Chiro dumped a mountain of shimmering coins onto the counter. The silver clinked and chimed like raindrops. 200 coins should cover it, right? He said nonchalantly. Picking up his bread, he waved as he left. Probably a little over 200. Keep the change. The baker's voice trailed after him, almost shrieking, you should really stop doing that. Outside, Chiro adjusted his hat and grinned. First thing in the morning and already this lucky? Wonder what other good things will happen today. Just then, Thompson dashed past like a streak of lightning, startling him. From the roadside, Chiro couldn't help shouting after him, "Hey, watch where you're going. You almost squashed my fresh bread, you little." But then, something in his bag caught his attention. Huh? What the? At the bottom of the bread bag lay a single gleaming silver coin. His face darkened immediately. 1 silver coin. The bag and the coin slipped from his hands, landing on the curb. Chiro collapsed to the ground, pale as death, not even caring about the bread anymore. Why is this in here? It has to be that guy from earlier. Thompson suddenly turned back, his tone soft and concerned. Are you alright? Seeing him, the man jolted. You're from. Thompson's face was calm, tinged with a trace of worry. Sorry about that, I'm chasing after a con artist. Chiro was still sprawled on the ground, jabbing a finger in Thompson's face. What? And what's that got to do with me? I can't even take a bite of my bread because of you. So what are you gonna do about it, huh? Thompson scratched his head awkwardly and forced a smile. My apologies. I'll buy you another loaf. But Chiro wasn't having it. He held out his hand and shook it. You think that's the problem here? My lower back's shot, I can't even stand up. Give me a gold coin. At least one. Hand it over. Without hesitation, Thompson placed a pouch of coins in his hand. All right, here you go. The moment the pouch landed in Chiro's palm, he jerked in surprise. This is, Thompson cheerfully explained. I don't have any gold coins, but I'll give you every silver coin I have, 100 of them. Chiro immediately recoiled, waving his hands frantically. Are you crazy? I didn't ask for silver coins. I don't want them. But before he could finish, Thompson grabbed his hand and pressed the pouch back into it. Chiro's unease grew with every second. Hey, let me go. What are you doing? I hate silver coins. Thompson's lips curled into a shadowy grin. Oh really? Chiro's face tightened in visible dread. He glanced around warily, then suddenly, he screamed, let me go. Let me go. Thompson leaned in closer. What's wrong? I thought you wanted money. A few silver coins slipped from his fingers, clinking to the ground. The moment Chiro laid eyes on them, panic took over. This lunatic's trying to give me silver coins. Someone help me. The bakery owner stood in the doorway, discreetly covering her mouth with a smug grin. Thompson's face was pure madness as he deliberately let the coins tumble one by one, as if tormenting him. Better get ready to strike it rich with silver. Unable to withstand the mental torture, Chiro collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Thompson ignored him, lying there buried under a pile of silver coins. Instead, he was engrossed in reading a sheet of paper. As he scanned it, he murmured, no need to thank me. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. I took the contract he used to swindle Chief Lucard. This should settle things, right? Some time later, Chiro came to on the side of the road. He scrambled to his feet and frantically searched every pocket. After a long, desperate search with nothing to show for it, veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his teeth. He even tore off his vest in a frenzy, screaming, where is that bastard? He'd better not try that again. His eyes were bloodshot, his rage at its peak. I'll kill you. Hurry up, and he threw his head back and bellowed to the sky. Get out here. His anger boiled over into self-directed curses. You think you can just walk away after what you did to me? I hope a bird craps on your head. I hope you step in dung and die. His voice cracked, his eyes wet. So unfair. Next time I see you, you're dead for sure. A few passers-by caught sight of Chiro half naked and yelling and jeered. What's going on here? I've never seen anyone do that to him before. Serves the con artist right, huh? Gilroshen, feigning casual curiosity, strolled past and asked, you alright there? Still seething, Chiro snapped, who the hell are you? You here to mock me too? Gilroshen blinked innocently, his voice sincere. Sorry, of course not. I'm just here to give you something. Chiro froze in surprise but stayed on guard. Huh? Step back. There's probably still some silver coins in there. Gilroshen reassured him, I already took them out, so don't worry. The tension in Chiro's voice softened. Really? Gilroshen nodded. Really? Faced with that gentle tone, Chiro couldn't help but mutter. Well, aren't you a kind young man? He let the corner of his mouth curl upward, his voice low and deliberate. Thanks for the compliment. Inwardly he thought. As a pro, the most important thing is to find the optimal path. And if you're truly a pro, you'll use every advantage you can find along that path. He stayed silent, standing behind the man as he watched him gather his scattered vest and slip it back on. What I've managed to get from Chiro so far is Lucard's quest reward, and the upgrade card. If I push it, I could even take his fate card, anything from rank D or higher. Once dressed, Chiro immediately turned on the bystanders again, shouting, What the hell are you all staring at? You think this is funny? Get lost. Gilroshan remained wrapped up in his own thoughts. The conditions are, reach a certain level, earn Chiro's trust, and pass a small test. I just need to avoid falling into temptation. At that moment Chiro turned back toward him, his voice gentler. Thanks, you were raised well, young man. Then he pulled something from his hat, a gleaming card, and held it up. By the way, I think this might be yours, right? Gilroshan's gaze flickered the instant he saw it. There's no way that's mine. Not mine. His tone stayed even, but his mind was awash with questions. Wait, how is that here? Chiro's lips curled slightly at the corner. The card in his hat seemed to radiate a strange energy. Gilroshan's confusion only deepened. But isn't that mine?